My parents sold their home to keep my sister out of prison, then freely move into my house. I ruined their lives by exposing their secret. $675,000. It was the blue ink that finally broke me. Not the sheer audacity of the demands, not the cold, clinical language, and not even the part where they had graciously assigned me the unfinished, uninsulated basement of my own home. It was the handwriting. My mother had used her favorite sapphire blue fountain pen, the expensive one she kept carefully tucked in the velvet-lined pocket of her designer purse, the one reserved exclusively for wedding invitations and heartfelt thank you notes. The cursive was immaculate, featuring careful, deliberate loops, as if she had spent hours practicing it. As if she had sat in the passenger seat of my father's silver Honda Accord, parked illegally at the end of my driveway in the freezing rain, and drafted this insane ultimatum, while my father gripped the steering wheel in silent agreement. They treated this piece of paper like a binding legal document, not the desperate, unhinged power play that it actually was. This meant it wasn't a spur-of-the-moment decision. This had been their master plan all along. I stood in the warm, well-lit entryway of my home, holding a folded piece of heavy stock paper that formally informed me in my mother's flawless, sweeping cursive that I would immediately be surrendering my master suite, my waterfront guest room, my private home office, and assuming the responsibility of cooking dinners 6 nights a week. In exchange for my complete submission, they would generously pay me $350 a month, while I was expected to continue paying the mortgage, the exorbitant property taxes, and every single utility bill. I stared at the blue ink for a very long time. Then I looked through the glass of my front door at the massive U-Haul truck idling in my driveway. Then I looked past the truck to the cherry red Corvette convertible parked behind it, and a cold, hard realization settled in my chest. This didn't just happen overnight. This slow-moving train wreck had been barreling toward me for decades. I want to be incredibly precise about who I am and how I got here. In stories like this, people on the internet love to make wild assumptions. They naturally assume the person who says no to their desperate parents is the villain of the story, the cold, unfeeling corporate drone who chose money and property over the sacred bond of family. So, let me be crystal clear. My name is Julian Hayes. I am 35 years old. I work as a senior cybersecurity consultant, building impenetrable digital fortresses for massive financial institutions. It is a job description that immediately makes most people's eyes glaze over in utter boredom, but the only relevant detail you need to know is that it pays exceptionally well. And I didn't get this job through nepotism or luck. I built my career by grinding through 80-hour work weeks, staring at glowing screens until my eyes bled, for 7 brutal years straight. I bought my dream property, a stunning A-frame lake house in Silver Lake, Michigan, exactly 3 years ago. It's an 1,800 square foot architectural beauty with wraparound cedar decking, sitting just 50 feet from the crystal clear water. I paid $415,000 for it. I put down a massive down payment of $155,000. That was money I painstakingly saved by living in a microscopic studio apartment, eating cheap rice and beans, and relying on pure, unbreakable discipline when I was in my late 20s. I said no to vacations, no to expensive dinners, and no to everything I wanted in the short term so I could say yes to something real, permanent, and mine in the long term. I did not inherit a single dime. I was not gifted a trust fund. Every single dollar I have to my name, I bled for and assembled myself. My younger sister, Harper, is 28 years old. She is undeniably charismatic, radiantly beautiful, genuinely hilarious, and utterly allergic to the concept of earning a living. In her entire adult life, she has never once managed to connect the fundamental concept of money going out to the necessary concept of money coming in first. I have kept a mental tally over the years. She has aggressively started and completely abandoned 14 different business ventures. These ranged from a bespoke vegan leather handbag company that accidentally ordered 10,000 units with a massive typo on the logo, to a luxury dog grooming spa, to a crystal healing membership website that she paid a freelance developer $22,000 to build, only for her to get bored and never launch it. Every single one of these 14 ventures ended in the exact same catastrophic way, with my parents quietly absorbing the massive financial loss, shielding her from any legal fallout, and Harper effortlessly pivoting to her next grand idea with the unshakable, terrifying confidence of a woman who has never faced a single real consequence in her entire life. My parents, Arthur and Margaret Hayes, are not evil people. I want to state that clearly for the record. They are generally kind. They genuinely love their children. They raised me with strict rules, teaching me the value of hard work, honesty, and extreme self-reliance. But they made one fatal, catastrophic parenting error. They fiercely applied those rigid values to me, while applying a policy of unconditional, limitless rescue to Harper. They did this so consistently, and for so many years, that their brains physically lost the ability to distinguish between genuinely loving their daughter and completely enabling her self-destruction. By the time they secretly sold their beautiful, 4-bedroom colonial house in Indianapolis, the house they had owned free and clear since 2011, The house that was supposed to fund their peaceful retirement, they had already bailed Harper out of severe, life-altering debt 14 separate times. 14. I know that exact number because I am someone who tracks data. It is literally what I do for a living. The 14th time, however, was the one that broke them. It cost them $675,000. The very first red flag that something was deeply wrong surfaced about 2 months before the U-Haul violently invaded my driveway. My mother called me on a random Wednesday evening. She usually only called on Sunday mornings, and her voice sounded incredibly strange, tight, flattened, and exhausted, like someone who had been violently sobbing in the bathroom and was desperately trying to pretend they hadn't. "Just checking in on my favorite son," she said, her voice wavering slightly. "Are you doing okay up there?" "Of course," I replied, typing on my laptop. "Everything is great. Work is busy." She then proceeded to ask me 5 highly specific, incredibly bizarre questions about my lake house. What did my heating bills look like during the brutal Michigan winters? Was the foundation well insulated? Did I ever actually use the 2 waterfront guest rooms? How much square footage was in the basement? I stupidly told myself it was just older parent nosiness. My mother had become increasingly intrusive as she aged, frequently asking about my furniture choices, my grocery budget, and whether I was ever going to give her grandchildren. I did not stop to ask why she was inquiring about the insulation of my guest rooms in a tone that was entirely too clinical to be casual. I really should have asked. A month later, she called again. This time, she specifically asked about my exact property tax rate and whether the local municipality allowed multiple vehicles to be parked in the driveway long term. I answered her questions absent-mindedly. She said good, but she said it in a way that wasn't actually responding to me. She said it in the exact tone a person uses when they have just confirmed a critical logistical detail for a secret plan. I rationalized it. I told myself, they are just getting older and thinking about real estate investments differently. That was the comfortable lie I chose to believe. The alternative that a massive, life-altering invasion was being meticulously planned without my consent was too horrifying to entertain. The missed calls started at exactly 5:42 a.m. on a freezing Saturday morning in late November. 18 missed calls stacked up on my lock screen like a row of toppling dominoes while I was deep asleep. 6 from my mother, 10 from my father, and 2 from a restricted number I didn't recognize. I stood in my dark kitchen, wearing nothing but sweatpants and socks, staring at the glowing screen of my phone. My stomach plummeted into my shoes before my brain even processed the situation. 18 frantic calls before sunrise means someone is already in motion. 18 calls means whatever is happening is no longer a hypothetical question. It is a physical reality that is already happening to you. I slowly walked to the entryway and opened the heavy wooden front door. The U-Haul was parked dead center in my gravel driveway. It was a massive 26-foot truck, the absolute largest size a civilian can legally rent without a commercial driver's license. It was backed up aggressively close to my front porch, the rear metal doors still latched shut. Directly behind it idled my father's silver Honda Accord, the engine rumbling softly, the headlights piercing through the bleak, gray morning light. A freezing, miserable November rain had just started to fall, the kind of sharp, icy drizzle that bites into your skin and promises a miserable day. My father was already stomping heavily up my wooden porch steps when I appeared in the doorway. He is 62 years old, completely soaked through his thin windbreaker, moving with the terrifying, frantic energy of a desperate man who has made a catastrophic life decision and brutally needs everyone else to fall in line immediately. "Go get a heavy coat," he barked, not even offering a greeting. "We need to unload the heavy furniture before the mattresses get ruined by the rain." "What mattresses?" I asked, my voice dangerously quiet. It wasn't really a question. It was a complete refusal to accept his insane premise. "Our mattresses," he snapped, waving his hand dismissively. "Move out of the doorway, Julian. We don't have time for this." "Dad," I said, firmly gripping the doorframe. "You have a 4-bedroom house in Indianapolis." He stopped and glared at me with the exact condescending expression he used to give me when I was 12 years old and struggling with algebra. "We sold it," he said flatly, as if commenting on the weather. "Now move." He rapidly explained the situation in fragmented, chaotic pieces while I stood there in complete shock. The freezing rain steadily darkened his jacket, and my mother hovered nervously at the bottom of the porch steps, clutching her designer purse to her chest like a Kevlar vest. Harper's most recent business venture, a bespoke wellness retreat company she had been building for the past 10 months, had spectacularly imploded. She had secretly taken out a massive, high-interest business loan, using her luxury downtown condo as collateral. The business folded almost instantly. She stopped making the loan payments without telling anyone. The bank aggressively began foreclosure and asset seizure proceedings. My parents found out in early September. By late October, they had quietly listed and sold their beautiful Indianapolis home. The sale closed for $675,000. They immediately took that money, paid off Harper's massive mortgage, entirely cleared her disastrous business debts, And the part that literally made my vision blur and my ears ring with rage when I heard it, they cheerfully gave her the remaining $225,000 in pure cash, so she could start fresh and heal her energy. $225,000. I repeated, my voice hollow, staring at them like they were aliens. She needed a solid foundation to rebuild her life, my mother piped up from the bottom of the stairs. Her voice was small and apologetic, but absolutely not apologetic enough to suggest she would have done anything differently. And you needed a house? I yelled, losing my composure. You already had a foundation. You had a home. Family helps family, Julian, my father growled, stepping closer to me. And now you're here, I said, the horrifying reality finally sinking in, at my house, the house that I own. Just for 6 months. My mother interjected quickly, taking a step up the stairs. Just until we get back on our feet, sweetheart. We'll contribute $350 a month for the inconvenience. My father nodded firmly, acting as if he had just offered me a lucrative real estate contract. He had decided exactly what my massive, beautiful home and my complete lack of privacy were worth to him. I stood in my own doorway, shivering in the freezing rain, and looked past my father at the massive 26-foot truck packed with the rotting corpse of their financial stability. You decided all of this, I said slowly, enunciating every syllable, without ever asking me. We are your parents? My father roared. His voice spiked in volume, a classic intimidation tactic he always used when he knew he was dead wrong and needed sheer aggression to compensate. Family helps family. That is how this world works. That is how it has always worked. He suddenly stepped forward, placed both of his large hands flat against my chest, and shoved me. He didn't push me hard enough to knock me to the floor, but he pushed me hard enough to force me backward into my own entryway. He pushed me hard enough to make it violently clear exactly what he thought of me standing in the doorway of my own property, daring to tell him no. In that exact fraction of a second, something deep inside my soul snapped cleanly in half. All the years of being the responsible one, the forgotten one, the reliable backup plan, it all instantly evaporated into pure, cold rage. I planted my feet, raised my hands, and shoved him back with twice the force. He stumbled backward, hit the wooden porch railing hard, and grabbed it to steady himself. He stared at me with wide, genuinely shocked eyes. He wasn't shocked at his own violent behavior, he was shocked at me. He looked at me like I was a wild animal that had just done something completely incomprehensible. Not one single box, I said. My voice was eerily calm, steadier than it had been in years. Not today, not tonight, not ever. I stepped back, slammed the heavy wooden door in his face, locked the steel deadbolt, and slid the heavy brass chain into place. Update 1. He completely lost his mind. He started viciously kicking the bottom of my front door. He kicked it so hard the entire doorframe shook, rattling the pictures on my entryway walls. He screamed my name into the freezing rain, demanding I open the door, threatening to break it down. I didn't say a word. I didn't turn on a single light. I walked into my dark living room, sat down on my expensive leather sofa, and watched my phone silently light up with incoming calls. I waited for my heart rate to slow down. Then, I calmly opened my laptop. Property records in Indiana are completely public. It took me less than 3 minutes navigating a clunky county auditor website to verify every single word my father had just said. The deed transfer was officially recorded on November 10th. The sale price was exactly $675,000. The new owners were listed. It was gone. The beautiful kitchen where my mother baked every Thanksgiving, the large garage where my father and I used to build model airplanes, the backyard where I grew up gone. Sacrificed on the altar of Harper's endless incompetence. I slowly opened Instagram. Harper had posted a new photo just 4 hours ago. It was a beautifully filtered shot of 2 crystal champagne flutes resting on a white linen table. In the background, there was stunning resort architecture, the expensive kind with infinity pools and glowing palm trees. The caption read, "New beginnings. So incredibly grateful for the beautiful souls who never stop believing in my vision. Number healing journey, number blessed." I felt physically sick. I scrolled down. 3 days prior, there was another post. It was a picture of a pristine, cherry red Corvette convertible. The top was down, and a giant, ridiculous red velvet bow was strapped to the hood. The caption read, "Decided I needed something reliable for this next chapter. Thanks Mom and Dad for believing in your girl. Never could have done this without my amazing seed investors." I stared at the glowing screen. My elderly parents were currently shivering in a freezing Honda Accord in my driveway, preparing to force their way into my basement, while their golden daughter was sipping champagne at a luxury resort and driving a brand new sports car bought with my childhood home. I opened my security camera app and switched to the live driveway feed. My father was furiously pacing back and forth in the rain. My mother was sitting on a damp patio chair, her face buried in her hands, her shoulders violently shaking as she sobbed. At exactly 2:14 a.m., my father finally stopped pacing. He marched purposefully around the side of my house, walked directly to my exterior power meter box, and violently ripped the metal door open. He grabbed the main breaker switch and yanked it down. My entire house instantly plunged into pitch blackness. My security cameras seamlessly clicked over to their internal battery backups, perfectly capturing his face in infrared night vision. I calmly took a screenshot and documented the exact timestamp. Dawn finally broke, painting the sky a miserable, bruised purple. At exactly 8:45 a.m., the Corvette arrived. I heard it long before I saw it, the aggressive, obnoxious roar of a V8 engine, echoing off the quiet lake. It aggressively pulled into my driveway, parking diagonally behind the U-Haul, completely blocking everyone in. Harper stepped out. She was wearing knee-high designer boots, massive oversized sunglasses, and a ridiculously fluffy white faux fur coat. She looked like she was arriving at a movie premiere, not a hostage situation. Ew, she whined loudly, staring at the U-Haul. Why is all of our crap still outside? It's freezing. Julian won't open the door, my mother whimpered from the porch, looking pathetic and soaked. Harper looked up, saw me standing silently on my second-floor balcony, and dramatically waved both of her hands in the air. Julian. Stop being such a dramatic psycho, she yelled, laughing as if this was all a hilarious sitcom misunderstanding. Open the door. I need to plug in my ring light and the outlet situation in this dump is going to need a major upgrade. I slid the glass balcony door open and stepped out into the cold air. Nice car, I called down, my voice dripping with venom. She smirked, flipping her hair. Right? I love it. Does this place come with a heated garage, or am I going to have to make Dad build one? The smirk vanished from her face when I didn't laugh. It's a legitimate business asset, she defended quickly. Then go sleep in your legitimate business asset, I replied coldly. Mom and Dad are my seed investors. She shouted, using that exact rehearsed, corporate therapist tone she always used to make her insanity sound reasonable. I am going to return quadruple their investment in 8 months tops. Then they can easily afford a luxury condo. My father stormed out from behind the Honda and pointed a trembling finger at me. 6 months, Julian. He screamed, his face purple with rage. That is all we are asking. 6 months, and then we will find our own place. Open this damn door. F. No, I said softly, and walked back inside, locking the glass door behind me. 20 minutes later, the blue ink note was aggressively shoved under my front door. I stood in my entryway, holding their insane demands, and felt a profound sense of clarity wash over me. I work in cybersecurity. I handle massive, catastrophic data breaches for a living. I have been on panicked conference calls at 3 a.m. where a Fortune 500 company is bleeding $50,000 a minute, and 10 executives are screaming at me to fix it. I have trained my brain to go completely silent in a crisis. You learn to filter out the emotional noise and focus entirely on the raw data. The data was clear. My parents had liquidated their entire life savings, handed the cash to a serial failure, driven across state lines with a massive truck, attempted to physically force their way into my home, intentionally sabotaged my electrical grid in the middle of the night, and were now sliding a delusional, pseudo-legal residency agreement under my door. This was not a family dispute. This was a hostile, calculated siege. I grabbed a thick black Sharpie and wrote absolutely not in massive block letters across my mother's beautiful cursive. I opened the door exactly 2 inches, keeping the heavy brass chain engaged, and shoved the paper back out into the cold. My father snatched it, read it, and his jaw locked in pure fury. He pulled out his cell phone and made a rapid call. I watched through the peephole. 12 minutes later, a white commercial van turned into my driveway. The side read, Apex Mobile Locksmith Services. The driver, a burly guy in a heavy work jacket, hopped out holding a massive canvas tool bag. My father practically sprinted over to him, violently waving a thick wad of cash in the air. My son locked himself inside. My father yelled, intentionally projecting his voice so the entire neighborhood could hear. He's having some kind of severe mental episode. I need you to drill out this deadbolt right now. I immediately slammed my fist against the glass of the front window. I am the sole legal owner of this property, I shouted, making sure my voice easily carried over the rain. I have the deed in my safe. If you touch that lock with a drill, I will immediately call the police, and I will personally ensure you are arrested for breaking and entering. The locksmith froze in his tracks. He looked at my screaming father. He looked at the heavy wad of cash. Then he looked at my dead serious face in the window. I can't do this, man, the locksmith muttered, backing away slowly. I'll double the cash right now, my father screamed, completely losing his mind. I am not going to jail for you, buddy, the locksmith said firmly. He threw his bag into his van, slammed the door, and rapidly reversed out of my driveway, nearly clipping the Corvette on his way out. My father stood in the freezing rain, chest heaving, staring at the departing van. Then, with a primal roar of frustration, he reached down, grabbed a heavy vintage cast iron lantern I kept next to the porch steps, and violently hurled it directly at my front window. The heavy iron smashed into the glass. It didn't shatter completely, but a massive, Terrifying spiderweb fracture exploded across the entire pane. I didn't blink. I didn't yell. I simply pulled out my phone and dialed 911. Deputy Vance arrived 20 minutes later. He was a tall, heavily built officer with the exhausted, deadpan energy of a man who had dealt with 1,000 screaming families and was entirely unimpressed by this one. He calmly stepped out of his cruiser and let my father talk first. This is a classic de-escalation tactic. Let the hysterical party completely exhaust their adrenaline. My father ranted for 5 solid minutes. He structured his entire argument around the sacred concept of family, treating it like an unbreakable legal statute. He claimed I was having a breakdown, that he was simply a worried father trying to check on his sick son, and that I had maliciously locked them out of their own temporary residence. Deputy Vance stood perfectly still, his thumbs tucked into his duty belt, listening without a single change in expression. "Do you possess a signed lease for this property, sir?" Vance asked, his voice a low, authoritative rumble. "What? No, I am his father. Do you have a key to this property?" "He refuses to give us the key, that is the entire problem," my father shouted, waving his arms frantically. "Is there any mail delivered here in your name? A utility bill? A bank statement?" Vance asked, completely ignoring the yelling. "He locked us out," my father shrieked, his voice cracking. "Sir," Vance said, his tone dropping an octave, carrying a chilling authority. "I need you to listen to me very carefully. Without a signed lease, without a key, and without established residency, this house is not your home. You have not been locked out. You have been denied entry by the legal property owner. In the eyes of the law, there is a massive difference." I stepped outside onto the porch. I had my printed property deed in my left hand, and my phone cued directly to the security footage in my right. "Are you the legal owner of this residence?" Vance asked me. "Yes, sir," I replied calmly. "Deed has been solely in my name since 2021. Here is the documentation." I handed him the paper. He reviewed it for 3 seconds and handed it back. "Can you show me the footage you mentioned to the dispatcher?" I held up my phone and hit play. I showed him the time-stamped footage from 2:14 a.m. Clear as day, it showed my father marching to the side of the house, ripping open the electrical panel, and aggressively cutting the main power breaker. Deputy Vance watched the video twice. His jaw tightened. He slowly turned around and locked eyes with my father. "Sir," Vance said, his voice dangerously quiet, "did you intentionally cut the power to this man's residence in the middle of the night?" "It was an accident," my father stammered, stepping back. "I was just checking the fuses." "At 2 in the morning?" Vance asked dryly. My father fell completely silent. "Sir, did you also hurl a heavy iron object at the window of this residence?" My mother let out a pathetic, muffled sob from the porch. "He aggressively provoked me," my father yelled defensively. "That is a yes or no question, sir," Vance barked, his hand resting casually near his radio. He glanced at the massive spiderweb crack in my window. "You currently have 2 options," Vance announced to the driveway. "Option 1, you pack your people into your vehicles and you leave this property voluntarily, right this second. Option 2, I formally take a report for malicious destruction of private property and criminal trespass, and I place you in handcuffs in the back of my cruiser. The shattered window alone is a serious misdemeanor. The attempted solicitation of a locksmith to breach a locked dwelling is potentially a second charge. The intentional sabotage of a residential power grid is a third." Vance paused, staring a hole through my father. "Sir, I highly recommend you choose option 1. My father looked at me. It was a look I had seen a million times. It was the look he gave me when Harper crashed a car or failed a class. It was the look that meant, "Julian, step in. Fix this. Absorb the blow for us." I looked him dead in the eyes. "Option 1 sounds perfect to me, officer," I said coldly. My father's shoulders physically collapsed. The blinding rage left his body, replaced instantly by the crushing realization that he had absolutely no power here. "Load the truck," he whispered to Harper. She didn't move. She just stared at him in horror. I said, "Load the damn truck." He roared at her. It took them 3 agonizing hours to repack the U-Haul. I stayed safely inside, watching them on the security cameras. My mother cried the entire time, her shoulders shaking as she weakly carried boxes of fine china through the mud. Harper was completely useless. She refused to lift a single box. Instead, she sat inside the heated Corvette, furiously texting on her phone, occasionally glaring at my house. My father worked in grim, humiliated silence. When the massive truck was finally loaded, my father walked up to my front door one last time. He didn't knock, he just stood there, staring at the Ring camera lens. "You are completely dead to us, Julian," he spat, his voice dripping with absolute disgust. "You have no family anymore." I opened the front door, leaving the screen door locked. "I haven't had a family in 20 years. I replied evenly. "I only had dependents." He turned around, got into the Honda, and drove away. The U-Haul followed. Harper peeled out last in her Corvette, tearing up my lawn in the process. I stood in my quiet house. I looked at the shattered window. I looked at the muddy footprints on my porch. Then, I opened my laptop and went nuclear. I created a burner account on Facebook. I uploaded a massive, public album and tagged every single member of our extended family, aunts, uncles, cousins, family friends. I uploaded the security footage of my father cutting the power. I uploaded the video of the locksmith confrontation. I uploaded high-resolution photos of the shattered window and the iron lantern. I uploaded a scanned copy of my mother's delusional handwritten residency agreement. Then, I uploaded the screenshots of Harper's Instagram posts, the champagne at the luxury resort, the brand new Corvette with the red bow. Finally, I uploaded the public county property record showing the $675,000 sale of my childhood home. My caption was only 2 sentences long. My parents secretly sold their home to fund Harper's luxury lifestyle. Anyone who agrees with their violent attempt to forcibly seize my property is more than welcome to house them. I clicked post at 11:45 a.m. Update 2. By 1 p.m., the massive family group chat which I was still a part of was completely, terrifyingly silent. Nobody said a word. The sheer volume of undeniable, documented evidence had paralyzed them. At 1:15 p.m., my Aunt Clara, my father's notoriously strict older sister, finally broke the silence with a single, chilling text message addressed to the group. "Arthur, you call my phone right this second." My father abruptly left the group chat 3 minutes later. My mother left 10 minutes after that. Harper immediately posted a tearful, black and white Instagram story about toxic family members trying to destroy her healing energy. But the real twist, the one that absolutely blew my mind, came at 3 p.m. when my cell phone rang. It was an unknown number from a prestigious law firm in Grand Rapids. "Is this Julian Hayes?" A deep, professional voice asked. "Who is asking?" "My name is Marcus Thorne. I am a senior real estate attorney. Your father contacted my office this morning, frantically asking if there was any legal loophole that could force a property owner to house destitute family members during a financial crisis." I tightened my grip on the phone. "And what did you tell him?" "I told him absolutely not," Thorne replied smoothly. "But during our consultation, your father revealed a highly sensitive piece of information regarding the sale of his Indiana property. I am calling you because, having seen the viral public post you made, I strongly believe you need to be legally protected from your own family." "What did he tell you?" I demanded. Thorne paused. "Julian, your sister did not just default on a standard business loan. She secretly forged your mother's signature on the commercial loan documents, using your parents' fully paid off home as illegal collateral. When the business failed, the bank discovered the forgery. They were preparing to hand the file over to federal authorities for felony wire fraud." The room started spinning. "She committed federal fraud?" "Yes," Thorne said quietly. "Your parents didn't sell their house just to bail her out of debt. They panic sold their home, paid off the bank in full, and completely covered up a massive federal crime to keep your sister out of a federal penitentiary. They lost everything to protect a felon, and they fully expected you to pay the price for it by sacrificing your home." I hired Thorne on the spot. The very next morning, we filed for an emergency, ironclad civil restraining order against both of my parents and my sister. Thanks to the police report, the shattered window, and the documented power sabotage, the judge granted it immediately. It has been 5 months since that miserable November morning. My parents are currently renting a tiny, cramped, 2-bedroom apartment in a bad part of Lansing, 40 miles away from me. My father, who had been happily retired for 3 years, is now working 50 hours a week as a shift manager at a massive home improvement warehouse just to make rent. It turns out that $675,000 vanishes incredibly fast when you hand $225,000 of it to a delusional criminal who immediately blows it on sports cars and luxury resorts. Harper's bespoke wellness retreat business crashed and burned in late January. Her brand new Corvette was officially listed on Facebook Marketplace 3 weeks ago. The listing begged for a quick cash sale. My mother tried to contact me once through a mutual family friend, crying and begging for an opportunity to explain. I sent a copy of the restraining order back through the same friend. I had the shattered window replaced with reinforced, double-pane glass. I bought a new vintage lantern for the porch. Every single morning, when I unlock my heavy front door and step out into the crisp, quiet Michigan air, I look at the beautiful lake, I look at my empty driveway, and I take a deep breath. It took me 35 years to finally learn how to say no. I just wish I hadn't waited so long to do it. I discovered that my husband had an affair with my own sister, and my family had deliberately kept it a secret. I chose revenge. Perhaps the easiest way to begin is with an introduction and a little description of my family. My name is Maya, and I have just got the most devastating news of my life. But first, let me tell you a little bit about my family. I've always known I wasn't the favorite. Nobody ever said it directly, but you can feel it in your bones. It's the way your parents look at you against your siblings, how they communicate with you, and how they always choose them in both tiny and huge situations. My older sister, Chloe, was always the golden kid, the one who could do no wrong and received all of the love and attention, while I watched from the background. Growing up, it was painfully clear. If Chloe had a good grade, it was saved in the refrigerator. If I received a decent mark, they gave me a brief smile before returning to chatting about Chloe's accomplishments. I was her shadow. Despite everything, I never loathed her. Sure, I despised my parents putting her on a pedestal, but Chloe was my sister, and I loved her. I assumed it was not her fault that my parents treated us differently. I assumed that was enough. Even if things weren't fair in childhood, we'd figure it out as adults, and our relationship would be balanced. But I was dreadfully mistaken. 2 days ago, everything fell apart. It was meant to be a wonderful evening. My parents had asked us for dinner to celebrate Chloe's pregnancy. I felt truly thrilled for her. Chloe and her husband Liam had been trying to have a baby for a long time, and I understood how important it was to her to have a family. So I attended, despite the underlying unease I'd always had around my relatives. It was a constant reminder that I wasn't good enough, that I was constantly second behind Chloe. Ethan, my husband, was by my side, as he had done for the previous 5 years. He understood how hard my connection with my family was, and he was always my anchor, the only person who made me feel seen. Or so I thought. Dinner was normal, even enjoyable. We gathered around the table, laughing and sharing Chloe's excellent news. My parents, as predicted, were ecstatic about Chloe's pregnancy, as if she had created parenting. But this didn't surprise me anymore. I smiled and complimented her while pretending everything was okay. Then I accidentally overheard my parents talk, and my entire world crumbled. Following supper, I excused myself to visit the restroom. On my way home, I went by the kitchen and overheard my parents whispering. I should have kept walking, but something about their whispered tone stopped me. And then I heard it. My mother said they would never inform me about Chloe's error. At first, I was perplexed, wondering what mistake they were referring to. But then the answer struck me like a smack in the face. They were talking about Chloe sleeping with my husband Ethan. Apparently, it had happened months before, and they had opted not to inform me in order to protect Chloe's reputation, because she was their lovely daughter and did not deserve to have her image ruined. They described it as a simple mistake, a slip in judgment that should be forgiven, because what mattered was that Chloe became pregnant. I stood paralyzed, unable to move or breathe. The walls appeared to be closing in around me. My mind was filled with incredulity, betrayal, and wrath. My spouse, my partner, the man I trusted with my life, cheated on me with my own sister. Worse, my parents knew. They had kept it a secret because they wanted to protect Chloe rather than give me the truth. They selected her over me again. I felt like all of my years of feeling less worthy had been vindicated. They'd made their decision, and it wasn't mine. I don't even recall how I left that house that night. I dimly recall murmuring something about feeling ill and having to go. I couldn't face them, not my parents, nor Chloe, and particularly not Ethan. So I just left, got into my car, and drove. But I can't recall where I went. I simply needed to get away from them, from the reality of what I had just learned. I felt as if my entire existence was a terrible joke, that nothing made sense anymore, and that I was plummeting into an abyss with no way out. It's been 2 days, and I'm still struggling to process it. I have not faced anyone yet. I haven't spoken to Ethan much since that night. He keeps asking me what's wrong and why I'm so aloof, but I can't even look him in the eye, let alone speak to him. Every time I see him, all I can think of is him and my sister Chloe. How could he have done this to me? How could she and my parents hide it like it didn't matter, as if I didn't exist? I keep revisiting that conversation in my memory, hearing my parents tell Chloe that her mistake would not ruin her life, that it was simply a moment of weakness. But how about my life? How about my marriage? Didn't it matter? Didn't I matter? I feel erased, like I'm a supporting role in a story that should have been mine, but it's always about Chloe. They will always protect her, regardless of what she does or how much she hurts me. And now I'm gathering up the pieces, trying to find out how to move forward after everything I thought I knew has been flipped upside down. I honestly do not know what to do. I'm not sure whether I should face Ethan and demand the truth, or talk to my parents and tell them how much they've wounded me. I'm not sure who to face first. I'm not even sure whether I have the strength to face Chloe. The notion of speaking with her and hearing any explanations she may have for betraying me makes me sick to my stomach. But I can't keep living this way, pretending everything is fine when it isn't. I can't hold this secret inside, allowing it to taint my every thought and moment. Part of me wants to scream at them, telling them how much they've wounded me and damaged. But another part of me wants to leave, run away, and never look back. I'm not sure which segment to listen to. I'm not even sure whether there's a good choice here. All I know is that I am entirely broken, and I have no idea how to put myself back together. My entire life, I've felt like I wasn't good enough, like I didn't matter. And now, after all of this, it appears that has been confirmed. My parents have made it obvious that Chloe will always be their top priority, regardless of what she does or who she hurts. So where does it leave me? How can I move forward when the people who were supposed to love and protect me have repeatedly chosen someone else? I do not have the answers. I wish I had. I wish I knew what to do, how to mend it, or even how to move on. But right now, all I feel is tremendous betrayal and pain, and I have no idea how to stop it. That's why I'm here, writing this post, hoping that someone, anybody, will tell me what to do, since I feel like I'm falling apart and have no idea how to stop it. I understand that it is easy to form an opinion from the outside, and that is exactly what I am seeking for. But on the inside, it feels overwhelming. Update 1. It's been over 2 weeks since my initial post. I have had time to think, feel, and plan. I was initially paralyzed by the agony, uncertainty, and betrayal. However, that immobility has dissipated, giving way to something colder, sharper, and far more frightening. At first, I believed confronting Ethan, Chloe, and my parents would provide some closure. But now I've decided on something completely different. Yes, I will face them, but not by yelling, crying, or demanding explanations. Instead, I want them to feel the suffering I've been through. I desire vengeance. I intend to get my revenge in the most complete manner possible while adhering to the letter of the law. For the past 2 days, I have been meticulous and patient. They believe I know nothing and am a second-rate daughter and wife who simply smiles and agrees on everything. Let them continue to believe that, because in the meantime, I've been working in silence, accumulating proof to back up everything I heard that night. Betrayal always leaves a trail, even if the betrayer believes they have hidden their tracks. And I'm determined to reveal every information they thought was hidden. First, let me tell you about the baby shower. Yes, there was a baby shower. A few days after my last post, my mother contacted me in her typical happy tone, pretending nothing had occurred, as if she hadn't been a part of this tremendous betrayal. She asked if I would host Chloe's baby shower because, to my family, I am essentially a servant, and of course, I would be in charge of it. Perhaps if the circumstances were reversed, she would not have asked my sister to host this event. Yes, she wanted me to commemorate the guy who had ruined my marriage and life. The arrogance left me dumbfounded for a moment. But then it occurred to me that I could turn this to my advantage. This could be an excellent time to lay the groundwork for what's coming. Of course, I agreed. I answered sure, making sure my tone did not reveal my genuine intentions. She was overjoyed, nearly euphoric. "Chloe will be so happy," she remarked. I grinned through the phone, thinking about how thrilled Chloe would be to find out what I had planned for her. But, before I made my move, I needed to gather as much as I could. I became nearly obsessed with discovering every last secret, message, and piece of proof proving exactly what they had done to me. While Ethan slept, I went through his phone, laptop, and even his old backups. At first, I wasn't sure what I'd find. Perhaps they were clever enough to hide their footprints. However, when people believe they have control, they tend to become careless. The first piece of proof appeared in the form of a secret folder on his phone. He thought he was clever by giving it a simple name, but I knew him too well. There were photographs within. Photos of him with Chloe. And, as it turned out, it wasn't a one-time event, but rather an elaborate one. At first glance, some of the images appeared innocent, but others clearly revealed their relationship. My stomach churned as I stared at them, but I didn't stop. Over the next few evenings, I continued digging. Text messages, emails, and archived social media messages. I discovered chats between Chloe and Ethan, some from months ago, when they discussed how careful they had to be to keep me from finding out. Their remarks cut like knives, yet they also fueled me. They had been so casual about it, as if I were just an impediment in their path. But the big shock came when I discovered texts between my parents and Chloe. My mother, in particular, had been actively involved in keeping everything a secret. There were discussions about how Maya did not need to know and the significance of protecting Chloe's reputation. Chloe even provided Ethan screenshots of these communications to reassure him that my parents were on their side and didn't have to worry about me finding out. I felt ill to my stomach when reading it. They didn't care that I was their daughter. All they were concerned about was Chloe's reputation. I've saved everything. Every image, communication, and piece of evidence was now safely kept on my devices. I backed everything up just in case. I was not going to rush. I was going to wait for the right opportunity to strike. Maybe at the baby shower, maybe later. But I'd make certain that when everything came crashing down, it would be catastrophic. They wouldn't know what had hit them. Update 2. It's been about a week since my previous post, and I have so much to share, but I'm not sure where to start. Yesterday's events felt like they happened in a dream, or possibly a nightmare. It depends on whoever you ask. I spent the entire day at Chloe's baby shower, pretending to be the perfect hostess while hiding my inner turmoil. The facade was meticulously designed. I was the devoted sister, happy daughter, and faithful wife. Everyone was present. Family, friends, and Chloe's spouse. None of them had any idea of the impending chaos. The celebration itself was a lavish affair, and my mother was overjoyed, ensuring everything was perfect for tiny Chloe. My parents had no idea that the true present would be for me. A gift that will ruin the neatly crafted universe they had built. I was acutely conscious of my fast-beating heart. My pulse quickened not from exhilaration, but from the impending mayhem. As the day went, I engaged in pleasant conversations, laughed at superficial jokes, and organized the many baby gifts that stacked up on the table. All the while, I was acutely aware of the ticking time bomb about to blow. I could see Chloe enjoying the attention. Her smile would fade quickly, but the more she believed she had gotten away with it, the better my payback would be. The time comes when they cut the cake. Everyone applauded and praised her, and I felt my heart race even faster as I prepared to give Chloe with my special gift. I told everyone it came from the heart, but deep down I knew it came from the depths of my anguish. Then I stood up to address the gathering, and the room became quiet. Chloe smiled at me, clearly excited, as she grabbed for the beautifully wrapped box I had worked so hard to offer. Delicate paper and an elaborate bow were all intended to heighten anticipation and make it appear like a very valuable gift, which it was. People flocked around Chloe to get a better look as she started to open it. Inside were printed photographs of her and Ethan in highly compromising circumstances. Intimate moments captured in time. The types of photos you wouldn't want your family to view. I had deliberately chosen the most damaging ones, those that proved their betrayal in an obvious and indisputable manner. Chloe's countenance changed from joy to perplexity, then fear, as she examined the contents of the box. The atmosphere in the room changed as individuals recognized what was going on and the significance of the shot to everyone involved. Chloe, me, and my husband. But I wasn't finished yet. As rumors began, and people began to question Chloe or me, I pulled back the decorative curtains, displaying enlarged versions of similar images displayed prominently. The truth was now on display for anyone to see. A collection of betrayal, documenting the affair that wrecked my life. Chloe's face went white, blood draining from her cheeks, making her appear ghostly. Her hands trembled as she attempted to comprehend what was occurring. My parents automatically tried to interfere, but I refused to be silenced. I took a deep breath and allowed the words to flow. I recounted the entire affair, including how they had helped cover it up and pretended everything was okay while Chloe betrayed me to my husband. Chloe's husband, absolutely stunned, stormed out of the room, yelling at her, calling her a cheater, and expressing incredulity that she could do all of this. Perhaps it was a similar demonstration and emotion that I experienced as I worked through the entire affair. My parents were speechless, unable to defend their precious child this time. As I revealed the disaster Chloe had made, the universe they had carefully built around her began to crumble. Standing in the crowd, I had a peculiar feeling. A sensation of relief washed over me. Some folks offered me consolation, but I didn't need it at the time. Because I had completed the necessary tasks. So I collected my items and walked away. Update 3. 2 weeks have gone since my last update, and I believe the dust has settled sufficiently to relate what remains of my shock and astonishment at the baby shower, as well as the ramifications for all those engaged in the treachery. The night I revealed everything, I left the party as soon as I finished my presentation. I had no desire to communicate with anyone or face the reactions of individuals who had previously been my family. I had no idea what happened next until Chloe's friend, or rather, her former friend, contacted me a few days later to ask me a few things. This person, one of Chloe's closest confidants, started the talk with a tone ranging from disbelief to disgust. She told me that after what I had revealed, she had realized Chloe's true personality. In her words, if Chloe could fool her own sister with her husband, who can say she won't do the same to her? The betrayal she observed at the party had made her very skeptical, and she felt she couldn't have a friendship with someone like that. During our talk, she sought suggestions on how to examine her spouse to ensure that he was not concealing anything similar. I instructed her to closely examine his social media communications, text messages, and any interactions on his phone that appeared suspect. I also made it obvious that if she discovered anything major, I would wait for her to share. I thought many of you would want to know as well. But that wasn't everything she told me. Apparently, after I left the party, the venue had devolved into a complete battle zone. When Chloe's in-laws saw what was going on, they screamed and made accusations. Chloe's in-laws were outraged and disappointed, spitting harsh and disrespectful comments at her for what she had done. My father, with what dignity he had left, attempted to interfere to protect his daughter, arguing that Chloe was pregnant and that they shouldn't speak to her in that way. But Chloe's father-in-law didn't mince words, retorting that their lovely daughter was nothing more than a whore of Babylon. Let's just say he used a more vulgar term. That phrase struck my father like a dagger, and he lunged at Chloe's father-in-law, wanting to settle matters violently. That didn't go so well for him. Chloe's father-in-law delivered a single punch, knocking him to the ground. He did not lose consciousness, but instead lay on the floor, possibly out of embarrassment or dread of suffering another punch. Not only were the men willing to fight. Chloe's mother-in-law, outraged by what had happened, began to verbally assault my mother, who refused to back down, calling Chloe's father-in-law an ape for beating her husband. This caused the other woman to rush at her. The scene was horrific. I heard that Chloe's mother-in-law tugged my mother's hair so hard that they had to be separated. My mother ended up losing a large amount of her hair, and someone even suggested that she might start thinking about getting wigs. Several people attempted to break up the incident before it developed further. I'll admit that deep down, I regretted not remaining at the party to see how my present was received. It's the same sensation you get when you miss school on the most important day of the year. But, despite my curiosity, I realized it was for the best. I left to keep my head clear and avoid being caught up in guilt and chaos. Surprisingly, Chloe escaped this event bodily unharmed. Not because she didn't deserve it, but because she was pregnant, and all there, even the most enraged, had the self-control not to physically kill her. Though there was a good chance the baby she was carrying was my husband's, it wasn't the child's fault that its mother was such a cheater and traitor. Update 4, my ex-husband, or soon-to-be ex-husband, has made significant improvement. I served him with the divorce papers as soon as I had them processed. He was not pummeled at the party, and I believe he was clever enough to remain mute and attempt to blend in with the crowd. He stayed silent, keeping his head down as if he wished not to be noticed. Apparently, this tactic worked since he escaped the punch from Chloe's father-in-law, which he deserved more than anyone else, especially since her father-in-law was so eager to administer it. When he arrived home, he discovered that all of his stuff had been tossed out on the grass. I did not leave any of his belongings inside. Everything was on the grass, waiting for him to receive the message. He didn't say anything or knock on the door to speak with me. He simply gathered his belongings and departed. At least he took the hint. We are currently waiting to see what will happen to the house after the divorce is official. In the previous 2 weeks, neither my sister nor my family has sought to contact me. Not to apologize, nor to vent their rage on me, which does not surprise me. Even though I was the one who was most affected by all of this, aside from my father's humiliation, they lacked the guilt and regret to reach out and apologize. This verifies what I have always suspected. Whatever happens, Chloe will always be their #1 priority. This public betrayal and humiliation, however devastating, do not appear to be enough to cause them to ponder. I've spent my entire life looking for a place in my family, a way to be recognized and loved, but these incidents have taught me that it will never happen. No matter how badly they harmed me or betrayed my trust, I will always be the daughter they can ignore. Update 5. I like that saying. Everyone has a plan, until they are punched in the face. And this is exactly what happened to my ex-husband. But let me not get ahead of myself and describe what has happened in the last few months. It turns out that Chloe's friend, who I assisted in her inquiry, discovered that her husband was also cheating on her, with my sister. As you would expect, she approached him right away. During the dispute, my pal mentioned that my ex was also involved in the situation. What exactly did her husband do? Without saying anything, he drove straight to my sister's house, where she was living with my ex, because they both assumed the kid she was carrying was his. What comes next is the finest part. The dude punched my ex directly in the face. So, despite avoiding a punch during the party, he eventually received what he deserved. Apparently, my ex chose to sue him for that punch, but I'm not sure what occurred, and frankly, I don't care. My sister's husband left shortly after discovering the situation and filed for divorce. That divorce has yet to be finalized, most likely due to the presence of a baby, which takes longer to complete. My divorce, on the other hand, was finalized approximately a month ago. For those of you who are wondering about the assets, the house we shared was sold, and the proceeds were split evenly. We were not required to pay alimony, and because we did not have children, the process was simplified. I believe that the fact that my divorce was resolved fast exacerbated the stress surrounding my sister. Returning to my ex, after receiving that punch in the face, he received an emotional blow when he discovered that he might not be the father of the child in my sister's womb. In an ironic turn of events, he chose to leave my sister's residence, unable to stomach the thought that she may be cheating on him. This portion makes me giggle, but it also makes me ponder about the reasoning behind adultery and people like it. How can someone who is willing to cheat on their relationship with someone else be hurt when their partner cheats on them? Perhaps I don't understand the envy in that case since, fortunately, I'm a decent person who has never been compelled to betray somebody in that way. His hypocrisy is so obvious it's almost laughable. But the situation doesn't end there, since there's an unforeseen twist. My sister's baby was born, and as you could expect, a DNA test was performed immediately. It comes out that my ex is not the father. The infant was the child of Chloe's best friend's husband, who filed for divorce after learning of the affair. What struck me was that, while this man was the father, there was probably another candidate. Knowing my sister and how she has handled things throughout this, I wouldn't be surprised if there were more contenders for paternity. Honestly, given who my dad and sister are, this is not unusual for them. It is simply another Tuesday for them. They don't care how bizarre the scenario becomes since they are so used to living in chaos and drama. And, no, neither my parents nor my sister have contacted me since. But this time, and only this time, I'm going to give them the benefit of the doubt and assume that it's not because they don't value me as a daughter or sister. Perhaps they're too preoccupied with the calamity they've created for themselves. Update 6. First and foremost, let me to clarify something, as it appears that some people missed the sarcasm in my previous update. When I stated I was giving my family the benefit of the doubt, I was joking. No, I don't believe they've ever actually cared, and even if there wasn't a scandal of this scale, they wouldn't bother to contact you. Moving on, my sister has had to move back in with my parents. Why? Well, the baby's biological father opted not to stay with her, and while he had also been unfaithful, I understood why. Staying with someone as untrustworthy as my sister seems like more of a punishment than a reward. So, alone and with a baby, she returned to the only location where she was still warmly welcomed, my parents' house. My sister's divorce resulted in a favorable outcome for my former brother-in-law. The house they shared was sold, and he was not required to pay child support or alimony. I believe this was the best-case scenario for him. Now he can leave this situation with no financial or personal links to my sister. It's as if life gave him a one-way ticket, and I can't imagine a happier ending for him. Chloe's buddy likewise concluded her divorce, and things appear to have settled down in terms of peace and counting punches. Despite everything that has happened, it is evident that many of the characters in this story deserve another punch. For the time being, the reality TV shows have come to an end, but the memories will live on in the minds and on the faces of all those involved. I worked hard for years to buy my first car. One day later, my brother stole the keys, took it for a ride, and completely wrecked it. I had spent my entire youth scrimping and saving, skipping vacations, ignoring impulse buys, and driving my beat-up old sedan into the ground, just so I could finally afford the one thing I'd always wanted. A brand new car, completely mine, paid for with my own hard-earned money. The moment I signed the paperwork and the dealer handed me the keys, I felt something I hadn't felt in a long time. Pure, unadulterated pride in myself. I ran my fingers along the smooth, gleaming hood, inhaled the intoxicating scent of fresh leather seats, and thought, this is mine. Every part of it, every detail, is mine. I hadn't even owned the car for a full day before my younger brother Jason decided my happiness was his for the taking. Jason, the child who'd been coddled and cosseted his entire life, had never broken a sweat for anything, never taken responsibility, and never faced a consequence that my parents couldn't sweep under the rug. He was the type to treat other people's things as if they were his by default, because that's how life had always worked for him. When I drove into my parents' driveway that evening to show off the car, Jason was already there, leaning against the garage with that familiar smirk of his. He barely even looked up from his phone when I parked. "Nice ride," he said, pushing himself off the wall and sauntering over, peering through the driver's side window as if he'd already decided the car belonged to him. "What's the mileage?" "Less than 100, I said, trying to keep my voice neutral even though I could already feel my patience wearing thin. Jason let out a low whistle, nodding appreciatively, and then, without asking, reached for the handle and pulled the door open. "Let me take it for a spin." I immediately lunged to slam the door shut before he could climb in, shaking my head firmly. "No way, I just got it. You're not driving it?" Jazz rolled his eyes, as if I'd just told him he couldn't borrow $1. Oh, come on, Emily, don't be such a control freak. It's just a car. Exactly, I retorted. It's just a car that I busted my ass to buy. You don't get to just take it. But Jason was never the type to hear no and accept it. He just smirked, shrugged, and backed away. But there was something in his expression that sent a warning chill down my spine, as if he already had a backup plan. I should have trusted my gut. Sorry for interrupting, but please like and subscribe. That night, I left the car keys on the entryway table for a few minutes while I went upstairs to get something from my room. When I came back down, the keys were gone, and so was my car. My hands clenched into fists as the realization set in. Jason? I stormed outside, my heart hammering, but by then he was long gone, the screech of tires echoing in the distance. I pulled out my phone and called his number, but I only got voicemail, over and over again. I was still fuming when, 2 hours later, my phone finally rang, but it wasn't Jason's number, it was an unfamiliar one. I answered, bracing myself. Miss Anderson, a deep voice, calm but serious, said. This is Officer Reynolds with the County Police Department. I'm calling about a vehicle registered under your name. My stomach dropped. What's happened? There's been an accident. A pause. The driver is unharmed, but the vehicle sustained significant damage. My grip tightened on the phone. Who was driving? The officer hesitated for only a second before answering. A young man identifying himself as Jason Anderson. I didn't even remember driving to the scene of the accident. One moment, I was standing in my parents' entryway, gripping my phone with white knuckles. The next I was pulling up behind flashing police lights, my pulse a steady drum of rage. And there he was, my brother, standing next to what was left of my brand new car, arms crossed, looking utterly unfazed. The front bumper was destroyed, the hood crumpled, and one of the headlights was shattered. My beautiful perfect car was ruined, and Jason was standing there like it was nothing. I got out of my beat-up old sedan, slamming the door harder than I meant to, my hands shaking as I walked towards him. What the hell did you do? Jason finally turned to face me, and then, in the single most infuriating moment of my entire life, he smirked. Tough luck, he said, shrugging as if he'd just dropped my ice cream cone, not totaled my car. But hey, don't freak out. Mom and Dad will make you forgive me. I felt those words hit me like a slap in the face. Mom and Dad will make me forgive him. It wasn't an apology. It wasn't even an acknowledgement of what he'd done. It was a smug, arrogant declaration that no matter how angry I was, no matter how much damage he'd caused, it wouldn't matter, because my parents would smooth things over, just like they always did. I took a slow, measured breath, forcing down my rage, my hands clenched at my sides, my pulse thundering in my ears. That was the moment something inside me snapped. I wasn't going to let him get away with it this time. Not this time. Has your sibling ever thought they could get away with anything? Tell me in the comments. I'm done leaking. I woke up the next morning with a splitting headache, my body still tense with the sheer frustration of the night before. My mind replayed every detail of that awful encounter at the crash site, my brother's smirking face haunting me like a nightmare that refused to end. My car, the brand new, hard-earned car, was gone, destroyed in an instant by someone who had never worked a day in his life, someone who had never faced a single consequence, someone who genuinely believed that my anger was nothing more than an inconvenience to his day. I knew, even before I stepped out of bed, that my parents would be calling me, that they'd demand a conversation, that they'd try to smooth this over like they always did, as if Jason's actions were just another minor mistake that we could forget about if I'd only be reasonable like a good daughter should be. Sure enough, the moment I checked my phone, I saw 3 missed calls from Mom, 2 from Dad, and a text message from Jason that was so arrogant, I had to read it twice to believe my own eyes. Stop being dramatic, Em. It's just a car. Mom and Dad said they'll sort it out, so stop acting like it's the end of the world. No apology, no remorse, not even the slightest acknowledgement that he'd done anything wrong. Just pure entitlement dripping from every word, as if the real problem wasn't that he'd stolen and wrecked my property, but that I had dared to make a big deal out of it. I swallowed my rage, forcing myself to breathe slowly, reminding myself that getting worked up over a text message wasn't going to help me right now. Jason was always like this, and I knew exactly where he'd learned it. I drove to my parents' house. My knuckles were white as I gripped the steering wheel of my ancient backup car. My stomach churned with a mixture of anger and weariness, already knowing exactly how this conversation was going to go. I walked in without knocking, dispensing with pleasantries, finding my parents sitting stiffly at the kitchen table, their expressions a perfect blend of forced concern and thinly veiled exasperation, as if I was the problem here, as if my reaction was what needed to be fixed. Jason sat slumped on one of the chairs, scrolling through his phone, looking completely unbothered, as if he was waiting for this whole thing to blow over so he could get on with his life, while I was left to pick up the pieces of what he'd ruined. My mother sighed heavily, setting down her coffee cup as if she was already exhausted by my presence, rubbing her temples as if she was the victim in all of this. "Emily, honey, we need to talk about the situation. Because this anger you're holding on to isn't healthy for anyone." I felt something cold in my chest, something quiet but dangerous, a slow-burning fury that I'd carried for years but had never fully allowed myself to acknowledge until now. "My anger?" I repeated, my voice strangely calm, my hands resting on the back of an empty chair, gripping the wood so tightly that my fingers ached. "You think my anger is the problem here?" My father let out a long sigh, exchanging a quick glance with my mother. Their silent communication made it painfully clear that they were united in this, that their decision had already been made before I'd even walked through the door. "Sweetheart," he said, his voice dripping with condescension, as if I were a child throwing a tantrum over a broken toy. "It's just a car. Jason didn't mean to crash it, and we don't think it's fair to punish him so harshly for something that was clearly an accident." I felt something inside me snap, something that had been held together by sheer force of will for years, something that had been stretched and pulled and torn one too many times. "He stole it," I said, my voice flat, devoid of emotion, because if I let myself feel anything, I knew I would explode. I told him no. He took my keys anyway. He stole my car, wrecked it, and then smirked at me because he knew you'd cover for him, just like you always do. Jason sighed dramatically, finally looking up from his phone, rolling his eyes as if the entire conversation wasn't worthy of him. "Jesus, Em, you're acting like I murdered someone," he muttered, shaking his head, his arrogance radiating from him in waves. "I messed up, okay? Get over it?" My mother reached out, placing a gentle hand on mine, her eyes pleading, her expression carefully crafted into something that looked like love but was really just manipulation wrapped in a prettier package. "Emily, he's your brother," she said softly, tilting her head as if she was speaking to a toddler in need of correction. "I know you're upset, but family forgives, sweetheart. That's what we do. We forgive each other." I stared at her, at the sheer audacity of those words, at the way she had so effortlessly placed the responsibility on me to fix what Jason had done, as if my feelings were an inconvenience, as if my hard work meant nothing, as if my sacrifices didn't matter, as long as Jason was happy. I realized in that moment that I had spent my entire life being conditioned to accept this treatment, to believe that my needs came second, that my anger was unjustified, that my pain was something I had to swallow quietly for the sake of keeping the family peace. But I wasn't that person anymore. I wasn't going to let them guilt me into submission this time. So, I did something I'd never done before. I smiled. It was small, just a flicker of amusement, but it was enough to make my mother pause, enough to make Jason glance at me with something almost resembling suspicion. "You know what?" I said, my voice light, my expression deceptively calm, because I'd already made up my mind. "You're absolutely right, Mom. Family forgives, and I don't want to hold on to this anger anymore." I watched as relief flooded their faces, as Jason's smirk returned, as they all leaned back in their chairs, convinced that they'd won, that they had successfully broken me down into the version of myself that they preferred. But they had no idea what I was planning. They had no idea that behind my pleasant smile and my easy agreement, I was already putting things in motion. I was going to make Jason pay for what he did. He just didn't know it yet. I had spent my entire life being told that family comes first, that forgiveness is a virtue, that holding grudges only leads to bitterness. But as I sat in my car outside the insurance office, gripping the steering wheel so tightly my knuckles turned white, I realized that those rules had only ever applied to me. Jason had never been expected to forgive or compromise or sacrifice, because Jason had never faced real consequences. Not once. Not ever. Not in all the years he had coasted through life on a wave of other people cleaning up his messes. But that was about to change. And for the first time in my life, I wasn't going to be the one left picking up the pieces. When I walked into the insurance office, the air conditioning blasted against my skin, a stark contrast to the fire simmering in my chest, the calculated rage that had been fueling me since the moment Jason had sneered in my face and told me our parents would make me forgive him. The woman at the desk barely looked up as she typed something into her computer, her voice clipped and professional as she asked how she could help. I took a deep breath, steadying myself before speaking, knowing that once I set this in motion, there would be no going back. "I need to file a claim for my car," I said, keeping my tone even, my expression carefully neutral. She nodded, clicking a few more times before glancing up at me. "Was it an accident?" Do you have a police report? Yes, there's a report, I said, my pulse steady, my decision unwavering. And I need to report it as unauthorized use. That made her pause. She blinked once, tilting her head slightly as if trying to determine whether she'd misheard me. Unauthorized use, she repeated, her voice laced with a note of curiosity. Are you saying your vehicle was stolen? I could have said yes, but I knew better than to lie outright, especially when the truth was just as damning. I never gave permission for him to take it, I clarified, choosing my words carefully, making sure there was no room for misinterpretation. I explicitly told him he couldn't drive my car, and he took it anyway. That's theft, isn't it? The woman hesitated for only a second before nodding slowly, typing something into her system, her gaze flicking towards the screen as she read through what I assumed were company policies on situations like this. If you can provide proof that you denied him permission and he took the vehicle regardless, then yes, this qualifies as unauthorized use. I reached into my purse, pulling out my phone, my fingers moving swiftly as I pulled up the text messages from Jason, the ones where I'd told him no, the ones where he'd laughed it off like my words meant nothing. I turned the screen towards her, watching as she read over the messages, her eyebrows raising slightly before she nodded again. This should be sufficient, she said, her voice now purely professional, her fingers moving over the keyboard with precision. Since you're filing for unauthorized use, the liability will not fall on you, it will transfer to the driver. The liability would transfer to Jason. The reality of it sank in slowly, like warm honey drizzling over the cold steel of my fury, coating it in something rich and satisfying. Jason, who had spent his entire life escaping responsibility, was finally going to have to answer for something. Jason, who had laughed in my face and told me I would have to forgive him, was about to learn what it felt like when the world didn't bend to his will. How much are we talking about? I asked, keeping my voice steady, though inside, my heart was thrumming with a strange, unfamiliar thrill. The woman glanced at her screen, adjusting her glasses before answering. Well, given the extent of the damage, the estimated total he'll be responsible for is somewhere between $30,000 and $40,000. As I inhaled $30,000 to $40,000, I felt victorious. Jason was never punished, simply slapped on the wrist. I wouldn't move to stop that weight from falling on him. After leaving work, the sun was brighter, the air was sharper, and I felt happy for the first time since this nightmare began. I felt strong. Feeling free. Later that night, I scrolled through social media in my apartment, narrowing my eyes when I saw Jason's latest post, a photo of him and his friends at a bar with drinks and his usual arrogant caption. A few cocktails can fix a bad day. Some need to relax and move on. Life's too short for small worries. Little things? The sheer audacity of it sent a ripple of laughter through me, a sound so foreign that it startled me for a moment before I leaned back against the couch, shaking my head in amusement. Jason felt he won. He thought it was over. He believed our parents had saved him again, that everything would be well, and that I had swallowed my anger and moved on as usual. Before the insurance claim was approved, Jason wouldn't know I wasn't letting it go. Jason learned the hard way this time, and he discovered what I did too late. At dinner, I felt their expectations suffocating me, as if they had decided this would be my night to conform. My mother decorated the table like a holiday gathering with candles, roasted chicken, and buttery mashed potatoes to underscore that this was a family night of reconciliation and a scene meticulously constructed to smooth over an unneeded disagreement. My father led the table with his usual controlled yet easygoing demeanor. However, I understood why we were here, why this supper had been scheduled so soon after the accident, and why Jason sat across from me with that insufferable smirk and his phone next to his plate, as if he couldn't pretend it mattered. I knew it was coming. The speech they had all practiced, the words they would use to convince me that my wrath was unwarranted, that my reaction was overblown, and that Jason deserved my forgiveness because he was family. I sat there with my hands in my lap and a large envelope between my fingers under the table, feeling only an uncomfortable serenity because, unlike them, I knew how this evening would end. Jason spoke first, his voice dripping with adolescent arrogance, his remarks condescending, and his smirk growing as he sat back in his chair, arms crossed over his chest. Have you calmed down? Or are you still having a tantrum about a foolish car? I didn't notice the comments since I anticipated him to make a joke and try to make me look crazy in front of our parents. I tilted my head, giving him a weak, unreadable smile, watching as his confidence grew in the face of what he thought was submission, and my parents looked happy, thinking they had won. Emily, sweetheart, I know this has been a stressful situation for you, but we really need to put this behind us as a family, my mother said with a dramatic sigh, sounding exasperated but gentle, as if she were the only one with the patience to deal with me. Jason made a mistake, but your anger won't help. My father, ever the voice of reason and always level-headed and realistic, nodded as he carved his chicken without glancing up from his plate. Emily, life is too short for this. The car is just a car. Things can be replaced, but not family. Jason seemed to enjoy my apparent defeat, his ego growing with each passing second and his sneer getting more unpleasant. He swirled his fork, seeming to frown. Seriously, calm. I swear you always overreacted and exaggerated. I crashed a car, not your life. You'll heal. After he laughed, my mother comforted me across the table, and my father nodded in approval of Jason's words. I cautiously removed the envelope from under the table and presented it to Jason. All three stopped when thick paper touched polished wood. Jason hardly looked up, shaking his head and rolling his eyes like I was being dramatic, like whatever I was about to do couldn't possibly be worth his time. Is this an angry letter about how I injured you? Read it, I said simply, my voice even, my expression unreadable. My tone must have grabbed his attention because, for the first time that night, his delight diminished and his smirk faltered as he hesitated before tearing open the envelope. After pulling out the papers and scanning the phrases across the top, his face lost color so quickly that it was almost delightful to watch, almost poetic in its irony. I watched in silence as his hands tightened around the pages, as his mouth opened and closed without sound, as his entire posture shifted from smug arrogance to quiet dawning horror. My mother frowned, confusedly staring between us, tightening her fingers on mine. Emily, what's this? Jason muttered, wrinkled documents in his hand. You did what? I sipped my wine, letting the stillness make them uncomfortable and weigh Jason's shoulders before speaking softly and politely. Brother, the insurance report is final. The one that officially declares you guilty. Tension suffocated the air instantaneously. The truth hit my parents. My father looked up from his plate, his fork frozen halfway to his mouth, his eyes sharp and calculating, trying to figure out how Jason had gone from untouchable to accountable. My mother removed her palm from mine and glanced through the papers in despair, her breath quickening as she read the black ink numerals. For the first time, Jason looked afraid, and I was more pleased than ever. Jason pulled back from the table, shaking the cutlery, and his chair scraped loudly across the floor. He gasped, his face contorted in surprise and rage, and his hands crumpled the insurance paper. He remained there, his chest rising and falling, glaring at me with something that seemed almost like betrayal, as if I had wronged him by refusing to roll over and accept what he had done, as if my boldness in forcing him face the repercussions of his actions was the actual. His voice was low and wrathful when he spoke. Emily, this isn't funny. Tell me you're kidding. I waited to respond, watching his face flash worry and looking from me to our parents like he expected them to intercede before things got out of hand. My mother's lips were slightly parted, her fingers held her blouse, and her gaze darted around the documents in front of her, looking for a way out or information to end this. Always calm, my father breathed deeply and placed his palms on the table. Though steady, his voice was dangerously close to frustration. Emily, he murmured, his gaze piercing and weighted with expectation, as usual when he wanted me to fold. This is too far. That sibling retribution is severe and vengeful. Jason chuckled bitterly, raking his fingers through his hair as he left the table and paced like a caged beast, shaking his head in bewilderment. This is ridiculous, you're ruining my life over a car. I leaned back in my chair, arms crossed across my chest, expressionless, voice calm. No, Jason, I won't wreck your life, I won't clean up your trash this time. My mother inhaled sharply, her hand flying to her chest, as if I had physically struck her, her eyes wide with disbelief, as if she couldn't believe I was refusing to play the role she had assigned me since childhood. The responsible one, the one who forgave, smoothed things over, and sacrificed so Jason never had to. Sweetheart, this is going to follow him for years, she muttered, shivering, her fingers closing around the papers as if to erase them. The financial load of insurance claims can ruin a person's credit, future, and ability to... Mom, I interjected, my voice harsher, my tolerance eroding, my hands pressing against the table to prevent erupting. So he can coast through life without consequences. So he can take everything he wants without bothering about others. To keep letting you and Dad shield him from reality. Jason smacked his hands into his chair back, lips gritting, body so tense I thought he would break in half. He exclaimed, "You're honestly acting like I killed someone," his eyes burning and voice quivering. "My error. Your car was stolen and wrecked. I was a jerk about it. I realize what happened, but you..." He shook the papers in my mother's hands, rageful. "You attempted to make things worse for me." Those words sparked a hidden anger I had been holding for years. I slowly stood up, staring at him, my voice quiet but immovable, my rage steely and exact. If you didn't care when I lost what I worked for, why should I care now that you're losing something? The words hit him harder than I expected, knocking the breath from his lungs, his expression momentarily faltering, a flicker of something almost like regret flashing across his face, but it was gone just as quickly, buried beneath layers of entitlement, of anger, of the unwavering belief that I was the one being unfair. My father exhaled and stroked his temples as if my cave reluctance frustrated him. Emily, I know you're mad, but this is wrong. The family. Nobody hurts each other. Shaking my head, I laughed sourly with crossed arms. None of us hurt each other? Dad, that's amusing because you let Jason hurt me. Jason scowled and grabbed his hair like he was pulling it out. He murmured, I don't have that amount of money, quivering his voice as he realized, how am I expected to pay? For the first time that night I smiled, but it was cold, hard, and unforgiving. Figure it out, I said, turning my back on him and striding toward the door, refusing to look back or show him any hesitation in my expression. My mother yelled after me, pleading with me to think this through, be sensible and not tear the family apart, but I didn't stop, turn, or delay. Jason stole from me and would return it for the first time, like it or not. I could imagine Jason pacing in his overpriced apartment, running his hands through his hair, calling our parents every hour to fix this, just like they had fixed everything else for him, never considering that maybe this was too much. Days passed, but Jason didn't call, text, or try to reach out. I knew my parents had money, but I knew they couldn't spend $40,000 without sacrificing, digging into their security accounts, and upsetting their comfortable lifestyles. I know my parents disliked discomfort. When Jason arrived at my flat, I recognized him without looking through the peephole. My assumptions were confirmed by the violent hammering on my door, the impatient huff of breath from the other side, and the whining through the wood. I waited to answer, letting him simmer, letting the stillness make him worry if I would even acknowledge him, and letting him feel my rage and powerlessness when he stole my car and smashed it without consideration. When I answered the door, I saw him looking disheveled with larger circles under his eyes, his normally confident posture somewhat stooped, and his fingers twitching at his sides, like he was barely keeping himself together. I leaned against the doorframe, crossed my arms, arched an eyebrow, and looked neutral. Something wrong, Jason? His jaw clenched at my words, his eyes burning with something dark, frightening, and like a last-ditch attempt at control. You must undo this, he said in a quiet, anxious voice. I don't care what you want, remove this. I breathed calmly through my nose, shaking my head slightly, my countenance consistent and my patience non-existent. It's done, I said calmly. You'd need a lawyer and $30,000 to fight it, and we know you don't have either. For a fleeting second, I saw something in his face shatter, a tiny fracture in his lifelong map of confidence, a flare of pure, unfiltered panic he couldn't control. As swiftly as it emerged, it was gone, replaced by wrath, resentment, and his usual protective attitude when things went wrong. The loud, bitter chuckle came as he ran both hands through his hair before lowering them to his sides, shoulders strained, breathing irregular. You hate me so much? He demanded, his voice increasing and his composure eroding. You really believe I deserve my life destroyed over a car? I inclined my head, eyeing him with a chilly, detached, and apathetic enjoyment. Jason, you wrecked my automobile without thinking. Why should I worry about damaging your bank account? He clenched his fists, flared his nostrils, shook with rage, and cried out in despair. This is unjust, Emily. You're punishing me for something minor. Okay, my error. And foolish error. Your actions are evil, premeditated, and insane. I felt my lips twitch, not quite a smile, not quite anything at all, just a small, satisfied acknowledgement of the irony of the moment, of the way Jason was finally experiencing something he had never once considered before. Accountability. You'll figure it out, I muttered, shifting my weight onto one foot and speaking gently, almost dismissively. You always do that? Jason had nothing to say for the first time in his life when his phone buzzed in his pocket before I could close the door. I saw his expression change into fear, his fingers trying to get it out, and his eyes scanning the screen with uncertainty and dread. Leaning nonchalantly against the doorframe, I saw his expression darken, jaw tighten, and fingers hold the phone so firmly that his knuckles turned white. What's wrong, Jason? His mouth opened slightly, like he wanted to say something, but no words came out, just a sharp, uneven breath, just the sound of his own world crumbling around him, and I knew in that exact moment that he had finally gotten the message I had been waiting for him to receive. The one from his employer, informing him that his reckless behavior had raised concerns, explaining that his recent promotion was now being re-evaluated, and making it clear that Jason was totally alone for the first time. I didn't wait for him to look up at me, see his complete understanding, or hear his pitiful justification or desperate appeal. I gently closed the door in his face with a leisurely, knowing, happy smile. The golden sister ditched her kids for a sugar daddy, then threatened my job, but I recorded her and reported it all to CPS. Seriously, where to start? I sometimes think my life is a twisted soap opera. Not luxurious palaces and villains. Every trailer park character has a secret, a grudge, and many awful mistakes. Allow me to explain. My name is Eleanor, but everyone calls me Ellie. I don't always think positively. But my sister Bianca is different. She left her kids with me for 8 weeks, so I acted. Golden children are never as pure as their parents think. Bianca always won as a child and got away with being mean to me because she was the golden miracle child. My sister was attractive because she had lovely eyes and thick curls. Dolores, my mother, compared our looks forever. I have straight hair and dark eyes. After we were teens, my mom loved comparing us. She kept telling me to dress like Bianca and teach me makeup. If I asked her for help looking beautiful, she would bully and tease me. So we grew up resentful of each other. Bianca gravitated toward my mother's worst traits, while I rejected them. I think my mom's constant praise for her beauty turned her into a horrible person who thinks she can get away with anything. I have low self-esteem and am quiet as an adult because my mom compared us and put me down. I've been in therapy to strengthen my spine. Even though it's hard for me to stand up for myself in my relationships for the first time, I feel like my family screwed me up. I struggle to maintain healthy friendships and love connections. After learning the truth, my parents told me to let bygones be bygones, and not even Bianca was given out. I realized then how much they preferred her over me. Her only request was to take something from me. I felt like no man would ever defend me or consider me as valuable because my dad, Arthur, saw my mom mentally abuse me my whole life. Being the ugly sister meant I had no social life and spent all my time studying. I graduated high school with a 4.0 and got a full ride at my top university, which was great because my mom told me the night before I started high school that she was paying for Bianca's college since she was the oldest, but I would have to pay for community college. I cried and asked her why she didn't love me as much as she loved Bianca, and she said she did, but I spent all day excited to tell my parents about my scholarship. I suppose I was glad to have something Bianca didn't. My parents didn't mind her partying and getting bad grades in high school, and she only went to college because they could afford it. Her grades were so bad she wasn't going to a good one. After I told my parents about my scholarship, Arthur said nice job, and my mom didn't look up from her phone or respond. She ignored me for a week. I tried to ask her why she was furious at me for getting a college scholarship, but she ignored me and went into another room. Her hatred for me winning a scholarship when most parents would be thrilled was extreme. Why am I messed up and resenting her? Whatever. I realized how alone I was and how much my family wanted me to feel secluded then. Why did my mom hate me for life and make me hate myself? One of my darkest days was when I earned my scholarship and wept myself to sleep, accepting that I would never have a family who loved me like Bianca. I hated her for it. That night, I journaled my life goals until sunrise. It relieved the sting, but I still carry that mess. Instead of throwing myself a pity party and begging my parents for love and attention, I would focus on my studies as I always did and give myself something they couldn't. Stability, independence, intellect, and education. I graduated with honors, interned for a great company right out of college, and when I got home for the holidays, I would tell my family how I was doing and get occasional praises from extended family, but my parents never acknowledged or congratulated me on my adult accomplishments. I knew telling my mom about my high position at work or my salary would make her hate me more, but I told my dad, Arthur, and one year he said he was delighted. At Christmas dinner one year, my uncle congratulated me on a promotion I told him about earlier that day and a big raise at the company. He heard me talk about buying my first house and was surprised by the friendly congratulations from my uncle and other extended family members. My mom interrupted me when another cousin asked me where I was house hunting and said, "This is boring. Can we change the subject?" Then she murmured, "It's probably not even true anyway." Very supportive mother. My family enjoyed my social media post after buying my house later that year, except for my mom, Dolores, who was probably angry because my sister had a very different life than me. My parents paid for her college education after high school, but she failed out and got pregnant by her first boyfriend. My parents may have asked her to terminate the pregnancy, but she kept it and tried to work with her 4-month-old baby dad. When I saw her post about having a second child, I had to hold back tears since I knew the baby would be born into a poisonous environment since my sister and her baby dad were so bad. I encountered him around the holidays, But he never remembered my name or spoke to me. Despite not bringing anything, he brought trays of food home every year. Bianca and I didn't talk after we left our parents' house, so our relationship didn't improve. I had Bianca on social media, and when we saw one another during the holidays, she made unpleasant comments about my weight and clothes. I suppose she was projecting since I wear a lot of designer outfits and cycle through designer purses. She kept asking me what phony purse I brought this time. I rolled my eyes so hard I thought they would come out when she looked me up and down and said, "I see you're dressed up again, like the stuck-up bitch you are." The rudeness was outrageous. Despite her small children, she would humiliate me in front of them with curses and everything. I don't feel bad saying my sister is trash or for what I did after she left her kids on my doorstep. After a long work week, I was relaxing in my house one weekend morning when my doorbell rang. My sisters, Daniel, 10, and Samuel, 7, were waiting on my front porch with overnight bags. They told me their mom was on vacation for 8 weeks and that I was watching them. Since my nephews were cool, quiet, and puzzled, I let them inside while I called my sister. Bianca ignored my first 10 calls, but I persisted until she answered. I told her I wouldn't watch her kids and would call CPS if she didn't pick them up right away. She dropped a bombshell while I was Googling CPS on speaker. After she threatened to contact my job and tell them I wasn't taking my bipolar medication and fire me, I hung up and thought about what to do. Stress made me think my skull might burst. A month later, I was going to Australia to visit my long-distance boyfriend Oliver. I have no idea who to call other than my mom, Dolores, and she usually sided with my sister, so I shouldn't have been surprised. I told my mom that my sister hadn't even dropped off her kids, and she stated they were old enough to come to my house alone. My mom started guilting me, claiming my sister has done a lot for me and I ought to help her one time as I never did. That drove me insane, and I screamed at her to tell me one time my sister helped me or improved my life. I informed my mom that she and my sister had never supported me and treated me like an unwashed dog in their house. If necessary, I requested my mom visit me so I could leave her in my house while I flew to Australia as my nephew's caregivers. I doubted my sister would bring her kids back from her trip because she dumped them on me. Dolores, my mom, arrived at my house cold and glared at me. In my living room, my mom informed me I was being a horrible sister again and lectured me on family support. I ignored my mom's gibberish and questioned what kind of trip my sister was on that was so essential that she would neglect her kids and leave them with someone who hated her. I told my mom everything seemed unusual and suspicious, and my sister abandoning 2 tiny kids for 8 weeks felt improper. I wanted the truth if I was participating without consent. Mom's face changed, and she said my sister wasn't on vacation. Her sugar dad flew her away. I laughed thinking she was joking, but she was serious. Because I was emotionally exhausted, I freaked out on my mom and asked how she could be okay. I told her she had a loser daughter who departed the country to see a sugar daddy instead of working to support her kids. Mom countered me and defended my sister again. Even if I had a lot of money or a beautiful house, I would always be the ugly duckling compared to Bianca, born ugly and dying ugly. I had to stop myself from seizing her shirt and shoving her out of my house after she said that. I yelled at my mom to leave, but she refused, and when I tried to get her out, she pushed me into a coffee table with one of my favorite vases, which Oliver gave me the last time he visited. I got DoorDash for everyone and let them watch movies and play video games in my living room until they passed out. When I finally reached her, I yelled at her for ruining my life and mentioned CPS again. Bianca laughed sinisterly over the phone and told me I could watch her kids or lose my job. She said I was nothing without my job and would be a loser without it. This hurt because it was true. I had a degree and a good resume, but I associated it with my work success and would do anything to keep it. I cried and asked my sister why she despised me and left her kids for a sugar daddy. She suggested she could make millions from a sugar daddy in 2 months, so I didn't care. She was probably attempting to break me down and make me feel tiny, so I gave up. Actually, it was functioning. After a final threat of contacting my employment, my sister hung up on me, and I broke down in tears again, realizing I had no power over her. In private upstairs, I called my sweetheart, Oliver, while my nephews watched a movie in the family room. I cried and told him everything after my nephews were left on my porch. I sobbed as I told him about my sister's threats, my mom's hatred, and how she trapped me. My partner, who lives across the world, made me feel loved and supported and was my only ally. He said my sister was maybe committing multiple crimes by abandoning her kids and intimidating me with professional blackmail and needed proof. He recommended me to call my sister again and urge her to repeat her warning concerning the fake medical claims, but secretly record the conversation as evidence. Oliver knew about my background with my sister and my parents and said my sister was definitely unstable and could act on her threat at any time, so I should prepare. I was terrified, but he was right. I knew my sister was insane more than anyone, so I followed his plan while being emotionally overwhelmed. Still, I wanted my nephews to feel safe and cared for. I understood what it was like to be a child in an unwanted household, and I didn't want to make these innocent little guys linked to me feel that way. I played a multiplayer video game with them downstairs and enjoyed it. When I learned how to play first-person shooters, they were shocked and laughed as I killed after kill. After a hectic weekend, I wasn't expecting to bond with them, but when we ordered pizza and competed to eat the most pepperoni, I found I adored the two tiny guys. They were unlike their mother. Even though I knew my sister couldn't have been a good mom, they were both polite and sweet, hilarious little guys, even though it took them a long time to open up. They always said please and thank you and cleaned up well. While hanging out with my nephews in the afternoon, I saw that they both had holes in their socks and that my older nephew's pants were too small. I found all the clothes my sister had brought for them to be too old or undersized for the boys. Again, I wasn't surprised that my sister was a cheap, irresponsible parent, so I took my nephews shopping for new clothes. I nearly stabbed myself several times at the mall because my nephews burst out of their shells and ran around excitedly. I remember being ignored as a child, so I wanted them to feel like they could have anything they wanted and that I was there for them and wanted to make them happy. When we passed a window and they wanted to go into a store, we went in and I bought them whatever they wanted. After I gave them the switches, they both cried and hugged me, and I saw Daniel, 10, crying again on the way home and asked him if he was okay. He asked me why I was so nice to them and why they deserved it. I told him they were my boys and kids, so they deserve happiness. He started crying more and said he was mad at his mom for separating us. This hurt my heart, and I told him I was sorry. After a large dinner at home, they played switches together all night. I left them alone in the living room to phone my sister again in my room to execute my boyfriend's plan. The phone call was easy to push toward the medical accusation, but I attempted to keep cool while wanting to call my sister every name in the book. When I mentioned CPS again, my sister freaked out and threatened me, claiming I would get fired for being a crazy secret and that nobody would know if she was lying about taking my medication. She kept telling me that nobody would believe a crazy sick like me and that I didn't deserve my work. I suspect my sister was high during this call since she sounded strung up and kept repeating odd stuff. After getting what I needed from the conversation, I hung up on my sister since she kept claiming I didn't deserve anything in life. Whatever. I ignored her statements to record the entire call. My sister was videotaped indicating she would submit bogus medical claims to my employer. I recognized how smart my partner was to advise collecting this video, and I emotionally prepared for the impact if my sister followed through on her threat. After the recording, I tried to relax and put my nephews to bed. I called CPS as soon as the line opened the next morning and explained everything. I told them my sister abandoned her children and we were estranged. I even claimed she had abandoned them under false pretenses and then used manipulation and compulsion to get me to care for them. CPS shocked me by being helpful, so I shared the recording. I don't know why I answered my mom's phone the next day, but I got into another massive phone battle with her because I was still bewildered and emotionally weak. My mom hung up when I told her I called CPS so my sister would pay for her treatment of me. After I had a terrible night, my receptionist told me that my boss had arranged an urgent meeting with me before lunch the next morning. I was apprehensive, but I knew it was coming. It was obvious that in the meeting, my two superiors and a new boss looked at me suspiciously and told me that a trustworthy family member had told them I may be unmedicated for a severe mental disorder. They told me they had been provided extensive details about my past mental breaks and were worried about me having a psychotic break at work. I was prepared for this meeting. My briefcase contained my doctor's letter and medication schedule documentation for my managers. I had over 5 years of proof that I never missed a prescription pickup date and had regular moods and medicines. Primary care physician, therapist, and psychiatrist confirmed. I briefly but comprehensively informed my supervisors of my family's problems and my sister's mental health issues and assured them the claims were unfounded and that my medical records would verify my stability. My bosses took a moment to read through all the material, but once they realized that I had medical evidence from different MDs, they looked satisfied and apologized for calling me into this meeting, stating that they had to perform their due diligence before closing this case. My one supervisor even congratulated me on a successful quarter and brags about my accomplishments to the other supervisors, making me look wonderful. I giggled at how well the conference went despite its objective and thought about my sister's silly plan failing. I smiled dumbly every time I thought about calling my sister after work to tell her plan had failed, so I couldn't focus on my work. When I got back to my car that day, I called my sister and almost cried laughing as I told her the meeting had only taken 15 minutes since she sounded mad and idiotic on the phone and my bosses had never believed her. My sister was outraged and accused me of lying to save face after thinking I had been fired. This made me laugh harder, and I told her she had failed at firing me like everything else. Her children were upset because she could only lie and fail at 40. My sister lost it again and called me the B word and C word, stating I had betrayed her and that she was catching the first plane back to make me regret all I did to her. I laughed after the conversation, but when I got home and saw my nephews, who were happier since having DoorDash, I knew this could become worse. I only knew my sister was insane and coming home to avenge me. I realized I was worried about the future. I worried about my sister because she had little to lose and was unstable. I thought about my nephews. I considered contacting CPS wrong. I wish my sister had lost her passport abroad and never returned. I had become closer to my nephews in the past few days, so I knew their departure would ache. I loathed leaving. I didn't want them back with my sister. Because she was doing what my mom did to me, I hated her more than anyone else. Since my thoughts was racing, I checked on my sleeping nephews and grieved discreetly in the hallway after closing the guest room door. This was unfair to innocent boys. Next day was a sham. The door knock sounded like a sandbag being slapped on my front door. I opened it and saw Bianca next to a 6'5", 300-pound man. I could fit my head in one of his huge palms. I can just see my mom, Dolores, behind him, and before I could say anything to warn them to leave, the man put his hand on my shoulder and shoved me down. Bianca, my mom, and the stranger entered my house, and I fell to my floor with a shoulder injury from the man's throw. My sister brought the stranger to my house, and I yelled at him not to touch me, but he only spoke Russian. Before my sister beat CPS to my house, I didn't understand. They'll arrive about 11 a.m. Nonetheless, my sister shattered my door at 8 a.m. My nephews left the guest room sleepy after the commotion woke them. I tried to protect them, but my sister barked at the stranger to put my nephews in the car. Absolute chaos. After realizing what was happening, my nephews asked my sister to leave them with me. When I tried to take him from the giant stranger again, my oldest nephew Daniel grabbed my head and threw it into the wall. I saw stars and watched him carry my two nephews out of my house while lying on the floor. Nothing I could do. My mom cried too but went with them. Before they left my house, my sister came over as I cradled my head in my hands and spit at me directly in the face when I looked up. It was one of my darkest days and the worst thing anyone has ever done to me. They left in a huge black Suburban I had never seen my sister in. I didn't know the man, and I couldn't believe my sister had traumatized everyone. She didn't let them take anything. Without clothing, switches, or breakfast, they left. I felt terrible for them and had my first anxiety episode. I loved my nephews with all my heart and wanted to protect and care for them like I never had when I was their age, but I didn't understand how much it would hurt. However, they were afraid, shoeless, and in a car with my insane sister and a huge stranger. I hated my mom's actions. I couldn't believe she stood by while that large man threw me around in my home and pulled my nephews out of their aunt's house without a word. My family had grown so wicked, and I couldn't stop worrying about my nephews. After settling down after my anxiety attack, I knew I had to act fast because time was running out. After calming down, I called the police, who were aware of the investigation because Child Protective Services had a case against my sister. I told them everything that transpired at my home minutes before, and the officer on the phone was helpful. My voice shook as I described the stranger, but I tried to stay cool and remember the license plate. I memorized every number and letter on the Suburban's license plate because my profession is important and I'm used to observing and retaining information most miss. I told police about the guy, his car plate, and my mom and sister's clothes. I think my sister came to my house drunk that morning. She looked savage with wild eyes. She probably started using drugs when she went abroad with her sugar daddy. Something shattered in my crazy sister, and she was never so disconnected. After telling the police everything I remembered about my sister and the car they drove away in, I hung up and tried to forget, but I couldn't. I couldn't eat, nap, or watch TV. I saw my nephews' faces every time I closed my eyes and could only worry for them. I pondered why my mom always made excuses for my sister and how it made her horrible. I even thought about my sister's trip, what she did, if she had a sugar daddy, and how much he paid her. I wondered if her trip earnings were worthwhile. I considered a scenario with just me and my nephews. Now I had heart space for them. As I considered it, I wanted that result, my sister out, and just me and my nephews. I could offer them everything my sister couldn't, and if my sister and I went to court over my nephews, the judge would witness one lady with an offshore sugar daddy and another with many degrees and a penthouse office. I tried to be positive, But random gloomy concerns concerning my nephew's safety kept returning. Maybe the huge man she brought to my house was her sugar daddy. Maybe he was with my nephews. The cops contacted me while I was on my couch staring at the ceiling, overthinking and forgetful of time. The suburban my sister left in was located after hours of searching. After calling me, my first officer was helpful and provided lots of details. He stated 3 police cars stopped the black SUV because the man was violent that morning. Despite drawing firearms, the suspect ran forward and hurt one officer in the thigh. A female cop got black-eyed and 2 officers were head-punched. Sister punched cop trying to jail her. I imagined my wild sister and the gigantic stranger fighting police on the highway shoulder. I couldn't believe my family was experiencing this and not just watching reality TV. I was still in shock from the officer's account of my sister's detention when he said she wanted to talk to me. He confirmed that my sister planned to use her one call on me. She's shouting about asking for bail money. A huge mess. Even though my sister was in prison, I learned my nephews were in CPS custody, and while they were safe, I was frightened. I had a week until my Australia trip, and if I didn't travel, I'd lose thousands in bookings. Canceling this trip would have disrespected my boyfriend's family before I met them. I wanted to marry my lover, so I didn't want to do that. I called CPS to check on my nephews but was denied a meeting. I told them I was their only psychologically stable family, but they didn't care. I faced a tough new department. I was emotionally exhausted and had no choice. I prepared for my vacation and cried spontaneously thinking about my nephews and where they were through the week. My girlfriend and I had been waiting for this trip for so long, and suddenly I was distracted and anxious. The week before my departure, my worry and tension dominated our conversations. My partner was courteous and supportive as always, but I was so angry at my sister for how she had treated her nephews and me, and I couldn't believe how much my life had altered because of her one choice to visit her foolish sugar daddy. I was glad my employment was understood, but thinking about how my sister tried to fire me so soon made me feel deceived and afraid of my family. Even my dad, Arthur, was away and oblivious of all this strife, but he knew. He was spineless like my useless mother. My mother didn't care for her grandchildren since she let my sister's bad decisions put them with strangers. After 2 glasses at the airport bar on my way to Australia, I looked at photos of my nephews staying with me. Taking these silly mall photo booth photographs together made me cry again over missing them. I vowed not to cry again till I returned to America and enjoyed my time with my sweetheart and his family. Even from abroad, I couldn't let my sister ruin my life. Great trip to Australia. I was overjoyed when my lover ran to me in the airport and lifted me up princess style. I hadn't seen him in months. Returning to my boyfriend's loving embrace felt great after 2 weeks of agony. He looked after me during vacation. Meeting his parents made me like them both. Fun, active folks took me to their favorite neighborhood nature walks and views. We hiked to his favorite secret waterfall, skinny dipped, swam, laughed, and kissed for hours. I was apprehensive before leaving, but it was one of my most romantic days, and I couldn't believe how wonderfully the vacation went. After returning to the US, I went to the local police station to file charges against my sister Bianca and my mother Dolores for breaking into my home. They had the man lift me up and throw me to the side to barge in, and I wouldn't let that happen. When I went to submit the charge, I learned that CPS was investigating my sister, and I was furious that they hadn't found anything yet. I left the police station happy that my family was charged but unhappy because the CPS investigation was ongoing. I worried about my nephew's safety and knew that being with strangers, even if better than my sister, couldn't be good for them. I also couldn't stop thinking about how my sister had hauled them out of my house that morning without letting them take anything. Samuel, my youngest nephew, carried this plushy dog everywhere. A month after my sister's incarceration, CPS reached a resolution by taking both my nephews from her custody and placing them in protective custody. I was annoyed when the CPS agent explained this. I asked how that was different from what had been going on, and they said my sister would have to go to court again if she wanted custody of her kids. I questioned the CBS. I immediately filed a separate court petition to acquire custody of my nephews. I knew my custody case would be one of the toughest, so I engaged the best lawyer I could afford, regardless of time or cost. I dragged my sister to court because she broke into my home, but I would have fist-fought her in a Wendy's parking lot at that point. If I wanted custody of my nephews, I had to obey the law. That was my main goal, to get my sister out and my nephews home. The judge mentioned that I had filed a custody lawsuit against my sister for full custody of my nephews on the first day of our trial. My sister's public defender hadn't told her earlier, so she learned in court. My sister has never handled bad news well, and when the judge revealed my custody allegations against her, she snapped. Despite being in a courtroom, My sister cautiously angled toward me, screamed my name, and then pounced like a hyena. She scratched my face and tried to pull out my hair. The bailiff quickly pulled her away from me, but she bit my forearm hard before he did. The bite looked bad and got infected, and it was one of the worst aches I had ever felt. I knew my sister had sealed her destiny after everything settled down in front of the judge. My sister was imprisoned for all her offenses after 2 years. Her appeal chances were poor because she was serving life without parole for many offenses. Dolores, my mother, evaded prison by testifying against my sister and threw her under the bus. I never dropped the breaking and entering accusations. The best part was seeing my mom blame my sister for everything while screaming crocodile tears. Even after a lifetime of government aid, I couldn't believe my mom betrayed her perfect golden child. Staring at my mom on the stand that day, I knew I would never see her again. Never wanted to see her again. A lifetime of observing her and my sister's toxicity exhausted me. My sister made my life a never-ending court battle, and I wanted a normal life. My nephew's birth father and his family sued me for full custody, prolonging the process. I didn't care. My sister's imprisonment meant no force on earth could keep me from them. After almost 2 years of court battles, I regained full custody of Daniel and Samuel. The smile and hug they gave me when they got home to find their bedrooms decorated for them will never leave me. In my younger nephew Samuel's bedroom, he rushed to show me his rediscovered Switch. I surprised him with his plush doggy and hugged him tightly when he collapsed. My oldest nephew Daniel joined us, and both boys cried into my hair and told me they missed me. My oldest son grinned at me with tears in his eyes and said, "I knew it, Auntie. You would return for us, I knew." In the company of my 2 favorite boys, I found my family, not my birth family. It was perfect. Kicked out for refusing the family business, I lived in my car, built software for small businesses, and turned it into my own company. What do you want to do? The sound of my father's voice shook the designer light fittings in our immaculate suburban kitchen. His face turned to a frightening purple, already red from his 3rd scotch of the evening. I repeated, attempting to sound steady, that I want to launch a software company. I've created a prototype already. This platform is beneficial to small enterprises. He slammed his glass flat and said, "Absolutely not. We didn't pay for your Stanford degree so you could waste your life on some pipe dream. You're joining the family business?" End of discussion. I looked to my mom for encouragement. She remained motionless at our marble island, keeping her customary cautious distance from confrontation. It gleamed on her wrist, the diamond tennis bracelet I'd given her for Christmas, purchased with my earnings from covert freelance coding assignments. "Mom," I attempted. "You've seen how many small businesses are struggling with digital transformation. My platform could really help." She groaned and looked at her manicure. "Ethan," she said. "Your father's right. This tech obsession of yours, it's not practical. Sterling Enterprises needs you." The company's been in the family for 3 generations. In reality, they meant that our family's industrial supply company, Sterling Enterprises, was failing. They needed my programming expertise to update their antiquated systems so they could compete in a market that was digitizing quickly. But my aspirations were loftier. When I said, "I'm not asking for money. I have savings. I just need some time," my dad said, "I'll laugh. You want time to play with computers while real businesses are at stake? While your sister is already making partner at her law firm?" Yes, Claire, my ideal elder sister. The benchmark by which all of my shortcomings were evaluated was Harvard Law, the youngest partner in her firm's history, and she was married to a physician. I insisted, "This isn't playing. I've already got interest from potential clients. Small businesses need affordable software solutions, and the big tech companies aren't serving them." My platform was chilled by my father. Just inches from my head, the glass broke against the wall. My father yelled, "Enough," as liquor trickled down the pricey wall covering. "You have a choice. Join Sterling Enterprises on Monday or get out. See how long you last without our support." Despite flinching at the sound, my mother remained silent. She didn't. I glanced at both of them, my mother averting my gaze, my father shaking with anger. The choice I made would alter everything. Remarkably composed, I got up and said, "I choose out. What, I'm leaving? Good luck modernizing Sterling Enterprises without me. You ungrateful." I was on my way upstairs when my father began to approach me. This was a moment I had anticipated. Essentials like a laptop, a portable hard drive, and 2 changes of clothes were already in my backpack. I had a safety deposit box where I kept my vital paperwork. My parents couldn't access the account where I kept the majority of my savings. My dad yelled up the stairs, "You have an hour?" Then I want you out of this house. I retrieved my favorite hoodie, my emergency pack, and a final glance at my childhood bedroom. My trophies from coding competitions, science fair prizes, and the framed article about the high school software I created that attracted Stanford's notice were still on the wall. It buzzed on my phone. Finn, my best friend, texted me. Operation Escape still on? Happening now, I responded by typing. Plan B initiated. When I initially made the decision to follow my company goals, Finn and I had simulated this situation months prior. I could stay in his tiny flat above his family's eatery until I was able to support myself. My mother eventually spoke as I was about to leave. Ethan, please be reasonable. Your father only wants what's best. No, I interrupted her. He wants what's best for Sterling Enterprises. There's a difference. I left without turning around. It felt unreal the first night in my automobile. I parked on a quiet street 2 blocks away from my parents' house, far enough away that they wouldn't notice me but close enough to keep a solid connection to their fast Wi-Fi network, which I had set up and secured myself. The familiar rhythm of keyboards drowned out the voice in my head that told me I was making a big mistake as I continued to code on my laptop, which shone in the darkness. When Finn handed me food, he remarked, "You sure about this? Is Mother's incredible pad thai? My couch is still available." I shook my head and showed him my workplace, which included a laptop, a power bank for emergencies, and a mobile hotspot for backup internet. I need to stay mobile for now. Can't risk them finding me and trying to force me back. He looked at my computer screen. What exactly are you building? I displayed the interface of my prototype. I call it Smart Start. It's an all-in-one digital platform for small businesses. Point of sale, inventory management, customer relationships, online presence, everything they need to compete in today's market, but simplified and affordable, like what your dad's company needs. Similar, but designed for smaller businesses that can't afford enterprise solutions. I reflected on all the neighborhood stores I had witnessed struggle and fail due to their inability to adapt to the digital revolution. There's a huge market being ignored by big tech. Finn gave a slow nod. A cash register from the 1990s and paper order tickets were still in use at his family's eatery. How long until it's ready? Basic version, 2 months. I've got most of the core functions working. Just need to polish the interface and add some features. I kept from him the fact that I was also surreptitiously recording every flaw in Sterling Enterprises systems, including every security flaw, inefficiency, and lost chance for technological advancement. I was creating it because I knew they would need it someday, not because I was spiteful. They simply weren't aware of it yet. Life fell into an odd pattern. I would work from several coffee shops over the day, purchasing just enough to warrant using their Wi-Fi and space. I would park close to my parents' house at night and utilize their fast internet to upload code and execute intricate tests. Coffee, protein bars, and leftovers from Finn's family were my main sources of nutrition. I learned which parking lots were safe to sleep in and which ones to avoid, and I took a shower at a cheap gym membership. Although uncomfortable, it served a useful purpose. I could devote all of my attention to creating Smart Start if there were no outside distractions, no incessant criticism from my father, and no passive disappointment from my mother. My sister Claire attempted to step in one weekend. "This is ridiculous, Ethan," she said after finding me at the coffee shop where I usually go. "You're living in your car to prove what? That you can be as stubborn as Dad?" I continued to code without looking up. "I'm building something important. You're throwing away a guaranteed future with the family business." I stated plainly. "The family business is dying. Dad's too proud to admit it. But their systems are ancient. Their processes are inefficient. And their competitors are eating them alive. Then help fix it," I said, finally looking her in the eye. "That's exactly what I'm doing, just not the way they want." She put a big envelope on my table before departing in frustration. $5,000 in cash was found inside, along with the words, "Don't be an idiot. Come home." I upgraded my coding tools and purchased a better laptop with the money. In the second month, the breakthrough occurred. A local bookshop, a family-run hardware store, and a developing food truck company were among the small businesses who approached me about beta testing Smart Start. They were all having trouble with the same issues that my platform was intended to address. The owner of the bookstore responded, "This is exactly what we need." Following my demonstration of the inventory management system. "QuickBooks is too complicated, and the custom solutions are too expensive. How much would this cost?" I gave her a price that made her smile. It was purposefully less than the going rate in order to encourage word of mouth. I had clients that were paying by the third month. Little sums, but consistent revenue. Enough to rent a little studio apartment, But I didn't include it in the lease so my parents wouldn't find out. Then came the call that made all the difference. The authoritative, business-like voice said, "Is this Ethan Sterling?" "Yes, this is." "Owen Grant from Zenith Ventures. We've been hearing interesting things about your Smart Start platform." My heart stopped beating. One of the nation's most prominent early-stage investors was Zenith Ventures. One of our portfolio companies mentioned your solution. Said, "It's exactly what the small business market needs. Would you be interested in discussing potential investment?" I tightened my hold on my phone as I recalled all the evenings I spent coding in my car, the meals I skipped to gain server time, and the uncertainties and anxieties I had set aside in order to follow this goal. "Yes," I said. "I would definitely be interested." At the time, I had no idea that this talk would start a series of events that would not only confirm my vision but also confront my family's financial failures in a way that neither of us could have anticipated. My father would have approved of the Zenith Ventures office, which was located on the top level of a shiny downtown tower. I tried not to look like someone who had been living in his van 2 months prior, rearranged my one nice suit, and purchased used items for investor meetings. Owen Grant had the easy assurance of someone who had made his wealth in the first boom, and he was younger than I had anticipated, possibly in his early 40s. "Walk me through it again," he urged, pointing to the enormous screen in the conference room that was showing my Smart Start demonstration. I launched the user interface, which had grown as recognizable as my own image. Small businesses are drowning in digital complexity. They need e-commerce, inventory management, customer relationship tools, but existing solutions are either too expensive, too complicated, or too limited. The point of sale, inventory management, customer communications, and even basic analytics were all connected and easy enough for anyone to use, and I showed how a small business owner could set up their complete digital presence in less than an hour. "And this scales?" was Owen's full question. "The architecture is cloud-based, modular. We can add features as businesses grow, integrate with other platforms, but the core stays simple." Slowly, he nodded. "And your current users?" 28 paying customers, all from word of mouth, 0 churn rate. Average user engagement is 4 hours daily. "That's impressive." He displayed a second screen. "My company's incorporation documents. Innovative Solutions LLC, registered 6 months ago." "Yes. All self-funded so far." He looked closely at me. "You're Charles Sterling's son." My heart skipped a beat. "You know my father?" He looked contemplative as he said, "Sterling Enterprises was one of my first investments back in the day, before your father bought out the minority shareholders. They're having trouble adapting to digital markets, I hear." I maintained a neutral expression. "I wouldn't know. I'm not involved with Sterling Enterprises." He tapped his iPad, and a fresh document showed up on the screen. "Interesting. We'd like to offer you seed funding, $2 million for a 20% stake." I made an effort to hide my trembling hands. $2 million was more money than I ever thought I would have. Owen went on, "There's one condition. We want you to expand your focus. Small businesses are good, but mid-sized enterprises need these solutions too. Companies like, say, Sterling Enterprises." And there it was. The trap I dreaded and had been anticipating. "You want me to target my family's business?" He gave a small smile. "I want you to target a market segment that desperately needs modernization. The fact that your father's company might benefit is incidental." I reflected on the numerous evenings I had parked outside my folks' house, utilizing their Wi-Fi to construct something they rejected. Regarding my mother's quiet and my father's fury. About the small enterprises that Smart Start has already helped flourish. "I'll need full control of the company's direction," I replied. "No interference with the core mission." He slid a folder over the table and said, "Of course. Have your lawyers review it. But Ethan, don't wait too long. This market won't stay open forever." 3 days later, after going over every detail with my sister Claire, who was still a better lawyer than she realized, I signed the contract. "You're really doing this," she remarked as she returned the documents with the annotations. "Going directly against Dad's business?" "I'm building something that could save his business," I replied. "If he's willing to see it." She gave a headshake. "You know he won't, not coming from you." Of course, she was correct, but I also had a strategy. Scaling up over the next 6 months was a blur. I would have given my mother a heart attack if I had rented actual office space in a converted warehouse. Hired salespeople, designers, and developers. When Finn took over as head of customer success, his knowledge of small business owners proved to be quite helpful. Smart Start expanded more quickly than Owen had anticipated. Business circles began to hear about the platform that truly lived up to the hype. From dozens to hundreds to thousands, our user base grew rapidly. Finally, the tech press took notice of us, and then came the piece that made all the difference. Digital David versus Goliath: How Smart Start is Disrupting Enterprise Software. The article commended our ability to assist small firms compete with larger corporations, our creativity, and our emphasis on user experience. The fact that I was Charles Sterling's estranged son was also mentioned, almost as an afterthought. Minutes after the piece went up, my phone rang. "Claire," she said. "Dad's furious." Without introducing herself. "He's calling an emergency board meeting." "Why?" "Smart Start isn't competing with Sterling Enterprises." "No, but 3 of their biggest customers just announced they're switching to your platform." Stunned, I reclined. I hadn't observed that mid-sized organizations were beginning to use Smart Start because we've been so focused on tiny enterprises. "There's more," insisted Claire. "Their latest quarterly numbers, they're bad, Ethan, really bad. The board is talking about forcing Dad out if he doesn't modernize their systems." I retrieved the public financial information for Sterling Enterprises. The figures were worse than I had anticipated. Within 6 months, their stock had fallen 40%. The rate of customer attrition was increasing. They were practically on the verge of going bankrupt due to their antiquated software systems. "They need help," I muttered aloud. "They need you," she said. "But you know Dad will never admit it." Owen Grant's remarks regarding focusing on mid-sized businesses and the several elements we included in Smart Start that may help businesses like Sterling Enterprises were on my mind. "Perhaps," I replied softly, "they don't have to recognize me." I called an emergency team meeting that evening. I revealed the prototype I had been working on covertly, a new division aimed at larger companies that was based on the Smart Start architecture but had extra capabilities for intricate operations. "We're launching enterprise solutions," I said. Finn scowled. "I thought we were staying focused on small business." "We are. But there's a whole segment of mid-sized companies being crushed between small business agility and big corporation resources. They need what we've built." I neglected to mention that every feature in Enterprise Solutions was created especially to address the issues facing Sterling Enterprises. That I had devoted months to examining their shortcomings and developing fixes for problems they were unaware they had yet. For weeks, the team worked nonstop. We introduced Enterprise Solutions under a different name through a subsidiary that was difficult to link to me. Similar to Sterling Enterprises, the marketing campaign focused on well-established enterprises who were having difficulty embracing digital change. We waited after that. It took very little time. Days after our launch, the new Chief Technology Officer of Sterling Enterprises, who had been hired in a panic following their most recent system failure, contacted us. The location of the meeting was their headquarters. I watched over a secure video link while my father and his board were shown Enterprise Solutions by our sales team, who were specifically selected to be unrelated to me. I witnessed his realization that this was precisely what they required. Saw him struggle to acknowledge it. Observed the enthusiastic inquiries from the board members regarding cost and implementation. Our sales lead clarified, the investment would be significant but the potential return. My father cut me off, saying, "We'll need to see other options." An elderly board member, Jonathan, leaned forward. "We've seen 12 presentations in 2 months. This is the only solution that actually addresses our specific needs, and their track record, impressive results with similar companies." Another board member added their voice. "My cousin's manufacturing business switched to their system last quarter. Saw immediate improvements." I saw the expression on my father's face as he knew he was losing the battle. Change was what the board desired. Their clients insisted on it. Their best chance of surviving was with Enterprise Solutions. "Fine," he snarled. "Start the procurement process." With an odd sense of emptiness, I shut down the video feed. I had succeeded. Produced just what was required by Sterling Enterprises. Confirmed that my vision was correct. Why, therefore, didn't it seem like a win? When Claire contacted again 3 days later, the response was received. She said, "Dad's drinking," without introducing herself. "Really drinking? Mom's talking about separation." Not because of Enterprise Solutions, but because he is aware of his failure. My gut nodded. He had to go pleading with outsiders for assistance because the business was collapsing. She hesitated. "He keeps saying he should have listened to you." I reflected on all the decisions that had brought us to this point as I gazed out my office window at the metropolitan skyline. My pride, my father's intransigence, and the barriers of silence we established between us. What if, I thought to myself, there was a way to save both the company and his pride? How? I have an idea, but I'll need your help. The board meeting of Sterling Enterprises was set for 9 a.m. Thursday. I watched familiar faces stream into their offices as I waited in my car outside the exact location where I had parked to access their Wi-Fi. Last to arrive was my father, who appeared older than I had recalled. His suit, which was usually spotless, was a little rumpled. His stride was less assured than the one I had grown up admiring. I tapped my phone and asked, "Everything ready?" "All set," the woman said. "The board members are prepped. Owen Grant just arrived, and Mom's in position, though she's still not sure about this." I changed my tie. It was still not the brand my father would pick, but it was a designer now. "It has to be today. The Enterprise Solutions contract needs board approval by the end of the week." "Good luck," replied Claire quietly. "Try not to enjoy this too much." Despite my nervousness, I grinned. She was too familiar with me. When I walked in, the security guard looked twice. I had been hauled away the last time I was here following another argument about entering the family business. I was back on my terms now. As I walked in, the boardroom became quiet. My dad's expression quickly changed from astonished to irate to perplexed. Owen Grant, who was seated close to the head of the table, simply nodded as though he had anticipated my arrival. My dad yelled, "What are you doing here?" "I'm here to discuss the Enterprise Solutions contract," I remarked coolly as I set my laptop down on the table. "This is a closed board meeting. Security?" "Actually," Owen replied softly, "Mr. Sterling is here at my request. As the majority investor in Enterprise Solutions, I believe his input is crucial to this discussion." My dad's face turned white. "You what?" My laptop displayed a similar UI when I plugged it in, but not Enterprise Solutions. I chose to show them the original Smart Start dashboard instead, which had my very first designs and notes. "I started building this the day you kicked me out," I said, "using your Wi-Fi. Actually, since I was living in my car at the time." The members of the board shuffled uneasily. My mom eventually turned to face me as she sat calmly in her typical corner seat. I went on. "Smart Start grew faster than anyone expected. Small businesses loved it because it solved real problems simply and affordably. But I knew larger companies needed similar solutions. I moved to the interface for Enterprise Solutions. Every feature in this system was designed specifically to address Sterling Enterprise's challenges. The inventory management, the customer tracking, the integration capabilities, all built based on intimate knowledge of what this company needs. My father's voice was trembling with anger as he said, "You've been spying on us." "No," I replied. "I've been trying to save your company. The same company you wanted me to join, but only on your terms." Owen Grant cleared his throat. "The board has reviewed Mr. Sterling's proposal. Enterprise Solutions isn't just a software platform. It's a potential merger opportunity." My dad's head jerked up. "Merger?" I displayed the comprehensive merger proposal that I had been working on for weeks. "Smart Start Technology would acquire a controlling interest in Sterling Enterprises," I said. "But the Sterling name stays. The legacy business continues, enhanced by modern technology, and the current CEO transitions to Chairman Emeritus, focusing on strategic partnerships rather than day-to-day operations." There was no sound in the room. My dad whispered, "You want to buy my company?" I clarified, "I want to save it. Transform it into something that honors its history while embracing the future, but it has to happen now, before the market completely passes you by." It was my mother who talked first. "Charles, listen to him." Startled, he turned to face her. She had never raised her voice in 30 years of board meetings. "I've seen what Ethan built," she added. "What he sacrificed to build it. This isn't about winning or losing. It's about family." "Family." He laughed loudly. "He abandoned the family business." "No," I muttered. "I found a different way to support it. Every feature, every innovation in Enterprise Solutions was designed with Sterling Enterprises in mind. Because despite everything, I never stopped believing in what this company could be." I approached his chair and opened a second document on my tablet, my initial business plan, which I had penned in my car the night after I was expelled. The subtitle was Project Phoenix, Modernizing Sterling Enterprises Through Independent Innovation. "You." He fixated on the paper. A dawn of recognition. "This was your plan all along?" "Plan B. Actually, Plan A was convincing you to modernize from within. But you weren't ready to listen then." Owen Grant got to his feet. "The board needs to vote on this merger proposal by the end of day. I suggest we take a brief recess to process this information." I was left alone with my father as everyone else filed out. He looked lost as he sat there looking over my business proposal. He finally questioned, Why didn't you tell me? Would you have listened? Really listened, not just heard what you wanted to hear? He remained silent for a while. You built all this using our Wi-Fi. I couldn't contain my laughter. That's what you're focusing on? No, he said, stroking his gray hair. I'm trying to understand how my son went from living in his car to offering to buy my company in less than 2 years. The same way you built this company. By seeing opportunity everyone else missed, by working harder than anyone thought possible. By believing in something bigger than myself. Slowly, he nodded. Your grandfather would have loved this. You know, he always said the best business lessons come from proving the skeptics wrong. I learned that from you. Actually, all those stories about how you built Sterling Enterprises, how you proved everyone wrong who said it would fail. I took a seat beside him. I just did it my way instead of yours. The merger was approved by the board in a unanimous vote. After the longest delay of my life, my father cast his vote in favor. The changeover wasn't seamless. Particularly with family companies, change is never easy. However, Sterling Enterprises started to change gradually. The name was retained, but the brand was updated. My grandfather's fundamental business was maintained, but it was improved using technology to enable it to prosper in the digital era. Sterling's steadiness and Smart Start's inventiveness came together to create something that neither business could have done on its own. After a year, I sat in my father's office, which is now our office as he had finally agreed to become chairman emeritus. The quarterly figures we were examining had surpassed all expectations. You were right, he abruptly remarked. I raised my head. About what? About everything? He looked directly into my eyes and said, the technology, the market changes, the need to adapt. He pointed to the table displaying our most recent findings and said, I was too proud to see it. Too afraid of losing control. And now I'm proud of what you built, what we're building together. It buzzed on my phone. Finn sent us a message regarding a possible new acquisition target. Another family firm in trouble that required precisely what we produced. I pulled up the plan and added, speaking of building, asking, what do you think about expanding our enterprise division? He grinned. The genuine smile I recalled from my early years, before anxiety and tension had hardened him. Tell me more. Later that evening, I passed our former residence. There was still a robust Wi-Fi signal. They were unaware that I had changed their system last month. I reflected on that first night in my car, coding under the light of my laptop, driven by resentment, willpower, and the need to prove everyone wrong. I had discovered, however, that success was not about proving others incorrect. It was about establishing your own credibility and creating something so indisputable that even the most ardent doubters had to admit its worth. My mother reminded me to have family supper as my phone chimed once again. These were now routine occurrences, but the discourse had changed from judgment to sincere interest, from criticism to cooperation. I replied back, coming, since I couldn't help but send this over the Wi-Fi. She answered right away. Very funny. Your father says bring the new acquisition proposal, and yes, he's actually smiling about it. Thinking of how far we'd come, from rejection to reunion, made me smile as well. From rivalry to cooperation, from surreptitiously utilizing their Wi-Fi to assisting them in embracing the digital future. Sometimes proving someone wrong isn't the greatest form of retaliation. It's giving them a whole new perspective on what's right. I kept my billion-dollar NFT empire a secret from my family for 15 years, letting them believe I was a failure. On my desk was the invitation to the Sullivan family's yearly reunion. The morning light coming from my penthouse windows caught the gold-embossed writing. The end of 15 years of meticulously kept deceit was imminent, and strangely, it wasn't even my decision. The email that set things off was, Forbes 30 under 40, the new face of digital art. Sophia Sullivan's NFT empire reaches a $3.8 billion valuation. It was scheduled to be published tomorrow, 2 days before the family reunion, so I picked up my phone and read it again. There was nothing I could do to stop the carefully crafted facade from collapsing. My assistant said, Miss Sullivan, over the intercom. Your brother Marcus is on line 1 again. He was, of course. Ever since the press release was sent to the main publications, he had been phoning constantly. I inhaled deeply before picking up the phone. Hello, Marcus? Without using politeness, he said. What the hell, Sophia? I just got a call from Business Insider asking for a comment about my billionaire sister. Want to explain that? I reclined in my chair and gazed at the skyline of Manhattan. I guess you'll have to wait for the article like everyone else. Cut the crap, he yelled at them. All these years you've been letting us think you were barely getting by. Mom and Dad have been worried sick about you. I couldn't contain my laughter. Worried. Is that what you call it? The constant lectures about getting a real job? The snide comments about how I'm wasting my potential? They were trying to help. No, they were trying to control me, just like they tried to control you. And you let them. On the other end of the telephone, there was silence. The golden son who never deviated from the plan, Marcus had always been the good kid, going to business school, earning an MBA, and working for our father's investment company, was so it at last. Just tell me one thing, he responded. How long? How long have you been hiding this? I got up and went to the window to watch a private helicopter touch down on the helipad of a nearby building. Actually, it was one of my 3 helicopters. Remember when I moved to that tiny studio apartment in Brooklyn when you first started with your digital art nonsense? That was, he thought to himself, 15 years ago. That's right. Everyone thought I was crazy, throwing away my finance degree to doodle on computers as Dad called it. But what none of you knew was that I'd already sold my first NFT collection for $50,000. $50,000 back then. And 6 months later I sold another for $200,000. By the time Dad was telling everyone at Christmas dinner that I was going through a phase, I had my first million. I could practically hear him mentally calculating. But you still borrowed money from Mom and Dad for rent. You drove that beat-up Panda until last year. I never borrowed money from them, Marcus. I asked them to invest in my company. They refused, loudly and repeatedly. The Honda was a choice, not a necessity, just like this penthouse was a choice, and the private jet, and everything else I kept hidden from all of you. His voice broke as he said, "Private jet. Jesus, Sophia, how rich are you exactly?" The way our younger sister Olivia would ostentatiously pick up the check, making sure everyone knew she was supporting her struggling artist sister, brought back memories of family dinners where I was treated like a poor relative. This made me grin. The Forbes article will say $3.8 billion, but that's a conservative estimate. The real number is closer to 5. Marcus produced a sound that was in between a choke and a gasp. Now, if you'll excuse me, I said. I have a board meeting to attend. Oh, and Marcus, I'll see you at the family reunion. I'm thinking of making an entrance. Before he could answer, I hung up and hit the intercom. Sarah, is everything set for the reunion? Yes, Miss Sullivan, the jet is fueled and ready. The car service is arranged for all family members to be picked up in Rolls-Royces. The venue has been updated to the private island as requested, and the NDAs have been prepared for all staff. Perfect. I took up the invitation to the reunion once more. I had been playing the part they wanted me to play for 15 years. The sister who was pity-faced and patronized at every family get-together, the artsy black sheep who couldn't handle the real world, and the daughter who required continual reminders about financial responsibility. Not this time, though. My younger sister Olivia buzzed my phone with a text message that said, "OMG soft, please tell me this Forbes thing is a joke, what's going on?" I didn't respond. Olivia, who at every family get-together would talk about her 6-figure earnings. Olivia, who enjoyed reflecting on how she had survived while her older sister was still discovering herself. Once more the intercom buzzed. "Miss Sullivan, your parents are both on the line." I looked at my watch and said, "Tell them I'm in a meeting. And Sarah, call the helipad. I think I'll take the chopper to the board meeting today." My thoughts turned to the day that it all began, the day I made the decision to keep my achievement a secret from my family, as I gathered my belongings. 15 years prior. As my father's voice roared across the dinner table, "Digital art isn't real art, Sophia, and this NFT nonsense? It's a fad, a scam? No one's going to pay real money for pictures on a computer." Having just graduated from college at the age of 22, I sat there attempting to convey my vision to my family, the same family that had funded my Ivy League finance degree, who anticipated that I would apply it at my father's company. "Actually, Dad, I just sold my first collection for enough." He interrupted me. "I don't want to hear about your little hobby. Either you come work for the firm like we planned, or you're on your own. No more support, no more safety net." My mother patted my hand patronizingly as she reached across the table. "Sweetie, we just want what's best for you. You need stability, a real career." I glanced at their expressions around the table. Marcus's arrogant smirk, Olivia's hardly disguised contempt, my mother's worried frown, and my father's sadness. That's when I decided what to do. I would keep the $50,000 sale, the 3 galleries interested in representing me, and the tech companies contacting me about joint ventures a secret. "You're right," I murmured as I got to my feet. "I need to figure this out on my own." I moved into the tiniest and least expensive studio apartment I could locate in Brooklyn 2 weeks later. My family believed I was having financial difficulties and was too arrogant to acknowledge my failure. I was actually creating an empire. It was a demanding first year. During my 18-hour workdays, I honed my artistic abilities, gained knowledge of blockchain technology, and made contacts in the crypto art community. Digital Dreams and Binary, my first significant collection, raised $1.2 million after selling out in a matter of hours. I used that money to reinvest in the company, recruiting developers, building new artist platforms, and inventing in ways that the conventional art world could not have predicted. However, whenever I went home, I dressed simply, drove my old Honda, and played the role of the struggling artist. My mother would say, "At least let me help with your rent," and my father would shake his head in dismay. "No thanks, Mom, I'm doing fine." And everything was okay with me. My net worth reached $10 million by the conclusion of that first year. In the third year, $100 million. My family, however, still saw me as Sophia, the idealist who was unable to deal with reality. As I got into my own helicopter 15 years later, I reflected on how everything had turned out to be more complicated than I had anticipated. The small lie had grown into a huge secret, and everything would alter in 2 days. When my phone buzzed once more, it was my father's message. "We need to talk now." Grinning, I hung up the phone. Waiting for the reunion would be their only option. They had been listening to my failures for 15 years, and now they were going to hear about my accomplishment. I wanted to make sure that they would never forget my discovery. At precisely 6 a.m., the Forbes piece was published. Eastern Time. As I watched the mayhem play out on my numerous screens, I was already awake and enjoying a cup of coffee at my home office. The headline read, "Digital Art Revolutionary: How Sophia Sullivan Built a Multi-Billion-Dollar Empire in Secret," and included a picture I had picked out especially for the occasion, me standing in front of my most successful NFT collection, dressed in clothing that exceeded my sister Olivia's monthly salary. In addition to disclosing my fortune, the piece listed all of my accomplishments that I had kept a secret for 15 years. There were so many notifications on my phone. The family group chat started first. Olivia asks, "Is this for real $3.8 billion? Marcus said, "I tried to warn you all yesterday." Mother: "Sophia, please answer your phone." Father: "This must be some kind of mistake. Just saw the article. Is our Sophia the Sophia Sullivan?" said Aunt Patricia. I turned off the conversation and opened my emails, which included hundreds of requests for interviews from well-known news organizations, investment opportunities, and speaking engagements. "Sophia, I think we need to discuss potential synergies between Sullivan Investments and your digital art platforms. Your father may have mentioned some concerns, but I assure you we can be quite flexible." Read an email that attracted my attention from Albert Chen, my father's business partner. I couldn't contain my laughter. I had inquired for a partnership with their firm 3 years prior. I was shown the door by Albert himself, who informed me that they did not deal in internet pictures. It buzzed on my intercom. "Miss Sullivan, your mother is in the lobby. She's quite insistent." I looked at the security feed. As she battled with the security guard, my mother, Alina Sullivan, was there, looking put together in her designer suit but with an unaccustomed wildness in her eyes. I groaned and said, "Let her up." At least one of my family members needed to be confronted. My penthouse was readily accessible by private elevator. After stepping outside, my mother paused to observe the enormous open area, the floor-to-ceiling windows that overlooked Central Park, and the original Basquiat on the wall, which most likely cost more than their home. "Sophia," she murmured in a shaky voice. What is all this?" "This is my home, Mom. The real one, not the small apartment I keep for family visits." Her heel clicks reverberated on the marble floor as she made her way to the window. How did you?" I poured her a cup of coffee and added, "It's been 15 years since Dad said my digital art would never amount to anything." Her face was a mix of hurt and bewilderment as she turned. "But you struggled. We saw it. The tiny apartment, the old car, borrowing money for rent." "I never borrowed money," I refute this statement. "I asked you and Dad to invest in my company. That's the difference. And everything else. The apartment, the car, that was all just theater." "Theater?" she asked. "You've been lying to us for 15 years. "No, Mom, I just let you see what you wanted to see. You all were so convinced I was failing that you never bothered to look closer." She looked abruptly elderly as she slumped into one of my Italian leather chairs. "Does anyone else in the family?" "No one." "Well, Marcus found out yesterday when the press release went out. I suppose he tried to warn you." She gave a feeble nod. He called, but your father was sure it was a mistake. Some other Sophia Sullivan. I went to get a file from my desk. Here's something that might interest you. The investment opportunity I tried to present to Dad 3 years ago. If he had invested the $1 million I asked for, his share would be worth roughly $100 million today. She accepted the file with trembling hands. He said you wanted a handout, that you were too proud to admit your art wasn't working out. And you believed him, just like you believed him about my struggling artist's life. Tell me, Mom, in 15 years, did any of you ever actually come to one of my shows, check out my work, even Google my name? She was unable to look me in the eye. That's what I thought. I approached the window and gazed down at the city that I now controlled in part. The annual family reunion is in 2 days. I've made some changes to the arrangements. Changes? I bought out the entire resort where it was supposed to be held. Too public. Instead, everyone will be picked up by my private cars and taken to my jet. We'll be having the reunion on my island. Your island? In the Caribbean? I bought it last year when I closed my first billion-dollar deal. I looked over at her. And Mom, this time I won't be the one sitting quietly while everyone talks about their successes. This time I have some things to say. She straightened her skirt with trembling hands and got to her feet. Your father, when he sees all this, he'll finally have to admit that his little girl playing with computer pictures built something bigger than his entire family legacy. I grinned. And that's just the beginning. Before she could enter, I added one final item after I escorted her to the elevator. Oh, and Mom, that Bentley you've been dreaming about, but Dad says it's too expensive. I bought 3 last month, just because I could. She was horrified as the elevator doors closed. I contacted my assistant as soon as she left. Sarah, is everything ready for the reunion? Yes, Miss Sullivan. The island staff is prepared. The documentation packages have been assembled for each family member, showing exactly when they dismissed your investment opportunities and what those shares would be worth today. And the video presentation of your success timeline is ready. Perfect. Finally, I took up my phone and sent a single message in response to the family group chat. Looking forward to seeing everyone at the reunion. Dress appropriately for a private island. Transportation will be provided. I then checked the market on my laptop. The Forbes piece caused the stock of my company to rise. Before breakfast, my net worth increased by another $1 billion. I imagined my father, who was likely sitting in his office at the moment, trying to comprehend how his failing daughter had subtly become one of the wealthiest people in the nation. I also thought about my sister Olivia, who enjoyed boasting about her 6-figure salary and Hampton's vacation home, and how I could buy her a lifetime with the interest I earned every day. It was going to be an interesting reunion. Really fascinating, in fact. My father had left a message on my phone, which buzzed once more. We need to meet before the reunion. Family matters should be discussed privately. I replied, everything will be discussed at the reunion, Dad. After all, isn't that what family reunions are for? Sharing our successes. I then gave Sarah another call. Contact the design team. I want the island's helipad repainted before the reunion, and make sure my name is visible from the air when they land. Already done, Miss Sullivan. Anything else? I considered 15 years of rudeness, sympathy, and being viewed as the family's failure. Yes. Make sure the Forbes article is framed and hanging in every room of the island resort. I want it to be the first thing they see, no matter where they turn. I saw my reflection in the window as I hung up, prosperous, strong, and at last prepared to show my family who I had grown into while they were busy questioning me. The reunion countdown had started. The Sullivan family reunion day came bright and clear. As I stood on my private airfield's tarmac, I saw 3 Rolls-Royces pull up in formation. My folks were here. The doors opened and the cars came to a stop. Marcus, Olivia, and other aunts, uncles, and cousins followed, all sporting faces ranging from shock to barely disguised hostility. My mother, still appearing unsettled from our meeting 2 days ago, and my father, his normally imposing presence seemingly weakened. And my shining private airplane was sitting there, front and center, with the magnificent letters Sullivan Digital Empire inscribed on its side. I said, "Welcome everyone," sounding clear over the tarmac. "I trust the ride was comfortable?" "Safia," my dad said, attempting to sound more authoritative. "This is unnecessary. We could have had a perfectly good reunion at the resort." I grinned. "The resort was too public, Dad. Besides, I think it's time for some real family bonding. On my island." "Your island," Olivia whispered, holding her high-end purse tightly. "Of course, you have an island." To put it mildly, the flight was fascinating. My family members' gazes raced around the luxury cabin as they settled down, taking in the rare artwork, the solid gold fittings, and the vintage champagne supplied by the spotlessly trained crew. Aunt Patricia looked at the painting on a cabin wall and murmured, Is that a real Picasso?" "Yes," I said nonchalantly. "I bought it last year, along with a few others." My dad cleared his throat. "Sophia, perhaps we should discuss." "We'll discuss everything when we land, Dad. For now, enjoy the flight. The champagne is particularly good." I took a deep breath. "Costs more than your company's quarterly profits." He winced. We started our descent 2 hours later. My private island, a 300-acre tropical paradise with a cutting-edge resort complex at its heart, was visible through the windows. There it was, my name in letters big enough to be seen from space. Sullivan, visible from the air as I had intended. Olivia gasped as we touched down. Millions upon millions of dollars worth of digital art projected onto enormous screens ringed the helipad, each display showcasing my most popular NFT collections and conspicuously displaying their sale prices. As we disembarked, I said, "Welcome to Sullivan Island. My own little piece of paradise." "Little," Marcus stutteringly said. The resort complex, a masterwork of contemporary design that merged perfectly with the beauty of nature, stretched out in front of us. I went on. "Everyone's rooms have been assigned. You'll find some reading material waiting for you. I suggest you review it before dinner." Each family member's reading selection was thoughtfully chosen. For my dad, records of all my investment opportunities that he turned down, including with the most recent estimates. For Olivia, a comparison between my daily interest earnings and her yearly pay. For Marcus, specifics on how his company's refusal to collaborate with my business cost them millions of dollars. After letting them get settled and process the information for an hour, I called them into the main dining area. The suite, which had floor-to-ceiling windows facing the ocean, was a design marvel. The room was dominated by a huge table, each place setting likely worth more than the cars of most people. And that Forbes article, exquisitely framed, on each wall. Shell-shocked, my family slowly filed in. Even their pricey clothing seemed somewhat insufficient in these conditions, even though they had changed for supper. "Please sit," I said before pointing to the table. "We have a lot to discuss." As soon as everyone was seated, my father said, "Sophia, I think I speak for everyone when I say we're surprised." "Surprised?" I said with a quiet laugh. "That's an interesting word choice. Not angry that I deceived you, not hurt that I hid my success, just surprised?" "We didn't know," my mom said. I told her, "You didn't want to know," instead. "Every time I tried to tell you about my work, you changed the subject. Every time I offered investment opportunities, you dismissed them. You were so convinced I was failing that you couldn't see my success, even when it was right in front of you." Olivia cut in. "But the apartment, the old car, all those times you let me pay for dinner. Because you thought I couldn't afford it," I concluded for her. "Did you enjoy that, Olivia? Playing the successful sister, making sure everyone knew you were helping out poor struggling Sophia?" She was graceful enough to appear embarrassed. After saying, "Let me show you something," I pressed a button. Screens dropped from the ceiling, showing a history of my achievements over the years, along with their contemptuous remarks. 2008, "Digital art isn't real art, Dad. My first collection sells for $50,000. 2010, "When are you going to get a real job, Mom? Company valuation hits $10 million. 2015, "At least I can afford to help my sister out, Olivia. Net worth passes $500 million. 2020, "We don't invest in internet pictures, Dad's firm. Company valuation reaches $1 billion. Every doubt, every dismissal, every condescending comment, I gently said, I remembered them all. And with each one I built something bigger." My father's voice broke as he asked, "Why? Why hide it?" "Because you needed to learn something. All of you did. Success doesn't look just one way. Innovation doesn't follow your predetermined path. And sometimes, the child you wrote off as a failure might just be the one who succeeds beyond your wildest dreams." I got up and moved toward the window. "Do you know what the hardest part was? Not the secrecy, not pretending to struggle. It was watching you all celebrate mediocrity while dismissing true innovation." "Mediocrity?" snarled Marcus. "Yes, mediocrity. You followed Dad's safe path, Marcus. Got the job he wanted you to get, made the safe investments. And you," I said to Olivia, "you bragged about your 6-figure salary while I was making that much in minutes." "That's enough," said my dad. "You've made your point. We were wrong, Is that what you want to hear? No, Dad. What I want is for you to understand. I really understand. This, I pointed to the wealth around us, isn't about money. It's about vision. The vision you couldn't see because you were too busy clinging to the past. I hit another button, and fresh visuals popped up on the screens. My most recent endeavor, a groundbreaking platform that would revolutionize the production, purchase, and sale of digital art. When I said, this launches next month, conservative estimates put its value at $10 billion. I'm showing you this because for once, I want you to see what I'm building before it happens. No more dismissing it, no more doubting. As they processed the ramifications, the room became quiet. My mother finally said something. We're proud of you, Sophia. We should have been proud all along. Thank you, Mom. But I didn't do this for your pride. I did it because it was my dream, my vision, and now, I grinned, it's my empire. Marcus said, so what happens now? Now we have dinner, as a family. But this time, we'll do it my way. No more pretending, no more hiding. And tomorrow, we'll tour the island, and I'll show you exactly what your daughter, sister, and niece has built while you weren't paying attention. I held up my glass. To the truth, finally. They were rather dizzy when they lifted their glasses. Fine wine, delicious cuisine, and slowly thawing chats filled the remainder of the evening. My family was starting to notice me. Truly see me. First time in 15 years. That evening, I remained in the dining room and gazed out at the moonlit ocean as others went to their apartments. Sarah, my helper, showed up beside me. With a whisper she questioned, was it worth it? The big reveal? I considered the expressions on their faces. The astonishment, the insight, the slow comprehension. Yes, I said. But not for what I had anticipated. It was about being able to be wholly myself at last, not about proving them incorrect. And tomorrow, laughed I, tomorrow we show them the future. Their safe, predictable world of traditional investments and conventional success is over. It's time for them to understand that the daughter they wrote off as a dreamer wasn't just dreaming. She was building a new world while they weren't looking. Later that evening, I discovered a note written by my father that had been hidden behind my door. I was wrong. Not just about the business, but about everything. You didn't just succeed, you revolutionized an entire industry. I'm sorry I couldn't see it sooner. Dad? As a reminder of my beginnings and progress, I framed the note and placed it next to my first NFT sale receipt for $50,000. My family's attitudes abruptly shifted the following morning as I observed them getting together for breakfast. I came to a significant realization. Sometimes proving yourself correct is just as important to success as proving others incorrect. The quiet awareness that you created something remarkable while everyone else was busy doubting you can often be the sweetest victory, rather than the revelation of accomplishment. The news alert that buzzed on my phone read, Sullivan Digital Empire announces revolutionary new platform. The time had come for my family to witness the unfolding of the future in real time. No more pretending or concealing. My mom said I shouldn't come for Christmas because my step-grandparents hated me and would cut their inheritance if we stayed in touch. My stepdad's parents, who despise me, would be at Christmas, so my mom told me I wasn't welcome. I severed all contact with them and withdrew their financial support, but a few months later they were at my house. Long pauses at the beginning of phone calls have always annoyed me since they seldom contain pleasant news. My mother's hesitancy on the other end of the telephone, 3 days before Christmas, told me everything I needed to know before she even said anything. Erica, honey, I think it would be better if you didn't come home for Christmas this year. I almost dropped my mug of coffee. Mom, what are you talking about? It's just, well, Richard's parents are coming and they don't want to see you, and they've made it quite clear. In an attempt to comprehend what I was hearing, I collapsed onto my couch. My stepdad, Richard, had been married to my mother since I was 10 years old, and although his parents had never been fond of me, this was different. My mother chose them over me in this situation. I tried to maintain my composure as I said, since Dad passed away, we've always celebrated Christmas together. It's our custom. I know, honey, but what? You're seriously picking other people over your own daughter? No matter what reason she offered, the silence that ensued was terrible. Her voice was strained when she did speak. Erica, they've threatened to cut Richard out of their will if they find out we're still in contact with you. They told us they won't leave him an inheritance and will stop talking to us altogether. I was going to yell. So this is about money? Quickly. No, it's not just that, she said. I've told them that we haven't been in touch with you for years. I need you to go along with this. It's just this once. There was no comedy in my laughter. You want me to pretend I don't exist in your life? That's your solution? Richard's parents are difficult people, Erica. They're spiteful and stubborn. We need to make sure they believe no one in the family talks to you anymore. You need to understand. I ended the call. I was no longer able to listen. You would have to go back more than 20 years to comprehend why Richard's parents detested me so much. When I was 4 years old, my real dad passed away in a vehicle accident. Before she met Richard, a widower with a daughter named Hannah who is 9 years old, it was just Mom and me against the world for 6 years. Richard and Hannah moved into our home after they were married. At first, everything was okay. I got along well enough with Hannah. At times, we quarreled like sisters, hurling pillows at one another and squabbling over who got the remote control, all typical child behavior. However, Richard's parents detested me from the beginning. They referred to me as impolite and unruly. They would comment, "It's obvious she grew up without a father," as if I weren't even there. They would bring Hannah gifts when they came to visit, but nothing for me. They would never speak to me, but they would chat through and around me. When I was 14, the worst of it occurred. Hannah and I were left with Richard's parents while Mom and Richard went on vacation. Normally, Mom's sister, Aunt Sarah, would host us, but she was occupied at the moment. Despite their reluctance, Richard's parents decided to have us, especially me. Hannah and I argued over the laptop after spending a week together locked up. Tensions were high and we were both really bored. I gave her a gentle shove during the fight, but she lost her equilibrium, fell awkwardly, and fractured her arm. Hannah let out a scream that had my blood run down my spine. Her grandparents rushed over. Her grandma called Richard in a fit of hysteria while her grandfather took her to the hospital. She screamed into the phone, "You have to come home now." Erica beat Hannah badly and broke her arm. She needs to be in a psychiatric clinic, she's completely out of control. Everything changed after that call. They stole my phone, locked me in a bedroom, and only unlocked the door to let food in. They referred to me as a rabid animal, and threatened to put me in juvenile jail. 3 days after taking a short trip, Mom and Richard returned home. In a fit of rage, Richard claimed he couldn't trust himself around me. I was sent to spend 2 months with Aunt Sarah. Richard hardly talked to me when I got home. Ironically, the incident strengthened our bond, and Hannah and I swiftly reconciled. I never had anger management difficulties, so my parents had me go to therapy. After that, the atmosphere at home was oppressive. It was like fleeing prison when I turned 18 and moved to a different place for college. I only communicated with Mom and Hannah when I was in college. I worked really hard to succeed while studying management and administration. My buddy Olivia and I were able to secure internships at her father's restaurant company during our junior year. Everyone was taken aback by the development plan I created. Profits increased in a matter of months when it did work. Olivia's father gave me a job opportunity when I graduated. Olivia wanted me to be her executive director when he turned over the restaurant management business to her. I would effectively be her right-hand lady, in charge of modernization and business development. I changed that chain of restaurants with Olivia. We built a mobile app, established food delivery services, and set up areas where patrons could use laptops to place food orders. In order to demonstrate how hygienic and effective the kitchens were, we set up live stream cameras in each restaurant, created designated areas for selfies, and began culinary lessons. Young folks began to pour in. We drew in a ton of new clients while retaining the old ones. When business took off, I was suddenly paid more than I could have ever imagined. I had savings for the first time in my life. At that point, Mom called to discuss Richard's work-related issues. She said that he had been fired. We're struggling to make the mortgage payments. Richard then picked up the phone. "Erica, I'm sorry for everything. You're our only hope right now." I thus consented to assist. I sent them money each month to cover their mortgage. I continued to pay even after Richard eventually secured part-time employment. I didn't find it difficult, and they had become accustomed to the assistance. I believed I was purchasing a stronger bond with them. I was mistaken. I spent what seemed like hours sitting on my couch, staring at my phone after that terrible chat with Mom. My mind was jumbled. I needed someone who would listen to me. I rang Hannah's phone. "Hey sis, what's up?" Hannah's upbeat tone was a stark contrast to my own emotions. "Mom just called," I answered, a little trembling in my voice. "She told me not to come home for Christmas because your grandparents will be there. Your grandparents threatened to cut Richard out of their will if they found out they still talk to me. Apparently, she's been telling them for years that they don't have any contact with me." Hannah seldom ever used profanity. "That," she said. "What the hell is wrong with them?" "She wants me to play along," I said. "Pretend I'm not part of the family anymore, So your grandparents will leave the money someday? Hannah answered, well, the hell with it, with firmness. If you're not welcome there, then I'm not coming either. If they're choosing money over you, then they can do Christmas without both of us. My eyes filled with tears. Hannah was the one member of my family who always had my back, even after everything we had been through. I felt a little better once I hung up with Hannah. I gave some friends I knew had no family Christmas plans a call. By the end of the evening, Hannah and 5 of my friends and I had planned an unplanned orphan Christmas at my flat. Hannah showed in the day before Christmas with a bag full of decorations and a little suitcase. She exclaimed, I raided the dollar store, when she threw tinsel and glittery decorations on my coffee table. Your place needs some Christmas spirit. We drank wine, caught up, and decorated my apartment that evening. Neither of us brought up Richard, Mom, or the inheritance issue. For a few hours, nothing had changed. The formal, stressful events we had experienced as children at home were not at all like Christmas Day. Around noon, my pals showed up with food, beverages, or games. We probably drank more than we should have, ate too much, and laughed too loudly. It was authentic, yet it wasn't conventional. Even Hannah acknowledged at the conclusion of the evening that it was the finest Christmas she had experienced in a long time. Naturally, though, reality has a way of getting in the way. Before going to bed, I was browsing Instagram when I came upon a post from Mom. In their living room, she was grinning beside Richard's parents, who were all dressed in similar Christmas sweaters. It said, so blessed to spend this special day with family. Family. The word made my stomach turn like a dagger. I was no longer family. It was inconvenient to conceal the truth about me. That night, I was unable to sleep. Every monthly mortgage payment I'd been making and the Instagram post kept playing back in my head. I believed I was mending old wounds and constructing bridges each time I sent that money. I now saw that I had only been purchasing the false sense of family. The following morning, I decided. I canceled the automatic transfer to my parents' mortgage account by using my banking app. I was tired of being exploited, even if it was small. It was 2 weeks later. Thankful for the post-holiday influx of new restaurant patrons who had made New Year's resolves to try new places, I poured myself into my work. I welcomed the diversion as Olivia and I worked on plans to open a new site. Then Mom called. A part of me wanted to hear what she had to say, but I almost didn't respond. She said, Erica, there's a problem with the mortgage payment, without even extending a greeting. Did you forget to send it? I didn't forget, I answered, maintaining a steady tone. I canceled it. Silence fell for a beat. What do you mean you canceled it? I mean I'm not paying your mortgage anymore. She said in a panic, but we're counting on that money. The payment is due today. You should have thought about that before you betrayed me for your in-laws' money, I replied. You chose them over me. Now you can ask them to pay your mortgage. This is about Christmas, Erica, you're being childish. We explained why. You explained that money is more important to you than I am. I am message received. Then her voice shifted from one of terror to one of accusation. I know what you did. You convinced Hannah not to come for Christmas. You turned her against us. What I didn't do, you know? What I had to tell Richard's parents? That she was seriously ill? I had to lie and make up a whole story because of you. What I was hearing was unbelievable. You've gone mad because of this inheritance thing. Normal people don't invent illnesses for their children, Mom. They don't disown them for money. You have no idea what you're talking about, she said. After everything we've done for you. What exactly have you done for me lately, Mom, besides kick me out of Christmas and lie about my existence? She ended the call. The months that followed were calm. I didn't get in touch, and Mom didn't call again. Hannah stayed in contact and went to visit whenever she could. She had turned into the only family member who had not betrayed me and my only true link to my former existence. I threw myself into new initiatives and concentrated on my work. Olivia and I opened a new restaurant across town as part of our restaurant brand expansion. It was a good business. Life was steady. However, when I thought about my family, I still felt empty. Then Hannah called one evening in late April. Hey, I'm going to come visit you tomorrow. Is that okay? Her voice seemed strange, but I didn't press the issue. When Hannah felt like it, she had always been straightforward. My doorbell rang shortly after noon the following day. When I opened it, Mom and Richard were standing there in addition to Hannah. I took a step back and nearly slammed the door, asking myself, what the hell? Hannah raised her hands. Hear them out, Erica, please. It was clear from their faces, Hannah's begging, Richard's uneasiness, and Mom's anxiety, that this would not be a quick chat. I suppose they were strangers by now because they filed into my living room like strangers. Mom held her handbag close to her chest. Awkwardly, Richard stood beside the window. Hannah cleared her throat. So, I think Mom and Dad have something they want to say. Mom inhaled deeply. Erica, we came to apologize. What I did at Christmas was wrong. She appeared to think that was sufficient, but I waited for more. That's it? I inquired at last. We're missing you, Richard continued. The house isn't the same without you. I didn't care that my voice was rising. The house I wasn't welcome in at Christmas? The house where you pretend I don't exist whenever your parents visit? You're going to have to do better than we miss you. Hannah put her hand on my arm. Let him finish, Erica. Mom gave a clumsy smile. You're right to be angry. We betrayed you. I betrayed you. I put money ahead of my own daughter, and I've been sick about it ever since. Your financial assistance is no longer required, Richard stated. I found a new job, better than the old one. We're managing the mortgage payments just fine. That's not why we're here. I said. Then why are you here? Because we're family, her voice cracked. And we almost threw that away. For what? For my in-laws' approval? For money we might get someday? It was wrong. I hesitated because of something about her genuineness. I had been prepared for manipulations, guilt trips, and justifications. I wasn't expecting real regret. I asked Richard, what about your parents? They still planning to write you out of the will if they find out we talk? Richard's gaze shifted to his hands. I called them after you stopped sending money. Told them I wasn't going to pretend anymore, that you're my daughter too. They flew off the handle, threatened to disown me, just like they said they would. We had a huge fight. So what changed? I did, said Hannah. I called Grandma and Grandpa and told them I knew everything, that I fully supported you and Dad, and if they couldn't accept you as part of our family, then they'd lose me too. Mom gave a nod. They called back 3 days later. Said they'd calm down and were willing to accept things. They're not ready to lose Hannah. I was at a loss for words. I wanted my family back, therefore I wanted to forgive them. Another part recalled how effortlessly they'd ignored me when it suited them. I was honest when I said, I don't know if I can trust you again. You shut me out when it suited you. What happens next time they threaten to cut you off? Mom said. There won't be a next time. We've drawn a line. You're our daughter, and that's non-negotiable. I glanced at Mom, whose eyes were full of tears, then at Richard, who appeared more sincere than I'd seen him in years, and finally at Hannah, who gave me a supportive nod. I said, I'm not saying everything's fine now, with caution. It's going to take time, but I'm willing to try. Mom sobbed and came running to give me a hug. I didn't want to fully surrender, so I stayed rigid in her arms. When Mom eventually let me go, Richard remarked, We've been looking into family therapy, all 4 of us, to work through the old stuff, not just this recent mess. Therapy? My astonishment was evident. When I was a teenager, Richard had always laughed at my forced anger management classes. Hannah said, it was Dad's idea, with a proud expression on her face. He says we all have baggage we need to unpack. Richard said, I should have defended you years ago. After the accident with Hannah's arm, I knew it wasn't your fault, but I let my parents dictate how I treated you. That wasn't right. I reflected on the years I had spent trying to gain his approval, the therapy sessions in which counselors attempted to fix me when I wasn't damaged, and the fact that I had continued to provide for them financially in the hopes that they would still love me. Hours of agonizing but important discourse lasted that evening. We discussed the Christmas betrayal that had been the final straw, the past scars I believed had healed but obviously hadn't, and what it would take to regain trust. We had a plan by the time they departed, which included regular dinners for the 4 of us, no in-laws allowed, weekly family therapy sessions beginning the following month, and explicit rules about what was and wasn't appropriate moving forward. It was a start, but it wasn't forgiveness yet. Hannah remained after they left. With the familiarity of a sister who knew she was welcome, she fell into my couch. You okay? She inquired. I don't know, was my honest response. Part of me wants to believe them. Another part is waiting for the other shoe to drop. She pulled at a loose thread on my throw cushion and said, I understand that. For what it's worth, I think they mean it this time. You should have seen Mom after Christmas. She was a mess, kept saying she'd made a horrible mistake. Did they ask you to arrange this? Hannah gave a headshake. It was my idea. I was tired of being the go-between, of hearing them talk about how much they missed you while knowing they'd hurt you so badly. I reclined, suddenly worn out. I'm not sure family therapy is going to fix everything. Probably not, added Hannah. But it's a step. And I'll be there too, making sure they don't backslide. Regardless of blood, I grinned at my sister, my true sister. When did you get so wise? Learned from the best, she replied, putting her hand on my shoulder. You never gave up on me, even when we were kids and I was a total brat. Now it's my turn to not give up on this family. After Hannah departed that evening, I sat by myself in my apartment contemplating forgiveness, second chances, and family, both the one you choose and the one you are born into. I wasn't sure if I was prepared to give my parents back complete control. Once lost, trust is difficult to rebuild. But perhaps, just perhaps, we could use the fragments of what had been destroyed to create something new. As you can anticipate, the first family therapy session was quite uncomfortable. We were asked to gather in a circle and discuss our expectations with Dr. Levine, a kind-eyed, no-nonsense woman in her 50s. Mom wiped at her eyes and whispered, I just want my family back. I want to understand why I was so easily disposable, I replied. Richard stirred uneasily. I want to be a better father to both my daughters. Always the mediator, Hannah declared. I want us to be honest with each other. No more secrets or lies. Dr. Levine gave a nod. Those are all valid desires. This won't be easy, but acknowledging what you want is a good start. We had frequent meetings throughout the ensuing weeks. We continued to show up even though the sessions occasionally turned into arguments or tears. We slowly and carefully worked through years of miscommunications, grudges, and anxieties. We discussed how Richard's parents had used their inheritance as a weapon to dominate the family, why I had felt obligated to provide for them despite everything that had transpired, and the Christmas treachery that had finally crushed me. We began repairing our relationship in little steps outside of treatment. Mom used to call just to talk. Richard believed I might find the restaurant management articles he provided me interesting. Hannah and I continued to have a closer sisterly closeness than before. After 2 months of treatment, Richard's disclosure about his own upbringing was a turning point. My parents always used money to control me, he recalled as a schoolboy. If I didn't behave exactly as they wanted, they'd threaten to cut me off. When I wanted to marry my first wife, they threatened to disinherit me because they didn't approve of her. I stood my ground then, but after she died, I guess I didn't have the fight left in me, so when they started treating Erica the same way. He looked at me with sincere regret as he confessed, I fell back into old patterns. At Dr. Levine's prompting. I'm so sorry, Erica. I failed you. That day, something changed within me. For the first time, I saw Richard as someone who had been controlled his entire life, just like I had been, rather than as the stepfather who had deceived me. Better was due to both of us. By the 3rd month of therapy, I informed him, we were prepared to put our new family dynamics to the test in the real world. Mom asked me to join them for dinner in the house where I grew up. It had been before Christmas when I last visited. Anxiety made my stomach turn as I pulled into the driveway. What if Richard's parents appeared out of the blue? What if this whole thing was a sophisticated ruse? However, the scent of my favorite dish, Mom's lasagna, greeted me as soon as I entered, and the dining room was adorned with pictures. Pictures of Hannah and I together, pictures of me graduating from college, and pictures of the 4 of us in better times. Mom said, we put these back up, as she followed my eyes. They belong here, you belong here. It seemed like progress, even if there were still awkward pauses and moments when old tensions threatened to reappear during dinner. Richard pulled me aside after supper. After saying, I need to show you something, he ushered me into his office. He had a legal paper on his desk. I said, what's this? I've been working with a lawyer to ensure that whatever happens with my parents' inheritance won't affect what I leave to you and Hannah. You'll both be treated equally in my will, no matter what. I was dumbfounded when I looked at him. It's not about the money, he rapidly explained. It's about making sure you know that you are my daughter, Erica, not by blood but by choice. And nothing, not my parents, not their money, will ever change that again. I cried then, even though I didn't weep much. That night, I contacted Hannah on the way home. I informed her, you won't believe what just happened, as I described the events of the night. I believe it, she declared. Dad's been working on that thing for weeks, he wanted it to be perfect for you. I asked out loud, when did everything change so much? After Hannah said, when you stood up for yourself. You showed them they couldn't have it both ways. They couldn't treat you like garbage and still expect your financial support. It made them realize what they were losing. She was correct. I had forced them to make a decision by emotionally and financially cutting them off. Surprisingly, they had picked me. Dr. Levine requested us to discuss our progress at the following treatment session. I've learned that I can't control how others treat me, but I can control how I respond, I replied. I don't have to keep paying, literally or figuratively, for people to love me. I've learned that I married a strong woman, Richard stated, addressing his mother, who raised an even stronger daughter, and that standing up to my parents was long overdue. I've learned that family isn't just about blood or obligation, Mom said. It's a choice we make every day. Hannah grinned. I've learned that my sister is a badass who doesn't take crap from anyone anymore. That made us all laugh. We all gathered to dinner at a brand new restaurant that my employer had opened 6 months after Christmas that nearly killed our family. I came to the crucial realization that we were no longer the same family as previously as we sat around the table laughing and telling stories. The foundation of the family had been fear, duty, and unspoken grudges. It wasn't flawless. We still experienced horrible days. Even though Richard's parents had been relatively silent since our reunion, they were still a complex part of our lives. Sometimes old hurts come back. However, we were determined to resolve it together, and that was what made all the difference, I was starting to think. My brother stalked my girlfriend, but my family defended him. We were threatened, so we left, started over, and cut off all contact. As soon as my girlfriend Sophia, 25, walked in, Ethan began acting aggressively, making her incredibly uncomfortable with absolutely out-of-character conduct. He virtually pushed our mother aside just to be the first to hug Sophia, and he held her so tightly that she had to physically pull away. Throughout dinner, he kept finding excuses to touch her hand or shoulder, making odd inside jokes despite the fact that they'd only recently met, and actually pushing past me many times to sit next to her, until he crossed the line by trying to feed her with his fork while staring attentively. Sophia was obviously uneasy, but she stayed courteous because it was our first family gathering and she wanted to make a good impression. Ethan spent the entire evening reciting embarrassing anecdotes about my youth, twisting them to make me look like a miserable fool. He even told a completely false story about how he had to save my high school girlfriend from my claimed emotional abuse, which never occurred. Sophia knew these stories weren't genuine since I'd already told her about my adolescence, but my parents just nodded along as if Ethan was spouting biblical truth. After dinner, things worsened. Sophia offered to help clean up, hoping to be helpful. I was helping my father move some boxes in the garage when I remembered I hadn't seen Sophia in a while. I found her in the kitchen, with Ethan actually blocking her departure. He had trapped her at the sink and told her she deserved someone more exciting than his boring, unstable older brother. He was standing far too close, one hand on the counter next to her hip. Sophia ordered him to back off twice before I came inside. When she spotted me, she was relieved and came to stand next to me. Ethan just laughed dismissively, as if everything was one big joke, but Sophia was visibly shivering. My fiancée Sophia and I had been dating for 8 months, and everything was going great until Ethan started to wreck our lives with his compulsive behavior. I suppose I should explain our family dynamic so that this makes sense. Ethan and I were raised in a tiny Minnesota town by upper-middle-class parents. Our parents both work in real estate and make good money, but they've always prioritized appearances over genuine family relationships. Ethan was born when I was 3 years old, and he has always been the focal point of our parents' lives. He could do no wrong, but everything was always my fault. Growing up, Ethan exhibited some pretty alarming conduct, which my parents completely disregarded. When he was 6, he purposefully smashed my game console because I refused to let him play whenever he wanted. Instead of penalizing him, my parents got him his own and told me I needed to learn to share more effectively. At 12, he murdered my pet hamster by giving it chocolate, knowing it was deadly, but my parents stated it was a mistake and that I shouldn't have a pet if I couldn't properly care for it. In high school, he created allegations that I cheated on my then girlfriend, resulting in our split. My parents claimed he was merely protecting her. That tendency persisted into maturity. Ethan still lives at home with our parents, works at my father's real estate firm, and generally does whatever he wants. He has ruined every relationship I have tried to form. With my previous girlfriend, he convinced her family that I had a gambling problem, which was absolutely false. Before that, he told another woman that I had cheated on all of my ex-partners, which was also false. My parents would either justify his acts or accuse me of being overly dramatic. When I met Sophia, I resolved to do things differently. I kept our relationship absolutely quiet from my family for the first 3 months to protect her from Ethan's regular techniques. Sophia is truly the best thing that has happened to me. She is an intelligent and caring pediatric nurse at our local hospital. We met in the hospital cafe while I was visiting a coworker who had recently undergone surgery. She was on her lunch break, and we started talking about how bad the hospital coffee was. After a few more coffee discussions, we began dating, and everything seemed great. Sophia knows everything about my family history because I wanted her to be prepared. In fact, she was the one who pushed me to try to introduce her, claiming that things might be different now that we were all adults. One of my favorite things about her is that she constantly looks for the best in people. I eventually agreed to introduce Sophia to my family at a dinner party last month, and then everything started to fall apart. The main difficulty began several days after the dinner. Sophia began to receive weird phone calls and messages from numbers she did not know. At first, she responded with heavy breathing or immediate hang-ups. Then they started leaving more weird voicemails, labeling her stuck up and cold for turning down a better option. Some of the messages included exact data about her work schedule and what she wore that day, proving someone was watching her. Sophia didn't realize it at first, but a couple voices reminded me of Ethan's high school classmates. This gang of boys still goes out with him and basically follows his orders because his parents give him money to spend. When Sophia blocked those numbers, they simply began phoning from new ones. Then Ethan's pals began showing up at the hospital, appearing to be visitors but actually lingering around the pediatric wing, where Sophia works. They would look at her for hours, making loud comments that she could hear. Last week, one of them followed her to her car after she worked the night shift. She was so horrified that she contacted me crying from inside her car, afraid to drive home in case they were monitoring her. I had to come pick her up and drive her car back, while my friend followed us in his car to ensure we weren't being pursued. Sophia has begun experiencing panic attacks before her shifts, and her coworkers have realized something is plainly wrong. Yesterday, I finally got enough evidence to approach Ethan. I had voicemail recordings, messaging screenshots, and hospital security camera footage that showed his friend stalking Sophia. I visited our parents' house, where Ethan still resides, and showed him everything. He just sat there, smugly smiling, as I spoke. Then he looked me directly in the eyes and stated he had no idea what I was talking about. But maybe if Sophia wasn't such a spoiled brat, no one would feel the need to teach her a lesson. Something inside of me snapped when he said that, and I hit him in the face. Ethan immediately began screaming as if I had tried to kill him, despite the fact that it was only a little nosebleed. Our parents rushed in, and of course, they lost it. At me, not him. They didn't even look at the evidence I tried to provide to them. My mother became enraged over her poor baby boy being attacked, while my father yelled that I had always been jealous of Ethan and needed professional help for my anger issues. When I tried to explain the harassment, Mom said Sophia was probably flirting with Ethan at dinner and is now playing the victim because she was caught. Dad urged me to leave his house and not return until I had apologized to Ethan and gotten my head straight. I am writing from Sophia's flat, where I have been staying since last night. She finally fell asleep in the other room after crying for hours, frightened of going to work tomorrow. Sophia's supervisor has been understanding thus far, but she is concerned that if the problem escalates, she may lose her job. She enjoys working with children in pediatrics and should not be forced to give it up because of my insane brother. I really don't know what to do anymore. Every time I think Ethan cannot go any lower, he proves me wrong. Our parents are absolutely encouraging his actions and have been gaslighting both me and Sophia about what is happening. The police will not take action unless there is more direct evidence linking Ethan to the harassment. Sophia is terrified, her job is in jeopardy, and my family treats us as if we are the problem. Has anyone ever dealt with something like this? How do I keep Sophia safe while dealing with such a toxic family? Should I do more to capture everything that happens? Any advice would be highly appreciated. I'm at my wit's end. Update 1. First and foremost, I'd like to thank everyone who responded to my first post. Reading all of your answers helped me realize how serious the problem is. Sophia and I attempted to follow a lot of the advice many of you gave about documenting everything and taking legal action. Unfortunately, things have become worse over the last 2 weeks, and I need to rant about it. We followed the instructions and went to the police. Sophia and I spent hours gathering proof, including screenshots of all the threatening messages, voicemail recordings, and hospital security footage that showed Ethan's buddies lurking. We also received written testimonies from 3 of Sophia's coworkers who witnessed the stalking conduct. The officer we initially spoke with was concerned, particularly regarding workplace harassment, but things quickly became difficult. It comes out that Ryan, Ethan's best buddy and one of the main perpetrators of the abuse, is the son of a local police sergeant. When we stated Ryan's name, the officer's tone completely altered. He began by stating that without concrete proof that Ethan was coordinating everything, there was little they could do. He further indicated that Sophia was misinterpreting friendly attention from people who were just hanging around the hospital for legitimate reasons. He even had the arrogance to wonder if Sophia had somehow piqued their interest. We wanted to speak with another officer, preferably a female, but they refused. Finally, They stated they'd send a warning to everybody we could identify from the tape, but that was all they could do in the absence of specific evidence of actual threats. It felt like an absolute waste of time. My parents' reaction was far worse than I anticipated. The day after we went to the police, Ethan arrived at their house with a black eye, claiming I had struck him again. I hadn't seen him since the night I hit him 2 weeks before, but my parents quickly believed him. My mother called, sobbing about how I'd lost control, and was trying to destroy Ethan's life. She said going to the police demonstrated I was purposefully attempting to damage his future over a stupid misunderstanding. Then my father called. He was infuriated. He threatened to cut me off financially, which would have been problematic if I still relied on them. Fortunately, I have a steady career in software development and my own apartment. He also threatened to fire me from the family real estate company, conveniently forgetting that I never worked there. That is Ethan's job. It truly demonstrates that they don't regard me as my own person, but rather as an accessory to Ethan's life. The true calamity occurred this past weekend. My mother repeatedly called and texted, saying they wanted to fix things as a family. She assured that Ethan was sorry for everything and wanted to apologize to both me and Sophia. She stated that they had discussed limits with him, and he was aware that his behavior was wrong. After discussing it with Sophia, we decided to give them the opportunity to make things right. That was an enormous error. We went to my parents' house expecting a family dinner to reconcile things. I sensed there was something odd from the moment we went in. The house was full with my parents, Ethan, our aunt and uncle, who usually support Ethan, and, worst of all, Ryan and 2 of the guys who had been pursuing Sophia at work. My mom referred to it as a family intervention. For 2 hours, they all took turns criticizing Sophia's character, while Ethan sat there looking smug. My mother delivered a lengthy lecture about Sophia's obvious jealousy of Ethan's attractiveness and success. What success? And how she had been flirting with him during dinner. She claimed Sophia made up the harassment because she felt sorry about leading Ethan on, and was now attempting to cover her tracks. Sophia, according to my aunt, was probably used to having attention from males at work and mistook nice conduct for stalking out of guilt. Ethan played his job brilliantly, appearing sad and perplexed as to why Sophia would fabricate such nasty lies about him. He kept stating how happy he was to finally have a sister-in-law and how saddened he was that she was attempting to turn everyone against him. Ryan and his friends backed him up, claiming they had simply come to the hospital to see Ryan's ailing grandmother, who supposedly transfers between floors and apartments every day. The toughest thing was when they began questioning Sophia's mental stability. They mentioned that she sometimes works night shifts, which suggested that a lack of sleep was contributing to her paranoia. They discussed how stressful working with sick children must be, as if she was putting her professional stress into harmless interactions with Ethan and his pals. My mother even had the audacity to suggest a therapist who may help Sophia work through her tendency to create drama. Sophia originally attempted to defend herself by politely discussing the harassment and even giving them the messages and voicemails again. But they kept talking over her, dismissing her facts as misunderstandings or hinting that she had caused everything. When Ryan began outlining in detail what Sophia had worn on specific days at work, demonstrating he had been monitoring her, my parents assumed Sophia was attempting to attract attention. Things grew terrible when they invited Ryan and his pals to join us for dessert, claiming they wanted to demonstrate what good young men they truly were. Sophia was having problems breathing and had to leave the room. When I attempted to follow her, my mother grabbed my elbow and told me it was time to choose between my real family and a clearly unstable girl who's just trying to cause problems. Sophia is who I choose. We left quickly, and I haven't spoken to my family since that night. Ethan's buddies have escalated their harassment, spreading reports at Sophia's workplace that she is mentally unstable and has a history of false claims. Her supervisor summoned her to a meeting yesterday to raise worries about drama at work. While he appeared empathetic, he warned her that the disruptions were beginning to damage her job performance and that she considered transferring to a different department or hospital. We've engaged an attorney to help us obtain a restraining order, but the procedure is sluggish. Sophia has been looking for jobs at other hospitals, and one of her old co-workers has offered to help her find work at a hospital some 300 miles away. I hate that we're being forced to take such harsh actions, but I can't face watching Sophia live in constant worry and tension. She now sobs before every shift and has lost weight because she is too anxious to eat properly. I really don't know what to do anymore. Every attempt to approach this sensibly has failed. My family is absolutely insane, the cops are ineffective, and it appears that Ethan is winning. How can you fight back when people want to believe the worst about you, and the best about your abuser? Update 2. I wish I had better news, but everything fell apart following what happened at my cousin Chloe's wedding last weekend. I've been trying to comprehend everything for the last few days before posting this update. What was supposed to be a happy family celebration turned into a nightmare that left Ethan in handcuffs and our family irrevocably shattered. To begin, Chloe has always been the only member of the family, aside from my grandfather, who recognized Ethan's deception. When we were youngsters, Mom caught Ethan abusing her cat and informed everyone, but my parents convinced us she was lying for attention. She never forgot, and she has been completely supportive of me throughout Sophia's condition. She even drafted a thorough statement for our attorney explaining Ethan's troubling background. When Chloe sent her wedding invites, Sophia and I were hesitant to go. But Chloe called us directly and said she only invited Ethan because her parents insisted, and she had hired extra security just to keep an eye on him. She also sat us at a table with her husband's family, far from my parents and Ethan. We assumed that with all of the witnesses and security present, Ethan wouldn't do something stupid. We were mistaken. The ceremony went well, owing in large part to Ethan's duties as a groomsman. Noah, Chloe's husband, is our cousin on the other side of the family and was unaware of any of the drama. Everything appeared to be in order at first glance. Ethan sat at the family table with our parents, while we were across the room with Chloe's in-laws. Sophia began to relax and enjoy herself for the first time in weeks. Sophia used the restroom around 9 p.m. She had been gone for approximately 10 minutes when I saw Ethan wasn't at his table anymore. Something seemed strange, so I went to check on her. Sophia screamed as I was about to enter the restroom. I began running when Noah and his brother turned the bend in front of me. They discovered Ethan pushing Sophia against the hallway wall outside the lavatory, attempting to force himself on her while she struggled. He had one hand over her mouth and the other forcefully grabbing her arm, leaving bruises. Just as I arrived, Noah and his brother had dragged Ethan off of her. Sophia shook and cried. Her dress was torn at the shoulder, and there were already visible bruises on her arm. Ethan was clearly intoxicated and began ranting that Sophia had been teasing him all night, she had literally not gone near him, and that she had followed him into the hallway. She arrived first. Noah's brother, a police officer from another city, quickly called the local police, and Noah assisted Sophia into a private room where Chloe and her mother attempted to calm her down. This is where things went even worse, if that's possible. When the cops arrived, my parents attempted to stop them from detaining Ethan. My mother cried that it was all a misunderstanding, that Sophia had plainly misled Ethan, and that they shouldn't ruin his life for one minor drunken mistake. My father physically attempted to stop the officers from handcuffing Ethan, urging that they treat this as a family matter. Ethan went between crying about how Sophia seduced him and threatening everyone, claiming that none of us understood what he was capable of. He appeared absolutely unhinged. As they eventually got him into the police car, he started yelling that Sophia was a whore who had been asking for it since the day they met. Some guests captured the entire event on their phones. The aftermath was catastrophic. My parents got into a frenzy, phoning everyone in the family to provide their account of the events. They claimed Sophia took Ethan into a quiet spot, came onto him, and shouted assault when he rebuffed her. They claimed she planned the entire incident to exact revenge on Ethan for revealing her lies about the harassment. They even claimed that Noah and his brother hit Ethan before the cops arrived, which they did not, and that Sophia hurt herself. The one bright spot is that the wedding video shows Ethan following Sophia into the restroom hallway. With her bruises, many witnesses, and video proof of Ethan's breakdown during the arrest, our lawyer believes we have a solid case. Several relatives who attended the wedding have come forward to testify about Ethan's actions throughout the night, including inappropriate remarks he made about Sophia and how he pursued her during the reception. My parents have threatened to disown me unless Sophia drops the claims. They've been phoning and messaging nonstop, alternately apologizing for tearing the family apart, and threatening to cut me out of the inheritance. They even showed up at my apartment yesterday, generating a disturbance that prompted my neighbors to contact the police. My mother screamed over how I was putting her sweet boy in jail, while my father swore to make sure I never worked in this state again. Sophia and I reached a decision. She accepted a job offer at a hospital 300 miles away, and I plan to work remotely for my firm. We're moving at the end of next month. Many people may believe we are fleeing, but we simply need to escape the toxicity and start over somewhere new. Chloe understands and has agreed to keep us up to date on any family developments. The most difficult part of all of this is knowing that my family will never accept Ethan needs help. Even after seeing him abuse someone at a wedding in front of witnesses, they continue to defend him and blame the victim. I've often wondered what might have happened if someone had intervened when we were kids, but we'll never know. Right now, I just need to concentrate on safeguarding Sophia and creating our new life together, away from Ethan and my parents' enabling behavior. Update 3. I hadn't planned to submit any more updates, But something happened yesterday that I feel compelled to tell. After 4 years of fortunate silence from my family, I received a frantic phone call from my mother, leaving me feeling both vindicated and heartbroken. First, a little update on Sophia and myself. We married 2 years ago in a short ceremony attended by Chloe's family and Sophia's relatives. We purchased a home in our new location, and Sophia is now the head pediatric nurse at her hospital. I am still working remotely for the same company, but I was promoted to senior developer last year. We're expecting our first kid, a baby girl, in 3 months. Life has been serene and cheerful, which makes what I am about to say much more frightening. Yesterday afternoon, I was in a conference when my phone started ringing incessantly with calls from my mother. I normally disregard strange numbers because my family has a tendency of purchasing new phones to reach us, but this time she left a message that sounded truly frantic. When I called back, she was sobbing so hard that I could not hear her. Ethan married a woman named Olivia last year. We were all unaware of it because we hadn't spoken to that side of the family since the wedding. Apparently, Ethan met Olivia in church, and their families swiftly planned their marriage. My mother kept going on about how wonderful everything was, how Ethan had finally found a good Christian woman who understood him, and how they were all so happy, until last week. Olivia's coworker called the police last Thursday after she failed to show up for work for 3 days. Officers discovered Olivia seriously injured during a wellness check. She had 2 broken ribs, a shattered wrist, and several bruises across her body. But here's what really stunned me. When the police looked into it further, they discovered that my father had been assisting Ethan in concealing the abuse for months. Olivia eventually broke down and told the police everything. Ethan began striking her just 2 months after they married. Every time she threatened to leave or tell someone, my father would intervene, using his real estate contacts to push Olivia's family about their mortgage or threatening to fire her from a job at one of his friends' companies. He even persuaded Olivia's parents that she was mentally disturbed while fabricating allegations about Ethan, employing the same tactics they employed against Sophia. The final event occurred when Olivia was promoted at work, which would have provided her financial independence. Ethan lost control and thrashed her so brutally that she couldn't enter. When she called my father for assistance, he advised her to ice it and remember her wedding vows. That's when her coworker stepped in and called the police. Ethan and my father were both arrested, one for domestic abuse and the other for witness intimidation and conspiracy. My mother urged me to return and help fix things. She kept stating, the family needs to stick together during a crisis, that Ethan and Dad needed my help, and that Olivia was obviously exaggerating everything, just like Sophia did. I lost it. I informed her how I felt about her enabling Ethan's actions throughout his childhood. I reminded her of what they did to Sophia, and how they decided to support Ethan despite witnessing him assault her at Chloe's wedding. I questioned whether she had ever considered that if they had helped Ethan when he was younger or held him accountable for his behavior, Olivia might not be in the hospital right now. My mother burst into tears, admitting that they should have acted sooner. She acknowledged that she and Dad had always known Ethan had problems, but they believed they were protecting him by keeping everything hidden. Too little, too late. I hung up and blocked her new number. Chloe called me later to confirm some information she'd received from extended family. Olivia's parents are distraught and regret not believing her sooner. They totally support her in bringing accusations against both Ethan and my father. Police are also looking into potential additional victims, since numerous of Ethan's ex-girlfriends have come forward with similar allegations of abuse and stalking. Sophia proposed that we contact Olivia through Chloe and offer her assistance if she requires it, which we will most likely do. Sophia mentioned how fortunate she was to have assistance when coping with Ethan, and Olivia may need someone who understands what she's going through. Some may believe I'm being cold toward my parents, but I've learned that encouraging toxic behavior simply creates more victims. My family had numerous opportunities to change, but they decided not to. Now they can deal with the consequences of their decisions without my assistance. My goal now is to defend my own family, my wife, our unborn daughter, and the quiet life we've created away from their toxicity. Update 4. Many people have messaged me asking for updates on the situation with Ethan, my father, and Olivia, so this is what has happened in the last 6 months. First, some wonderful news from our end. 3 months ago, Sophia and I welcomed our daughter Isla. She's completely healthy and stunningly lovely. Parenthood has been incredible, and it has only confirmed that breaking connections with my problematic family was the correct decision. Chloe and her husband came to see Isla last month, and seeing them with her only confirmed what true family love is like. Now for an update on Ethan's and my father's cases. Chloe has been keeping us updated because she still maintains contact with some distant relatives. Ethan agreed to a plea deal last month. He will serve an 8-year jail sentence for serious domestic abuse, with the possibility of parole after 5 years. My father's case is still ongoing, although his attorney is apparently attempting to work out a settlement. His real estate license has been suspended pending an inquiry, and most of his business partners have parted ways with him. My mother's progress is the most startling. After our previous phone chat, she began therapy. According to Chloe, she has moved out of the family home and filed for divorce from my father last week. She sent me a 12-page letter apologizing for everything, enabling Ethan his entire life, failing to protect me as a child, and, most importantly, how they treated Sophia. She revealed that she and my father had essentially produced the monster Ethan by never holding him accountable. I have not responded to your mail. Part of me respects that she is finally confronting the truth, but it is too little, too late. Where was this understanding when Ethan was torturing animals as a kid? Or while he was stalking Sophia? Or when they witnessed him assaulting her during Chloe's wedding? Sophia and I are still talking about allowing her to have supervised contact with Isla, but that will be years away, if it ever happens. Olivia came out to us via Chloe. She is doing better. She lives with her sister in another state and is having extensive therapy. She has filed for divorce and is completely cooperating with prosecutors. According to Chloe, numerous other women have come forward with claims that Ethan mistreated them in the past, including 2 from his church. The police are looking into those situations as well. Olivia's parents have been wonderfully supportive once the truth was revealed. They publicly apologized to her for not believing her sooner and severed all connections with my parents. They're even collaborating with domestic violence organizations to help other families identify indicators of abuse and manipulation. Our extended family is fundamentally divided into 2 factions. The majority of our younger cousins and relatives have supported us and Olivia, while the older generation continues to make excuses for Ethan and my dad. Chloe's mother, my aunt, has formed a family therapy group for relatives who want to understand how things got so bad and how to make things better for future generations. Sophia and I are focused on our kid and our lives here. Sophia went back to work part-time last week and was promoted to director of pediatric nursing. I'm still working remotely, but I'm considering starting my own software consulting firm. We've created a fantastic community here, complete with amazing friends and chosen family. Sometimes I consider contacting my mother or responding to her letter, but then I look at Isla and think about how my parents would expect me to let Ethan near her if we were still in contact, claiming he deserves another chance. That thought alone reminds me that we made the right decision by staying away. The pattern of cruelty and enabling in my family ends with me. Isla will grow up in an environment that values healthy relationships and respects limits. Cutting off toxic family members is sometimes the best thing you can do for your child, no matter how painful it is. My husband left me in an Italian town after a fight, thinking I'd come back. But I didn't. Now he's the one trying to find me. Let's see how she gets back, Ethan jokes, slamming the car door in the evening air. Our rental car's taillights faded as they disappeared around the tight Italian street, leaving just dust and my husband's friends' laughter. I stood paralyzed, mouth wide mid-sentence. Our disagreement outside the modest cafe was rendered irrelevant by his unimaginable deed. He's coming back, I muttered, getting odd eyes from people eating dinner at sidewalk tables. This is just to scare me. The knot in my stomach intensified as minutes became hours. Darkness fell over the unknown town whose name I couldn't pronounce. I never envisioned Ethan drinking that much at lunch when I begged him not to. His friends, college buddies celebrating their yearly guys' reunion that I grudgingly joined, encouraged him. When I suggested returning to our hotel, Leo replied, "She's always controlling you, man." Ordering another round. Ethan followed me out, his words garbled but his wrath clear. Both sides' years of hatred erupted quickly, making the fight ugly. He hissed, "Your purse has your passport, right? Before getting behind the wheel. Then you'll figure it out. You're so smart, always telling me what to do." Complete night descended as reality set in. Suddenly, the lovely Italian town felt dangerous. Cash count, €80, $37. Too little for a trip home and a hotel night. Ethan's wallet held my credit cards. When my small purse was full, he offered to carry them. I discovered the lowest pension in a shabby room above a bakery with a tiny bed and corner sink. Although she knew no English, the old woman who escorted me to the room patted my arm affectionately. "He blocked me," I gasped, glancing at my phone. 27 Ethan calls went to voicemail. Unanswered text messages arrived. Leo, Daniel, and all Ethan's carmates were tried. All blocked. I shuddered as I realized this was a premeditated humiliation. Breaks in sleep were punctuated by optimistic phone checks and panic. By daybreak, I believed this nightmare would cease. Ethan would apologize and blame me for overreacting to his joke. I'd be angry but relieved to return to our carefully crafted life in Boston, where he was a respected architect and I was his supporting wife who'd given up her design job to manage their home and social calendar. He didn't arrive. On the second day, I rationed my money and bought only a sandwich for lunch while touring the town's perimeter, checking every hotel and restaurant for our tour group. By dark, I learned they'd gone to Florence without me. On the third day, a friendly cafe proprietor saw me waiting outside and offered me free espresso and, in terrible English, directions to the police station. The officer looked unsurprised by my narrative, as if abandoned tourists were common, but his limited English and my non-existent Italian left me with a filed report and a sympathetic nod. The hardest decision of my life came that afternoon. In front of a crowded pawnshop display, I removed my wedding ring, the 2-carat diamond Ethan had upgraded on our 5th anniversary to replace our humble band. The merchant gave me significantly less than it's worth but enough to support my next step. America, call family, the pawn trader said, counting euros. Though I nodded mechanically, a different idea was emerging inside. Family meant explaining, hearing my mother's "I told you so" about Ethan's rage, and facing acquaintances who saw our marriage's flaws I'd tried to hide. When I arrived, the bus station was silent. I only saw travel magazine locations on its electronic board. An overnight bus to Rome connected to ferries, buses, and locations Ethan and his buddies wouldn't look for me if they tried. Finger hovered on my father's name and contacts. He sent money for a flight home in one call. One call would take me back to my existence of steadily shrinking to fit Ethan's ego and demands. Ethan joked about hiding my portfolios when I considered returning to interior design. He asked, "Why complicate things? We don't need the money, and I need you focused on our life." I chuckled at it then, but sitting in that dingy station, I viewed it as another fence in his pen surrounding me. "Where you go?" inquired the ticket agent, an older woman with sympathetic eyes who'd been watching me stare at the departure board for 20 minutes. "Greece," I said, realizing my choice. "The furthest coastal village you can get me to." 14 hours later, I fell off the last bus, stiff from uncomfortable seats and strain. A place whose name I couldn't pronounce has whitewashed homes and the fragrance of salt air and olive groves. My phone battery died between nations. My stomach was empty with hunger, and the weight of what I'd done, or been done to me, weighed on my shoulders. Exhaustion blurred my vision as I headed toward the town center. 3 days of emotional whiplash had left me raw, alternating between rage at Ethan, anxiety of my uncertain future, and a strange, unexpected glimmer of deadly release. I could spend 2 nights in the cheapest room with my leftover euros. After that, I had no goal, friends, or local language words beyond please and thank you. But as I watched the sunset turn the Aegean waves gold and pink, I felt tranquil for the first time in years. Ethan wanted to teach me reliance. Instead, he accidentally freed me. As I left the settlement, the Greek sun burnt my feet in sightseeing sandals. Dehydration, hunger, and mental weariness made my world spin after my water bottle ran out hours earlier. Silver-green trees bordered the dusty route, their leaves gleaming like coins in the wind. I faintly saw olive orchards before my knees crumbled. I scarcely felt the ground collide with my face. A peculiar peace swept over me as darkness edged my vision. Maybe it was fitting. Abandoned by my husband in one country, collapsed alone in another. I closed my eyes, exhausted since Ethan left. "Fosmu, Koritsimu? My light, my girl?" She spoke through my haze, followed by aged hands rolling me over. An aged face with deep creases and warm, concerned eyes came into focus. She quickly spoke Greek, caressing my cheeks and offering a canteen. Water revived me enough to sit up, but my head still spun furiously. She called herself Daphne, repeating it while pointing. She gestured Claire. I attempted it. Daphne lifted me up, her petite figure surprisingly strong. She pointed to an olive tree-lined stone home and indicated walking. She led me carefully up the slope, and I nodded, powerless. I entered the farmhouse kitchen to the smell of herbs on wooden beams and something tasty on an ancient stove. Daphne placed me at a shabby wooden table before calling for help. A man's voice responded, and an elderly man with a sunburned face and silver mustache stepped in the doorway cleaning his hands. "Daphne?" Yanis pointed to his wife. He tentatively nodded at me, his eyes inquiring yet friendly. Daphne gave me a drink of chilled water and a bowl of basic soup. As the perfume reached my nose, my stomach growled, making Daphne smile. The evening was a mess of miscommunication. I used minimal words, hand gestures, and tears to describe my circumstance. Daphne nodded like she understood, but I knew she couldn't. Yanis was quiet but attentive, asking Daphne gesture-based questions. I took their spare room, a basic room with whitewashed walls and a tiny bed covered in a handmade quilt. I fell asleep, too fatigued to protest. Crowing roosters and fresh bread greeted morning. The foot of my bed had a basic cotton dress and cardigan that seemed decades old but just laundered. They were loose on me but a wonderful change from my trip suit. Daphne smiled at me and served strong coffee and delicious bread with olive oil and honey in the kitchen. I felt embarrassed after dawn cleared my head. I was fed and clothed by these strangers without inquiry. I needed to explain, pay, and move on. I expressed my thankfulness and want to return to the community using bad English and my phone's translation software, charged by Yanis adapter. Daphne's face dropped quickly. She vigorously shook her head, pointing outside to the rain on the windows and then to my still blistered feet. "Stay," she said, using one of her few English words. "Rest." I tried to depart several times over the next 3 days but was gently resisted. Daphne stopped me at the door with my purse and shoes, her sorrowful expression making me feel guilty. She held my hand and opened a little wooden box on the mantel to expose photos. Her fingers trembled as she pointed to a young woman with Daphne's eyes and Yanis' smile. "Irini," she whispered, pointing far away. "Australia." She cradled and held her hand at waist height, indicating a child, shedding tears. "Grandbaby," she said in English, pointing to a recent baby photo. "No, see?" Then I understood. Daphne saw me as a replacement for her daughter. My heart broke for her loss, not manipulation. I nodded slowly and put my purse on the door hook. As I adjusted to their agricultural life, new rituals emerged daily. Daphne taught me how to pick chicken eggs without scaring them and hang laundry so the mountain air would catch it. Yanis patiently taught me to recognize vegetable garden weeds after I accidentally pulled out a herb. The labor was physical, unlike my meticulously groomed life in Boston, yet rewarding in ways I'd forgotten existed. My body objected at first, used to designer gyms and measured workouts. My hands got calluses and muscles I didn't realize ached each night. Each day, my pain subsided and my strength increased. Most crucially, farm chores and language lessons replaced my ongoing mental cycle of abandonment. Sitting on the modest porch while Daphne stitched and Yanis smoked his pipe at night, I found serenity. My betrayal still hurt, but here, among ancient olive trees and rural life, it felt like an unexpected chapter. Daphne sat with me shelling garden peas 2 weeks following my arrival. After thoughtfully studying my face, she asked slowly in her improving English, "Home? You want to go home?" She gestured like a plane and pointed at America. I was surprised by the question. Home. Our stylish Boston brownstone with designer furniture and matching decor came to mind. It also highlighted Ethan's controlling behavior, his helpful management of our finances that left me without independence, his subtle discouragement of my friendships, and his dismissal of my job goals. I cried as I spoke in a language Daphne couldn't comprehend but felt feelings that crossed the linguistic barrier. I told her about Ethan's betrayal, years of gently giving up parts of myself to make peace, and being abandoned like baggage in a distant country. As I spoke, Daphne's aged hand covered mine. She pointed to her heart, then the farm, then me once I finished. It was clear, I could stay if I wished. "Work," I responded gently, imitating Yanis's olive tree care. "I stay. I work." Daphne's smile burst like the Aegean daybreak. She nodded and squeezed my hand before returning to the peas, as if we'd decided on tomorrow's dinner rather than a life change. My olive-growing education began when I stayed. Next morning, Daphne woke me up with Irini's work attire and thick boots when stars still shone. I followed her and Yanis to the grove, where the first light of dawn barely revealed the ancient trees, half asleep. "Elias," Daphne replied, pointing to the fruit-laden branches. She delicately raked the branches with wooden rakes to release the olives onto nets below. My first attempt rained branches, leaves, and a few olives, prompting Yanis' meticulous correction. My city-soft hands had blisters by mid-morning, the sun shining overhead, and my shoulders burning from exertion. "Boston lady hands," Daphne mocked, scrutinizing my palms at lunch. She returned with a herbal, beeswax-scented salve from the house. The cooling relief was immediate as she put it on my raw flesh. "Tomorrow, better," she said. To her surprise, she was right. I improved my technique, strength, and hands every day. Within weeks, I could work with them for hours without complaining, proud of the fruit piles. Sorting was harder than harvesting. We carefully selected the olives by quality at a large table under a pergola, perfect for premium oil, slightly blemished for second grade, damaged for soap production. Daphne initially watched me closely and gently corrected my blunders. Her corrections decreased as my eye learned minor differences. "You learn fast," Yanis said one evening, improving his terrible English and my basic Greek. He gave me his highest compliment, and I felt warm. I learned beyond the groves in Daphne's kitchen, which originally intimidated me with its lack of modern amenities. My Boston cooking skills included following fancy magazine recipes for dinner gatherings that delighted Ethan's coworkers. Daphne's cuisine was based on years of experience and observation, not measuring cups or temps. "Watch," she'd say, kneading bread dough with practice. I tried to emulate her moves but failed miserably. My first outside stone oven loaves were deformed, underbaked, or burned. Daphne advised me to practice, breaking up my worst attempts to taste them. All learning is waste. I found her acceptance of imperfection revolutionary. In my past, mistakes were hidden, not stepping stones to mastery. The simplicity of their meals showed how processed my American diet was. Everything came from their land or surrounding farms. Sun-warmed veggies, morning eggs, and cheese from the goats down the road. The flavors were fresh and needed only olive oil, lemon, and Daphne's garden herbs. This diet and work altered my body. As lean muscle replaced fat, my luxury clothes loosened. Olive oil soap and sweat brightened my skin, once preserved by pricey creams. A stranger peered back at me in the small mirror over the bathroom sink. Tanner, stronger, and somehow more substantial despite weighing less. Daphne and I communicated beyond labor and food as my Greek vocabulary grew. Her black and white village childhood photos were displayed in her picture albums during evening breaks. I was surprised to learn she taught before joining her family's olive business after marriage. Imitating keyboard typing, she asked, "You?" She saw images of my interior design projects from before marriage on my phone, a career Ethan had disregarded as a hobby. Daphne pointed out her favorites and made admiring sounds as she studied them. She said, "Beautiful thinking," patting her temple. Her affirmation of my creative labor brought tears to my eyes, simple appreciation that Ethan had steadily withheld throughout our marriage. Daphne taught me to knit one rainy afternoon, patiently letting me drop stitches and make uneven rows. My first project was a lumpy, uneven scarf I fashioned by hand. I was more proud of it than the luxury cashmere Ethan gave me for Christmas. Next came a clay mug Yanis helped me make and a woven basket a neighbor taught me. Each thing had hours of study and connection, stories no luxury could. As I became less materialistic, my collection grew. Daphne and Yanis approached me one morning after 3 months of without pay except accommodation and board. They showed me the small amount of olive oil they crushed and packaged from our harvest in a small building. "Market day," Daphne said, pointing to the calendar. "You come." Locals and tourists explored the village market, where farmers and artists sold their items. Daphne and Yanis placed golden green oil, olive soap, and preserved olives on their plain table. They surprised me by placing me at the front of the table to talk to customers. My terrible Greek and their limited English caused confusion and hilarity, but sales increased throughout the day. Daphne gave me a euro envelope after the market closed. "Just, your part," she said. "Fair work, fair pay." I looked at the small amount, maybe enough for one supper at Ethan and my favorite places. This money symbolized independence acquired via hard work, which I hadn't enjoyed in years. No attachments, no hidden gratitude or compliance expectations, just fair pay for honest effort. I kept the envelope beneath my pillow that night, touching it occasionally to establish its authenticity. Ethan took charge of our finances, to simplify things, leaving me with credit cards tied to accounts he oversaw during our decade of marriage. This modest stack of euros was the first step toward reconstructing my life. As I fell asleep, I realized I hadn't thought about Ethan during market day, preoccupied with Greek transaction terms and product pride. Olive trees, cookery courses, and the rising confidence that I was capable of more than he had ever allowed me to believe had replaced him in my thoughts. Daphne and Yanis asked me to dine at the village square taverna the next week, my first since arriving. A borrowed blouse from Daphne made me uneasy as we entered the busy business. Michalis, the owner, enthusiastically hugged the couple before looking at me. "Our American," Daphne proudly remarked in Greek, a term I know refers to me, Claire. Michalis grinned and took us to their usual table. Yanis cleared his throat and spoke carefully English over grilled seafood and village wine. "Claire, we want talk business with you." He surprised me with his seriousness. Had I erred? Was I ready to move on? Daphne patted my hand across the table and continued where her husband left off. "We old now? 68, 70 years?" she said to Yanis. "No children here. Irini not coming back." Yanis nodded solemnly. "We think retire soon. 2, 3 years? But olive trees," he gestured. 200 years old. Need young hands." Understanding made me gasp. Daphne smiled with crinkled eyes. "You learn fast. Work hard. We teach everything." She spread her hands in offering. "Business yours." The idea shocked me. They scarcely knew me, a foreigner who came into their life months before. They offered a future I couldn't foresee. But I don't know enough, I mumbled. The trees, the pressing, the business side. You learn. Yanis insisted. We teach. No rush. My real apprenticeship began that night. Not only an extra pair of hands, I inherited generations of knowledge. Each morning, Yanis showed me how soil variances affected taste profiles, how to spot disease early, and when to harvest each region for best oil quality. Daphne taught me their business records, which included handwritten ledgers and basic computer spreadsheets their grandson had set up during a holiday visit years earlier. She tracked income and expenses in a useful but archaic way. I spent hours improving their systems to simplify inventory and sales monitoring. Look, I showed Daphne one night how to filter the spreadsheet to reveal which oils sold best at which marketplaces. Her eyes expanded as numbers revealed patterns. Smart, she nodded. Boston lady brain good for business. With their permission, I made minor marketing changes. I learned about flavor profiles and meal pairings from Daphne's many culinary classes and updated our hand-labeled bottles. I answered tourists' questions at our market stand with a simple pamphlet on their traditional practices. I made connections outside Daphne and Yanis' circle as my Greek improved. The pharmacist who prescribed Daphne's blood pressure medicine stopped by our market booth for non-business chats. The baker's wife invited me to her monthly coffee with village women, a daunting yet valuable immersion in local language and customs. When the taverna started serving our premium oil and placing small cards with our new labels on each table, Michalis became an unexpected ally. Good for you, good for me. He winked when I thanked him. 2 nearby eateries contacted us about providing after hearing about us. I attended my first village ceremony, the butcher's granddaughter's christening, 6 months into my new existence. From the rear of the modest church, I watched the community ritual with a lump in my throat. The elderly priest recognized me and greeted me afterward, stopping his Athens seminary English. You bring new life to Old Grove, he murmured, his rheumy eyes gleaming. Good for village. Young people leave for Athens, for America. Village needs new blood. His acceptance seemed to eliminate the last obstacle. After that, name day celebrations, beach parties, and village committee meetings concerning the summer festival were more frequent. Each incident added to my web of connections. Zoe, the weaver next to our weekly market stall, became a friend. Young widow, she had a sharp wit and pragmatic approach like my college friend. Our chats in my increasing Greek and her superb English covered business plans, village gossip, and personal observations. You never speak of America, she said quietly as we packed away our unsold products. Family there? Friends? Question stung me abruptly. I'd forgotten my former life since I was so concentrated on my new one. My parents died years ago. A few friends, but... I paused, recognizing Ethan had steadily removed me from my support network by continuously finding reasons why my college pals were difficult or work colleagues used me. Zoe nodded knowingly. The husband who left you in Italy? You never say his name. Ethan, I began, the word strange after months of stillness. His name is Ethan. Her honesty was refreshing after months of Daphne and Yanis' subtle evasion. I don't know, I said. I haven't checked. My phone, I waved unclearly. I had turned it on sometimes to shoot shots but had abandoned my American email and social networks, afraid of what may be there. Zoe arched her eyebrow. Perhaps time to look. Not for him. For you. To close the door properly. I remembered her words. After helping Daphne cook dinner, I charged my ancient phone and connected to the farmhouse's basic Wi-Fi in my room. I signed into my neglected email account with shaky fingers. The screen showed hundreds of unread messages. Several former pals sent me messages ranging from casual check-ins to serious queries. I felt shame as I withdrew from their lives without explanation, just as I had from Ethan's. I noticed a post from my former design mentor. Job opportunity, followed by urgent follow-ups. Opening it revealed she recommended me for a remote consulting employment with a sustainable building materials company. The final email, 2 weeks ago, said the post was still open if I was interested. Ethan Davis email with the subject line, I know where you are. Froze my fingers before I could examine this unexpected bridge to my former existence. It arrived hours earlier, according to the timestamp. I opened it, heart racing. Claire, it's taken months and a private investigator, but I finally tracked you to that backwater in Greece. This has gone on long enough. I'm coming to bring you home and end this ridiculous tantrum. My flight lands in Athens on Thursday. Be ready. 3 days from now. The room whirled as panic and wrath crashed in my chest. How dare he? After months without speaking, he expected to find me like lost luggage. As I stumbled downstairs, I held my phone. Daphne looked up from the account ledger on the kitchen table, her smile dimming as she saw my reaction. Bad news from America, she whispered. Ethan, I did. He's coming here. Thursday. Daphne narrowed her gaze. She slipped an envelope across the table toward me from under the ledger. Good timing then? Was waiting for right moment. Greek-English legal documents carrying my name and Daphne and Yanis were inside. Partnership agreement, Daphne said. 1/3 business yours now, not future now. I stared at the document, tears in my eyes, recognizing its meaning. Genuine collaboration, not simply job or apprenticeship. Room to stay, basis to build on. Not charity, but honor. You choose what happens Thursday, Daphne replied firmly, striking the papers. You have home here, business here, friends here. She pointed at my phone. That man, he no longer decides. Her words enveloped me in assurance. I felt anchored for the first time since being abandoned in that Italian town. Ethan arrived to find a drastically different woman than the one he left. The ensuing days were a whirlwind of preparation, not Ethan's style. No bags or tears, only emotional fortification. Sophia, the village's only lawyer, helped me write Greek and English divorce documents. I tentatively accepted remote consultation from my former design mentor. I even emailed friends I left behind, explaining briefly without regrets. On Thursday, the Greek summer sky was clear and bright. Yanis and I were evaluating olive oil samples in the processing shed when a rental car engine started up in the afternoon. Daphne stood at the threshold, worried yet determined. He is here, she said. Heart racing, I wiped my hands on my work apron and left. Ethan stood outside a silver automobile with fashionable sunglasses on his nicely coiffed hair, disliking the rustic cottage. I knew his casual but costly travel suit from previous business trips. Tailored chinos and a button-down that probably cost more than a week's olive oil profit. He initially ignored me, allowing me precious seconds to calm down. The ancient olive trees and aged stone buildings of my birthplace made this man who had once been my world seem smaller. Ethan, I called, calmly to my surprise. His bewilderment when he turned was nearly funny. He looked from my work boots to my sun-browned arms, then at my scrunchy tied hair. I watched his face struggle with recognition and incredulity. My God, Claire, what happened to you? The familiar, critical tone that formerly would have sent me racing to rectify whatever he found missing now flowed over me like a wave. Life happened, I said, approaching him slowly. What are you doing here, Ethan? His charm slipped into place as he removed his sunglasses and extended his arms. I've come to take you home, of course. This has gone on long enough, don't you think? Whatever point you were trying to make. This isn't about making a point, I said, halting far away. This is about making a life. His smile sank. I heard Daphne and Yanis leaving the home quietly behind me. While they couldn't understand us, they hid in plain sight, ready to act. Ethan hardened as he saw them. Are these the people you've been staying with? Have they been holding you here? Because if so, I interrupted. They've been teaching me. About olive farming, about community, about kindness without conditions. I pointed to the woods. I'm part owner now. I have a business here. He looked incredulous, then condescending, as I knew. A business, Claire? Be serious. You're a designer, not a farmer. This is what, some eat, pray, love phase after our fight? I admit I shouldn't have left you in Italy. It was a stupid, drunken mistake. I've apologized. Now it's time to come home. You've apologized. When? In what universe does tracking me down and demanding I return count as an apology? The charm vanished as his jaw tightened. Fine, I'm sorry I left you in Italy. It was immature and wrong. Is that what you want to hear? Can we move past this now? Why did you even look for me, Ethan? It's been months. Why now? He shuffled uncomfortable, seeing the old couple observing us carefully. Can we discuss this privately? In the car, perhaps. They don't speak English, and I have nothing to hide from them. Why now? His shoulders sagged. Your parents have been calling. Friends asking questions at events. Clients wondering why you're not at the house when they visit. It looks, he said. Bad for your image, I said. It damaged your reputation? Our reputation, he retorted. Our life together. The one we built over 10 years of marriage. The one you built, I said. The one where I gradually became nothing more than an accessory to your success. Tell me, Ethan, did you even notice how unhappy I was before Italy? Did you care? His expression grew darker. We had a good life, Claire. A beautiful home, financial security, respect in the community. What more could you possibly want? I found purpose, connection, and agency over my own choices here, in a place you dismiss as primitive and backward. I pointed to the modest stone home behind me. He protested, "This isn't you," sounding desperate. The Claire I know wouldn't choose manual labor and poverty over comfort and position. I grinned, understanding his statement's core truth. You're right. The Claire you knew wouldn't have. But that woman died in Italy when her husband abandoned her as a joke. The woman standing before you made different choices. Daphne came over and pressed our partnership agreement into my palm. She recognized the occasion even though she couldn't follow our words. The document was unfolded and held to Ethan. I have legal ties here now. A business partnership. Responsibilities to people who value me for my contributions, not my appearance or social connections. Face flushed with rage. This is ridiculous. Whatever game you're playing? It's not a game, I answered, taking Sophia's envelope from my pocket. These are divorce papers, Ethan. Already filed, with provisions for division of assets. He studied the package as if it may burn him. You can't be serious. You'd throw away everything for this? He mocked the small property. I'm not throwing away anything. I'm choosing something better, something real. I approached and placed the envelope in his hard hand. You left me, Ethan. You drove away laughing. You just never expected I'd find my way without you. His fingers immediately wrapped around the documents, his expression alternating between amazement, wrath, and wounded pride. You'll regret this, he muttered, but even he thought the threat was empty. When the novelty wears off and you're still hauling olives in the hot sun at 60, you'll remember what you gave up. Maybe, I said. But I'd rather risk regret from choices I made than live with the certainty of regret from choices made for me. Yanis went closer and placed a worn hand on my shoulder. Despite not understanding our conversation, he saw the conclusion in our body language. He spoke Greek to Ethan in a stern but loving manner. What did he say? Ethan inquired, lowering his voice. He said the road back to Athens is dangerous after dark. You should leave now to reach the city before nightfall. Ethan looked between us and realized this wasn't a negotiation or rescue. Adieu. He returned to his rented car with the divorce papers without saying a word. Daphne put her hand in mine as the car drove off the dirt road. The three of us turned toward my residence. Tonight's tasks, cataloging oil samples, cooking dinner, and checking tomorrow's market inventory. My spouse left me in a strange nation, thinking I'd be powerless and return after learning my lesson. Instead, I discovered fertile footing to grow stronger and deeper roots than he expected. The cruelest actions can bring the greatest blessings. Ethan accidentally freed me while trying to break me. On Christmas, I handed my parents a copy of the will they had hidden from me after quietly erasing me from the family photo and their lives. I gave my parents an envelope the next day and warned, "Don't open it here." They did. Mother cried. Dad paled. I wish I could say it startled me. I wish I could say it was shocking like a movie ending. However, it felt oddly anticipated. After brushing snow off my boots, I looked up in my parents' living room and saw the portrait. Large, shiny, properly framed, hanging proudly over the fireplace like our family's crown gem. Everyone participated. Mom, in her beloved red jacket, beaming like she hadn't spent decades sighing at everything but Olivia. Dad with that weird grin he only uses for pictures and golf course selfies. Olivia, of course, front and center, wearing a beige turtleneck that probably cost more than my rent and posing candidly like she's laughing at something sweet, maybe a trust fund joke. Then I was gone. Not even pushed aside. No background blur, just gone. The crop was fine. It was purposeful and clean. I felt like I'd been seamlessly removed from their life. No marks, no roughness, just removed. I stared at it for 4 or 5 seconds, long enough to knot my stomach but not noticeable. Maybe they noticed but didn't care. Mom called from the kitchen. Dinner's almost ready, like we were one happy family. Her roast smelled like rosemary and lemon. Holiday scents. Comfort scents. I loved those smells when they mattered. I entered the kitchen after hanging up my coat and saying hello. Olivia swirled wine in a glass like she was hosting a seasonal pairings program. She kissed my cheek with her air kiss, just close enough to register but distant enough to avoid touching me. She responded, "You made it," like this was her house and I was late to an event. I smiled, the type you give after screaming into a pillow 3 times this month, and concluded it wasn't worth wasting your voice. The customary dinner performance. Dad cut the roast like a Hallmark commercial audition. Mom praised Olivia's skincare twice, No one inquired about my health. Nobody asked me what I was doing or where I lived. The only inquiry I got was if I still drove that little car, which means, we have no idea what's going on in your life, and we're hoping you'll fill in the blanks so we can pretend we care. I left gaps. A classic gold watch from Mom and Dad was what Olivia opened instead. Nothing fancy, Mom said, which is funny because I caught the number on the receipt folded under the tissue paper. I'd have to work a week and a half to afford it, assuming I skipped groceries. Oh my God. You guys, Olivia beams. This is just, wow. Thought you'd like it, Dad responded, beaming like he'd landed a merger. I got a mug with somebody's favorite daughter, which was probably ironic. Was it? Not sure. I excused myself after dessert, exhausted. Mom offered me her guest room. No, my room, no, your old room, just, the guest room. Beige blankets, dusty bookcase, one fuming lamp. I closed the door, turned on the lamp, which flickered on time, and sat on the bed. I took out the envelope. It was in my bag the whole time. Heavy ivory paper, embossed seal. I considered handing it to them in the morning, after the stockings, cinnamon buns, and performance. But standing in that living room, gazing at that photo, witnessing my entire life erased like a family algorithm error. Indeed, I changed my mind. They deleted me, not forgot me. Carefully, strategically. Maybe I was a lousy brand partner. Turning the envelope in my hands. Felt heavy? I slept in that night and let the home settle. Same creaky floors. Same hall wall clock ticking. Dad snored. Mom said something about bringing the excellent plates tomorrow. Olivia laughed routinely and breathlessly. The Golden Child soundtrack. Closed my eyes, I contemplated the years. When I got into my ideal institution, they remarked, "We're so proud," then asked if I might defer a year to help Olivia with her portfolio. When I missed rent and called home, Dad stated, "Things are tight right now," while organizing Olivia's birthday cruise. My boyfriend's name was forgotten at supper. He never returned. I didn't blame him. I was tired of blaming my sensitivity and miscommunication. I quit making excuses that night in a strange bed. I would deliver the envelope tomorrow. I wouldn't shout. I wouldn't cry. My voice was silent. I'd smile, say, "Merry Christmas," and let the truth do what years of silence couldn't. The scent of coffee and cinnamon rolls and Olivia's voice talking about suitcase weight constraints and travel anxieties roused me up. Ironic, as she didn't pay for her travel, luggage, suitcase, or shoes that cost more than my monthly rent. Devastating thing. A prayer. I stayed in the guest room longer than required since I wasn't ready to return to my family's Christmas sitcom set. I could envision the phony laughter, overblown excitement, and someone, probably Mom, saying, "Isn't it nice having everyone together?" As if everyone included me. As if I hadn't spent the last decade as a fuzzy background character in every family memory. Mom was plating scrambled eggs like she was auditioning for a lifestyle magazine brunch spread when I entered the kitchen. Dad browsed his phone at the table. Olivia drank almond milk from a wine glass barefoot. Mother said, "Good morning," without looking up. "Hope you slept okay in the guest room." "The mattress has a personality," I said, "making coffee?" She laughed like I was joking. I wasn't. Performing through breakfast was our usual routine. No catching up. No one asked about my employment, how I was doing, or if I was still living in that small apartment with the squeaky stairs. I wasn't. Olivia discussed her planned trip to Barcelona and how lucky her parents were to support her goals. I nodded like a seat filler at an awards event without speaking. They didn't detect the envelope in my coat pocket. It would follow. Instead, I thought about everything that led up to this point. When I graduated high school, I received a partial scholarship that allowed me to work part-time. I recall sitting at the kitchen table with documents spread out and begging for a little help. Mom looked at me like I wanted to pawn her wedding ring. Dad mentioned tough timing, and we're still catching up from the bathroom remodel, which included Bluetooth-enabled bathtubs and heated floors. Olivia got a new automobile for her 18th birthday 2 months later. White leather seats, custom stereo, bow on top. She said they were the nicest parents ever and cried when they gave her the keys. I stood next to the recycling bin with a $20 bill and a "You're going places" graduation card. You know what? I departed for college. Took 3 jobs, slept 4 hours a night, ate too much instant ramen, graduated with honors, relocated to a new city, started anew. I never asked for anything else, and they didn't offer. I didn't call after being laid off 2 years ago. I didn't ask for help paying for my doctor's medicine when I was sick. I didn't ask when my flat flooded and I lost most of my furniture. I made do with a Craigslist old mattress. Olivia shared sponsored Instagram stories from Santorini. Sometimes I wondered if it was me. Maybe I was tougher to love, more guarded, less shiny. Maybe I should have joined a sorority, smiled more, and worn beige. If I'd played piano instead of diner shifts, people might have noticed me. They may have discovered I needed help if I hadn't made things so easy, always independent, always fine. But then I remembered my 8th birthday. I invited 6 kids and cooked cupcakes. Mom forgot to pick up pizza, so we ate saltine cheese slices. The event ended early since Olivia had a dance recital the next day. They said, "We'll make it up to you next year." Never did. Or my state science competition win. The school called home to inform them. "Nice job," was their final text. No supper, no frame plaque, no mention again. Olivia got a little role in a shampoo commercial, so they hosted a party with balloons and a future star. Cake. So, no, not me, never me. The change occurred earlier this year, not really looking for it. A local records office was where I went for unrelated address evidence for a job application. Administrative stuff. I saw a document with my name on it tied to an unfamiliar property address. I initially believed it was a typo or a similar name. Curiosity always spirals. I investigated. Several well-written emails, requests, and searches. The deeper I went, the tangles increased. There were unspoken, buried things. I'm the center. Not immediately, I didn't confront anyone. As usual, I watched and observed. Now I wasn't helpless. I had paper evidence. The more I discovered, the more tranquil I felt, like I'd been underwater my whole life and didn't realize it until I came up for air. They exploited me, not forgotten me. My name, rights, quiet. I had something to make them listen. The morning after breakfast, I changed upstairs. I took time. Allow them to congregate around the tree, exchange gifts, and enjoy their festive glow. They were partly unwrapped when I arrived. Olivia opened something pricey and pretended to be astonished. Mom had that misty gaze she saves for sharing. "You get any sleep?" Dad said. I grinned. "Enough." He nodded and watched Olivia admire her fancy tote. I sat silently, took the letter from my coat pocket, and placed it on the table with the coffee mugs and crumpled wrapping paper. No one noticed. Not yet. They would. Everyone notices eventually. Too late. They saw the envelope 10 minutes later. Mom noticed because God forbid anything sit on her reclaimed wood table without coasters, ceremony, or purpose. It seemed like a misdelivered bill or wedding invitation to her. "What's this?" she asked the room, not me. I took another drink of coffee and said, "That's from me." Dad looked over from where he was tearing up wrapping paper, perhaps hoping something had fallen beneath the tree. "You didn't have to get us anything," he replied, beaming like I gave them a stupid phrase mug. "I know," I answered. "I wanted to." That caught their attention. Mom sat down, turning the envelope. "Should we open it now?" I shrugged. "But I'd rather you didn't." Obviously, they opened it. Father glanced over her shoulder as she broke seal. For a moment, it was just paper slipping free and pages crinkling. Olivia carefully folded the handles of her new designer purse like a newborn named after a French city. Silence broke up. Thickened. No need to glance up, I could feel it. Something between realization and nausea, like realizing your coffee's milk is sour after swallowing. Dad exhaled with his nose. Mom was skimming quicker now, flipping to the second and third pages like she could outpace her reading. Olivia gazed. "What is it?" They remained silent. She tried again, louder. "What's going on?" Still nothing. That was my signal. "I figured it was time you knew." I stood slowly. "Merry Christmas." Mom eventually inquired, "What is this?" Her voice was calm, not furious or confused. "That," I add, "is a copy of Grandpa Arthur's will." She blinks. "I've seen his will. We handled the estate." "No," I answered. "You handled what you told me was the estate. You never showed me the full will, just said he left a few keepsakes and some cash that went toward funeral expenses." Staring at me, "He blinks too much." "That version didn't mention the rental property in Old Briar," I said. "Probably because you were already collecting rent from it by then." Dad dropped the papers on the table like they burnt him. "Where did you get this?" "Oh, you know," I said. "Public records, title searches, tax filings, archived emails, a couple phone calls, a very patient lawyer." Olivia finally stood. "Wait, what rental property?" "The one by the park?" I asked her. "The one you used for that photo shoot last year?" "Yeah, that one." She opened her mouth but said nothing. Mom started speaking again. "Sweetheart, this isn't what it looks like." I grinned. That's funny, because it looks like you used my name, my inheritance, and my legal rights to fund your lifestyle while telling me there was nothing left for me. It wasn't like that, she rushed. It was complicated. It wasn't, I said. The will is extremely clear. The house was left to me, sole beneficiary, full title transferred, which means all that rent you've been collecting? Technically stolen? And the renovations? Unauthorized. Dad scratched his temples like this conversation was causing a headache. I hoped so. I knew you wouldn't understand, he murmured. You're always so dramatic. It made me giggle. Right, I'm dramatic. You edited me out of a family portrait and committed inheritance fraud, but sure, let's blame my tone. Olivia was perplexed, as if someone had pulled the rug out from under her and she hadn't fallen. But that house paid for my tuition. I know, I answered. And the car, and the Mexico trip, and probably a few handbags along the way. Her words were, that's not fair. You didn't need it, you were always the independent one, you never asked for help. Because I was told there was nothing to ask for, I add. You made sure of that. Mom's voice became gentle and delicate, like when she returned something at a boutique without a receipt. We didn't think you'd want the responsibility. You were busy. You were always so far away. I was far away, I add, because you made it very clear I wasn't welcome here. Chair pushed back. Dad. You need to calm down. And you, I continued, facing him, need a lawyer. He froze. I'm not suing, I said. Yet. But I've officially reclaimed ownership of the property. The tenants have been notified. Rent payments will now go to me. Your access to the house is revoked. Mom looked tearful. But that house was our income. We depended on that? Tilted my head. Then maybe you shouldn't have stolen it. We're family, she muttered. No, I answered. You're people I used to be related to. There's a difference. Olivia crossed arms. You think this makes you better than us? No, I answered. Just not beneath you anymore. The silence wasn't peaceful. Loaded, dense quiet made your ears ring. No one moved. No one breathed. Dad regarded the envelope as if it may explode. Mom's face relaxed. Olivia looked like she needed a pinch to wake up. I grabbed my coat. Wait, Mom stood. Can't we at least talk about this? You just did, I said. For years. Every time you made a decision without me. Every time you left me out. Every time you told me I'd understand someday. Dad clenched his jaw. If you leave now, don't bother coming back. Standing at the entrance, I looked at them one last time. I think that's the first thing we've agreed on. Then I left. The air was keen, cold, and clean. It hit my lungs like a reminder that I was alive and standing. I got behind the wheel, started the engine, and drove. I didn't weep, didn't smile, just breathed. Sometimes the strongest statement is silence. Walking away is sometimes the loudest shout. 3 weeks elapsed before the first message arrived. Mom's short, polite, polished message seemed like she'd rewritten it 5 times and wasn't sure it would work. Hi sweetheart, we've been talking and we think there's been a misunderstanding. Can we chat sometime this week? Hope you're well. Love you. No punctuation, just love you in the wrong place. I remained silent. Another 2 days later. Please don't let this one thing ruin everything. Olivia is very upset. Dad's trying to stay calm, but you know how he gets when he feels blindsided. Unless he commits fraud. Not after years of lying to his daughter. No, feels surprised. Poor guy. So I remained silent. Dad left a voicemail. I didn't listen. I erased the notification after staring at it. He last called me kiddo, when I volunteered to help him set up his retirement account, and he remarked, let's leave the money stuff to people who understand it. Right. Like him. Then followed the email. You really think this makes you the winner? Fine. Take the house. But don't come crying back when you realize money doesn't buy family. The next day, Mom and Dad are really stressed. They're talking about selling the condo. That's what you wanted? Congrats. That one I read twice, not because I felt horrible, but to understand how much my property loss was affecting the family finances. The house underpinned everything. Rent from 3 units paid for their home, vacations, Olivia's education, and even really good skincare. When I returned it, the machine stuttered. I hadn't even requested back rent. Not yet. In spring, mutual acquaintances whispered. A neighbor said Mom and Dad were refinancing their condo. Another said Dad had started consulting, which meant cold calling past clients to see if they owed him a favor. Mom worked weekends at a downtown store she used to buy at. She ordered yoga clothes for influencers, perhaps thinking it was temporary. Olivia, living at home again. City apartments were too pricey. Customers stopped. It was unclear if her art collaborative disbanded or imploded, and I didn't care. She raised $83 on her new creative chapter GoFundMe. $2 came from my ex-boyfriend. Why that detail made me laugh is beyond me. I repaired the house. My home. At first, it was dusty and neglected, but solid. I had a contractor touch up the paint and replace the windows. Most of my parents' furniture was donated. I kept one chair, a navy blue armchair I faintly recognized from childhood, the only one without strings. Kind tenants. After I cut their rent by $50, one of them wrote me a thank you message saying I was the first landlord who treated them like a human being. That meant more to me than my parents' rehashed apologies. It's funny what you notice when the noise stops. Though heavy and personal, the silence becomes peaceful, like space to stretch. I stopped checking my phone hourly. The next guilt trip no longer worried me. Sleeping through the night began. I got a note in my mailbox one afternoon. A genuine letter, not an email or text. Mom wrote the front. I waited a minute before opening it to remember the occasion, not because it was sincere. Her perfume permeated the envelope. The best part was, "You've always been so strong. We didn't realize you needed anything from us." That's what people say when they benefit from your silence and need an excuse for never asking why you stopped talking. She said, "We hope someday you'll come home. Maybe we can start over. Maybe we can be a family again." No restitution statement. The stolen wealth, deceit, and being cropped from the family portrait like a bad ex were ignored. The letter went in a drawer. Kept it. No response either. That was her final direct contact. I met my former neighbor at a bookstore 3 years later. I grinned and stated I was still handling the property. She paused before responding, "I hear Mom and Dad had a rough time of it." I remained silent. She nods. "Well, you look happy. That's good." And I was. I am. I live in the house. Not out of necessity or spite, but because it's quiet. I own it. Birds and sunlight replace footsteps outside my bedroom door and passive-aggressive comments about how I never call. Rebuilt backyard garden, repainted front steps. Windowsill plants thrive on sunlight and minimal expectations. I have a photo of me holding the keys in front of the house on my mantle. No one else visible, just me. This is my favorite shot because no one was cropped. I occasionally hear from them. One Christmas card simply, "Thinking of you. Hope you're well," no return address. I didn't reply. Interestingly, I'm no longer angry. I'm not seeking justice, closure, or an apology. My name, place in the world, and story are mine, which they never gave me. I thought if I worked hard and earned it, they'd love me like Olivia. Real love doesn't have to be earned. You freely give it. They gave me conditions. I gave me everything else. No, I don't miss them. I don't replay talks. I don't expect dramatic reunions. I don't imagine a flawless apology that fixes everything. As I fixed it, no bow or benediction came with my life. It came from walking away, doing the hard thing. It turned out I only needed that present. 8 months pregnant, I brought my kids home hoping for a warm Christmas. One look inside and I knew we were not welcome. I realized we didn't belong as soon as the door opened. With wine glasses already poured, each seat identified precisely, and all the other grandchildren sat and smiling like a stock photo family, the table was arranged like a magazine spread. My brother was also present. The golden boy. Enjoying the warmth of his most recent promotion. When he saw me enter with the children, he even had the gall to chuckle. "Oh," Dad murmured, his face pressed hard and his arms folded. "We didn't anticipate your arrival." "Yeah, obviously," Bryce said, laughing aloud, arrogantly, and theatrically. "Why is she in this place?" He smiled as if I were the office intern who happened to walk into a board meeting by mistake. I waited for Mom to say something, anything at all, but she kept moving napkins around as if the symmetry of the forks were more significant than her real daughter, who was standing at the door with 2 bewildered children. As if that resolved the matter, Dad murmured, "There aren't any seats left. No happy Christmas. No embracing the children, nothing at all." "Well, you can come in, but the kids will have to sit somewhere else," he said, sounding benevolent. At the table already were the other grandchildren. Of course, Bryce's children. The grandchildren were the important ones. I tasted blood because I bit my tongue so hard. I didn't speak louder. I refrained from crying. Calm as ever, I simply smiled at Bryce. I suppose I'm useless now that Bryce has a fancy title, huh? Bryce gave an eye roll. Helpful? Nobody requested your assistance. That's perfect. I took my phone out of my coat pocket. Nice to know, I answered with ease. That implies that I will no longer be making mortgage payments. There was silence, as if I had turned off the lights on the Christmas tree. Dad's expression went cold. In fact, Mom stopped fiddling with her forks. Suddenly less arrogant, Bryce sat up straighter. You're kidding, he stated bluntly. I gave a headshake. Number, you seem to be well without me now. You are therefore on your own. I looked at my children. Come on. We're heading home. Wait, Mom said at last, her voice trembling. Are you really going to leave? I remarked, you just said we weren't welcome, as I started to go toward the door. I'm paying attention. My younger sister, Marley, was standing in the corner just before I left. She remained silent. She simply stood there with her hands in her hoodie pockets, her eyes downcast, and her face etched with humiliation. I didn't let her stop me. Nobody did. It was a calm drive home. The kind of silence that, even when the radio is on, crackles. Grasping the present bag we were never able to offer, my youngest gazed out the window. Without a word, my oldest leaned his head against the seat. Even though he didn't yet have the words, I could see he understood. What prevented Grandpa from wanting us there? My child requested in a tiny voice. My hands remained solid on the steering wheel. I said, because some people lose the ability to be kind. However, we don't. We recall. Belly first, Caleb greeted us at the entrance. How was it then? I arched an eyebrow. We arrived without an invitation. His jaw fell. You're not serious. I gave a headshake. I then severed the cord. No more mortgage payments. Allow Bryce to solve it. Caleb blinked. You actually did that? I gave a nod. Directly before the Christmas ham. After giving me a long look, he just muttered, damn, and gave me a shoulder rub. I must admit that I felt lighter. No more guilt trips from Mom about how difficult things have been, and no more sporadic calls from Dad requesting a small transfer. My family only recognized me when they were broke, so I could finally sleep at night without worrying about whether they were draining my bank account. A week went by. Then my phone chimed one night just after midnight. Once. Twice. Then 4 more times. I never even checked. I recognized the person already. Mom. I allowed it to ring. Caleb groaned as he rolled over next to me. She is tenacious. One more buzz. It was a message this time, but not from her. From Marley. Pick up. It's serious. My stomach nodded. I made a call. Marley responded right away, breathing rapidly. It's Dad, he has aches in his chest. Mom is going crazy. In bed, I sat up. Did she make a 911 call? Number, she gave me a call. Then you. She did, of course. Marley paused. She started by trying Bryce. He didn't respond. He hasn't given her a call since Christmas, she said. Ever since his dismissal. I blinked. Hold on, what? Marley let out a breath. Indeed. He was fired. He was set up by a guy he believed he was dating, some sort of fraud. He could be sued. Back against the headboard, I sank. Karma, eh? This year, it was quick and on time. She would like you to attend, Marley said quietly. I shut my eyes. To be clear, I wasn't cold-hearted. However, it was difficult to ignore the picture of me standing in that hallway with my children gripping my coat and hearing that there was no space for us. I sighed nonetheless. I'll be there. I didn't let Caleb stop me. Don't let them pull you back in, he said as he kissed my forehead. I arrived without a knock. With one hand on his chest and perspiration streaming down his cheeks, Dad was slumped in a recliner. It appeared as though Mom had been crying for hours. Panic was thick in the air. Thank God, she said, hurrying toward me. Your dad is having trouble breathing. Have you made an ambulance call? She blinked. I assumed you. I took my phone out. Really, Mom? The paramedics arrived quickly, hooked him up. Vitals were checked. One said, it's not a heart attack. However, his blood pressure is really high. Caused by stress. I gave a snort. Startling. They removed him. Mom looked at me as if I were a lifeline while she stood there wringing her hands. She muttered, we need help. I gave her a direct look. No. She recoiled as if I had given her a slap. However, I didn't feel bad for once. I was liberated. Have you ever watched someone drop a dish, watch it break, and then merely take a step back and blame gravity instead of picking it up? My family was like that. For 2 days following the hospital event, everything was oddly silent. No phone calls. Don't text. Perhaps, I thought, they had accepted it? That I had finished. That what I said was true. Naturally, I was mistaken. Marley's appearance at my door was the first step. Dark circles, a pulled-up sweatshirt, and a habit of gnawing on the inside of her cheek as if it were owed money made her appear as though she hadn't slept in days. She was carrying a rumpled envelope in one hand and stuffed the other deep in her coat pocket. I pulled the door open. Is everything all right? Explain okay, she murmured as she entered. The envelope fell to the kitchen table. Mom said that. I kept my hands off of it. She said you would block her number, so she asked me to deliver it personally. Yes, I did. Marley let out a sigh. She is in a difficult situation. Dad is still being monitored at the hospital. They are unable to stabilize his blood pressure. When you try to support yourself with your children and one of them eventually says no, that's what happens. Marley took a quick look at the infant crib that Caleb and I had partially put together earlier. They assumed you would give in? Well, I said, they made a bad gamble. Then she let the hammer fall. Bryce spent the money from the mortgage. I went cold. What? The final payment, the money you sent them. The mortgage was never paid. Bryce received it from them. My molars screamed as my jaw clamped so tightly. Everything? Almost $5,000, she said with a nod. Mom told me that since he recently received a promotion, they offered him the money to help him advance. He went on a weekend trip with that guy, bought some furniture, and then everything fell apart. My stomach dropped. And now? The promotion has now ended. The man abandoned him. He is also being investigated. The business believes he participated in a conspiracy to transfer funds using fictitious vendor invoices. However, it turns out that he was only the fall guy. He was, of course. I laughed resentfully. To be clear, they stole money from their daughter, who has 2 children and a baby on the way, and gave it to their son, who lost his job and could face legal action. I'm supposed to tidy it up now. Marley gave a silent nod. I whispered. They never really learn. I walked over to her. And you? What are you standing at? I told them I agreed with you, she said after hesitating. I was astonished by that. And my dad told me to leave. Claimed that I didn't belong in their home if I wasn't going to provide for them like a real daughter. I gazed at her. Wait, you were expelled? Marley gave a shrug. I gathered my belongings and departed. At the moment, I am in a motel. I said, the hell you are, right away. Go gather your belongings. You intend to remain here. Marley appeared in disbelief. Are you serious? You already have too much on your plate. I put a hand on her shoulder and murmured, Marley, you're not them. I also don't abandon folks. She let out a breath, her eyes slightly watering. I'm grateful. The phone turned into a battlefield over the course of the following few days. Missed phone calls. Voicemails filled with anger and guilt. You're cruel. You lack gratitude. This family is being ruined by you. I didn't respond. Not once. Mom genuinely said, Bryce needs you. At the end of one voicemail. He is your brother. Yes, the same brother that made fun of me for missing out on Christmas dinner. The same person who said I wasn't required. Marley and I rapidly settled into a rhythm. She helped me paint the nursery, took the guest room, and carried food home without asking. Caleb was remarkably laid back about it. He even joked that we had become a strange sitcom trio. However, the tranquility was short-lived. I heard a car pull into the driveway on Saturday afternoon while Caleb and I were assembling the crib. I took a quick look through the blinds. Mom. Untidy hair? Swollen eyes? Shoulders slumped like a paper woman. Astonishing, I whispered. Rising from the Allen wrench, Caleb peered up. Do I need to hide? I chuckled to myself. Alluring. Like it owed her money, she banged on the door. I opened it, but I remained motionless to allow her entry. Ah, she said in a raw whisper. Please. I folded my arms. What are you looking for? Your dad. He remains unwell. Additionally, we risk losing the house if we fail to make the next payment. I remained silent. She dabbed at her face. We had faith in Bryce. We believed he would look after us. We were mistaken. I arched an eyebrow. You think? She raised her head, remorse shining in her eyes. We were not perfect. I am aware of that. You are our daughter, though. We require assistance. I didn't do it. You realize what's amusing? After a time, I said. You didn't spend the money I provided you for the house. As though it were his birthright, you gave it to Bryce. I'm the fallback option now that he has stopped talking. Once more. She broke down in tears. Please, Aya, I'm at a loss for what to do. I grinned, gently yet firmly. Work it out. She blinked. That's not what you mean. Yes. I began to shut the door. She lost her temper at that point. You owe us. I went cold. Pardon me? We brought you up. Fed you. Paid for your university education. Are you simply going to leave us when we need you now? I gave a chilly laugh. A daughter was not raised by you. A safety net was raised by you. A backup plan. And you know what? I now have my own family. My children come first. Anger curled her mouth. You resemble your father exactly. Perhaps. However, I'm not foolish enough to ruin my life for those who just come when they're in need of money. In her face, I closed the door. She let out a muffled, enraged cry outside. And then there was a loud bang. I sprinted over to the window. She had kicked my car's side. Then she drove away. Caleb gave me the Oscar-winning look. Are you all right? He inquired. I gave a nod. Better than good. I assumed it would end with the car kick and the door slam. Mom's outburst felt like the last scene of a play that had already been cancelled without her realizing it. I thought perhaps, at last, they would retreat. However, my family doesn't die gracefully. Everyone inside the blast radius is gaslighted as they go down crying and kicking. My phone rang 3 days after the driveway incident. This time, Marley's name, not Mom's, was displayed on the screen. I replied. With a flat voice as if she already regretted being the messenger, she stated, They're trying to make a deal. I let out a sigh and sank into the chair in the living room. They certainly are. Now what? Instead of just giving them the money, they want to know if you would consider lending it to them. I burst out laughing. Marley went on, obviously reading from a script in his head. Or perhaps you could temporarily place the mortgage in your name, and they'll make monthly payments to you. Did they say that really? Verbatim. I turned to see Caleb folding little onesies in the nursery as if it were a holy rite. I squinted. I'm going to assume that Bryce hasn't replied to them yet. Number complete silence on the radio. His accounts are locked. They are looking into him. And when the heat got to him, his boyfriend abandoned him. I cocked my head. This year, karma is ahead of schedule. Marley remained silent for a while. Ah, they're afraid. Really afraid. They are unlike anything I have ever seen. Well, I stated plainly. They need to experience what it's like to be completely helpless. A pause occurred. Just to be sure, Marley said quietly. Is there anything they could say to get your assistance? No. She let out a breath as if she had been clinging to a glimmer of hope for resolution. All right. Excellent. Since I informed them that I concur with you. I blinked. You told them? Hold on. Yes, she replied. I had had enough of acting. They treated you unfairly, I told them. That you were exploited. Perhaps none of this would have occurred if they had made even half the effort to help you that they did for Bryce. I remained silent for a moment. Something strange and unexpected clenched in my throat. And Dad lost it, she stated bluntly. Told me to pack my things and leave if I wasn't loyal to this family. I took a seat in front. What did you do too? I went out. I grinned, simultaneously feeling pleased and protective. Well done, girl. I was hoping they'd realize they pushed too far, Marley went on. That they would express regret. Mom attempted to call you again instead, accusing you of betraying them. I gave a sour laugh. They behave as though allegiance is worth money. As if, simply because they gave birth to us, we owe them unquestioning loyalty. Ah, they're falling apart. Everything, the home, the money. Even the way they look. At church, everyone is aware of Bryce. They feel ashamed. Let them feel ashamed. And then there was a knock. Over the phone, Marley heard it. Was that? Glancing through the slats, I made my way to the entrance. Bryce. Oh, you must be joking with me. Would you like me to remain on the line? Marley made the offer. I grinned. Number this is the one I've been anticipating. I didn't bother to cover my face as I cautiously opened the door. Bryce had a terrible appearance. Not shaven. Cheeks that are hollow. Wearing a pricey jacket that no longer suited his shoulders properly. Ah, he muttered in a strained tone, can we have a conversation? I simply moved out of the way so he could enter without responding. He did not sit. Stood there in the center of my living room, his eyes flitting about as if he couldn't stand staring at me for too long. I made a mistake, he began. I'm not joking. He flinched. They said that I was the reason you stopped helping. No, Bryce. Because of them, I ceased to assist. You were simply the last straw. He swallowed hard and nodded. I had no idea they had given me your money. They simply stated that they had put it aside. If I knew, I wouldn't have accepted it. I extended a hand. Don't tell lies. You usually take it, therefore you would have taken it anyhow. That is how we differ from one another. You anticipate receiving a bailout. I anticipated surviving on my own. He winced. I am aware of my error. I lost everything. My work. My standing. I was taken advantage of by the guy I was seeing, played me like a complete idiot. I shrugged and replied, I could have warned you. But at Christmas, I was too busy getting treated like trash. He shut his eyes. I'm worthy of that. You do, damn it right. Silence fell. I came to ask for help, he stated after giving me a serious look. I squinted. You're really brave. I'm not requesting money, he added hastily. I simply need somewhere to stay. Only for a short time, perhaps a week. I've been lounging on the couch and I'm at a loss for things to do. I blinked slowly. After everything, do you really think I'm going to take you in? There is nowhere else for me to go. I folded my arms. You possess them. There are those who gave you thousands without asking. The people who consistently picked you over me. They expelled me. My mouth fell open. Hold on, what? He gave a resentful nod. I told them I couldn't help with anything financially after I lost my job. After the whole incident with the company. And Dad simply lost it. I was dead weight, they said. Said that he ought to have disconnected me years ago. Then instructed me to get my belongings. I gazed at him. So, let me clarify something. The moment you received your promotion, they tossed me out, both financially and emotionally. They put all of their money on you. And they kicked you out when you failed. His jaw tensed as he nodded. They took advantage of me. Similar to how they took advantage of you. I gave him a serious look. At last, you understand, I muttered. Dejected, he stood there. He said, I'm not staying forever. All I need is somewhere to breathe. I looked back at my brother after glancing down the hallway where Marley was playing Uno with my children. All right, I replied. The couch is yours. No grievances. Have no expectations. I'll kick you out personally since you act entitled. He gave a quick nod. I won't. I promise. That evening, Bryce sat quietly on the couch as Marley cooked popcorn in the kitchen and Caleb adjusted the baby monitor. He was curled up with a blanket and had a look of humility on his face that I had never seen before. And I realized for the first time that I was no longer angry. I had just finished. I'm done being the backup. All the others have been held together. I'm done acting like self-respect was more important than blood. It was also pleasant. 3 months. That is the amount of time that has passed since I last spoke with my folks. No voicemails that make you feel guilty. Not at 11 p.m. crises. Not a drive-by drama. Nothing but quiet. And the beauty of that silence is beyond description. It's quiet in my house now. Marley's still here, but only temporarily. She's been saving up for her own apartment and already has a spot in mind. Bryce? He stayed for almost 2 weeks. The first few days were awkward, like 2 ex-rivals imprisoned in the same sitcom. But slowly, something altered. Without being asked, he began to assist. Got groceries. Cleaned the dishes. Even assisted Caleb in completing the crib. Baby clothes were folded like origami by the man who used to laugh in my face. That is what humility does to a person. One peaceful morning, he promised to call and left a thank you note. Strangely enough, he kept it. I get a text about once a week. Occasionally, it's just a meme. A check-in at other times. Although we are not close, we are now honest. That's a beginning, and me? I can breathe more easily. The baby will be born any day. Being a big sibling is something my oldest talks about as if it were a promotion. Caleb has never been more thrilled and worn out. I've made our house a haven for recuperating siblings, he quips. Perhaps I have. And perhaps that's all right. Something I didn't anticipate? They are not missed. Yes, I do miss the thought of them. The idealized portrayal of parents who love unconditionally, don't keep score, and wouldn't dump their daughter as soon as a more attractive model appeared. However, the authentic versions? The ones who repeatedly selected Bryce. Who viewed my assistance as a duty instead than a favor. I don't even miss them. One Saturday afternoon was the lone true surprise. When an unknown automobile drew up to the curb, Marley and I were enjoying some lemonade on the porch while assessing the neighborhood's gardening. A female emerged. Older, slim, anxious energy. Marley froze next to me and said, "Mom." "Really?" I whispered. I believed we were finished. Slowly, as if expecting the ground to turn away, she ascended the trail. Without a grin or a greeting, I stood with my arms crossed. "Ah," she uttered. Dry and strained voice. "I must speak with you." "I don't believe you do. If it weren't important, I wouldn't be here. When I needed you, you were never there." She took a swallow. "Your dad is still ill. According to the physicians, stress is to blame. He is unable to stabilize his blood pressure. Our mortgage payments have been past due. And Bryce?" Her voice trailed off. "He's not returning." I gazed at her. In a whisper, she said, "We gave him everything. Every penny we have saved. Our whole trust. We thought he would look after us." "You had faith in him," I clarified. "Not within me?" She gave me a frantic look. "We did something wrong." "No, Mother. Forgetting to send a birthday card is an error. There was a pattern to everything you did." Her eyes filled with tears. "The house is going to be lost." I gave a shrug. "It sounds familiar." Her mouth quivered. "Are you truly going to let us disintegrate?" "You did already," I responded quietly. "It wasn't until the money stopped that you noticed." Shuddering, she took a step closer. "We require assistance." I gave a headshake. "You must assist yourself. Similar to what I have been doing for years." She gave me a blink. "So that's it? Are you finished?" "As soon as you informed my children that they would not be seated at your table, I was done." That was like a kick to the stomach. She inhaled nervously. "You were raised by us. Expectations were raised by you. Yes, you fed me. I was housed by you. But you made me into an ATM with a heartbeat the moment I was able to breathe on my own." Her voice changed. "You're being mean." I chuckled. "It's funny. I used to believe that you only called when the rent was due and ignored my birthdays." She parted her lips to retaliate, then shut them. It was visible to me. That little flash of insight. She was unable to deny that glimmer of reality. With composure and finality, I said, "I hope you figure things out. But I'm no longer your answer." I pivoted to enter. She took hold of my arm. One final desperate shot. "Ah, we are your family." I gave her a stern, unflinching stare. This residence is occupied by my family. You are merely a former debtor of mine." I withdrew and went back inside. She didn't follow. A couple of days later, Marley entered the kitchen with her phone in her hand. "You know what?" she said. I arched an eyebrow. "The house was put up for sale." I blinked. "That quick?" I suppose they had no other choice. I remained silent for a while. I just stirred my coffee. "How are you feeling?" she inquired. "Free," I murmured. I meant it too. I occasionally ponder what would have happened if I had simply continued to make payments. If I had remained cheerful over yet another Christmas meal with my children seated at the foldable table and Bryce receiving the centerpiece. If I had told myself it wasn't so horrible and ignored that gut punch moment. However, I didn't. I got to my feet. And they were the ones left in the cold for the first time in my life. My twin got a Jeep for graduation. I only got a lottery ticket. But it won $5 million. Am I the asshole for keeping it a secret? For my brother's graduation, my parents got him a brand new Jeep. I only received a lotto ticket. The scent of burgers on the grill every weekend, split-level homes with American flags flapping on porches, and neighbors who smiled at you but started gossiping the moment you left made growing up in the peaceful suburbs of Chicago feel like living in every teen movie ever filmed. My relatives? Traditional middle class. Dad was a logistics worker. Mom balanced excessive couponing with PTA meetings. Next came Jake, my twin brother, and me. Jake was that guy, prom king material, high school football standout, and somehow always tan, even in February. At least once a week, teachers would give him that "you'll go far" speech, and girls would trip over themselves around him. Me? Stacking shelves to save money for college was me, the twin with the Target name tag. I was in the high school chess club on Tuesday nights, if Jake was in the Super Bowl. But no ill will. Well, a bit, perhaps. Like when you know your brother stole the last piece of pizza without even checking. We were connected in that strange twin telepathy manner. But I just wanted to get out, while Jake revealed his attention. For me, college was more than simply a place to study. It was a means of escape. Jake's never-ending parties, my late-night essays, and our parents' intense graduation preparations made up my senior year. Mom got lost in Pinterest boards for the perfect graduation celebration, complete with themed cupcakes, fairy lights, and an excessively journey-themed playlist. Dad? Whether renting a margarita machine would make him the cool dad or get him kicked out of the next HOA meeting was the subject of his internal conflict. We always knew he'd make it big, said random neighbors, and Jake received months of congratulations after securing a full-ride football scholarship to Michigan. Me? I was keeping track of the days till I got out of state college. It was my opportunity to be just Zach at last, even though it wasn't the Ivy League. Not the twin of Jake, just me, not the other one. The days leading up to graduation were quite stressful. Jake was inundated with texts from girls organizing post-graduation vacations, in addition to rehearsals and parties. I worked double shifts at Target, and my potential roommate sent me an email asking whether I was okay with bringing a small refrigerator. Fantastic moments. Jake and I ended up on the roof of the garage one evening while Mom worried about seating charts and Dad tried to decide how many hot dogs was too much. It was where we were. A spot where there would be no noise and we could just be two brothers. Jake was excited about football glory, tailgating, and living in a dorm. I pretended not to imagine a world in which I wasn't only his sidekick as I listened. Everyone was excited about the surprises graduation would bring, and the big day was quickly approaching. Jake? He most likely anticipated something from a sports film. Me? My breath wasn't held. But now that I think about it, I should have known better. Jake was going to get something big, I knew. I simply never imagined that my gift would completely upend the world. It was like entering one of those high school films that always looked too good to be true on graduation day. The gym was decorated with gold and blue streamers, huge balloons that said Class of 2024, and a photo booth where people waited in line to take photographs wearing fake diplomas and huge sunglasses. The space was still haunted by the scent of cafeteria pizza from previous lunches, but nobody seemed to mind. Naturally, Jake was in his element as he grinned effortlessly and received applause from his peers as if he had just won the Super Bowl. Speeches that attempted too hard to be amusing, a choir performance that left me wondering whether any of them had practiced, and me sitting there contemplating my next Target shift made the ceremony itself drag on longer than a line at Starbucks on a Monday morning. With the kind of fervor typically reserved for lottery winners, Jake's name was called. It was more along the lines of, oh, right, him too. At least I didn't trip while crossing the stage, though. Little victories. The mayhem that followed was unbelievable. Mom was crying as if we were leaving for Mars. Dad is clumsily recording every second with his phone. I was pulled into hugs that went on for far too long by relatives I hardly knew. Jake's fan club mobbed him. Like I was in the NFL myself, I largely avoided questions about my future and nodded along with idle talk. At home, our backyard appeared to have been lifted straight out of a Pinterest board, complete with fairy lights, a table piled high with mini sliders, chips, and hot dogs, and a cooler filled with enough Coca-Cola to last through the night. Jake's group, all wearing polos and suspiciously new Class of 2024 t-shirts, arrived like a wave, each one louder than the previous. Next door, I saw Mr. Thompson smuggling another plate of sliders while feigning to socialize. Jake, most likely, made the decision that hiring a limo was the best course of action. The next thing I knew, we were huddled inside, listening to old songs from a playlist someone had discovered on Spotify from the early 2000s, stopping at Taco Bell and Starbucks because, apparently, a graduation night wouldn't be complete without nachos and coffee. Jake took in everything, including the constant attention, the selfies, and the giggles. Me? I relaxed while drinking my Coke, making jokes, and pondering whether or not anyone paid any attention to me. We held our drinks like Oscars during the traditional Starbucks photo op. And for a brief time, I thought perhaps this was my chance as well. When the celebration reached its climax at home and the fairy lights began to flicker in the muggy night air, Mom and Dad called everyone inside for the moment they had all been anticipating, the presents. Jake appeared about to explode, already envisioning the big surprise our parents had planned for him. Me? All I could hope was that my gift wasn't socks. I was certain that Jake would give me a memorable gift. But it was what I wouldn't get, not what he would, that troubled me. The suspense in the living room was palpable. Jake was literally bouncing off the walls, already seeing himself driving whatever fantastic present our folks had planned. Between sips of Mountain Dew and nibbles of pizza, his companions, stretched across our faded leather couch and half-empty beanbags, muttered estimates. A sports vehicle? A motorbike? A boat, perhaps? Surely Jake deserved something ostentatious. Mom gave him a key fob while fighting back tears like we had won the lotto. Louder than a Bears touchdown, the room exploded. Everyone followed Jake like groupies pursuing a rock star as he ran out the door. A new Jeep Wrangler Rubicon was parked in the driveway, shining in the streetlight. From the top down. Shut the doors. The type of vehicle designed to create memories at Lake Michigan while listening to country music. Jake's smile was as big as the skyline of Chicago. As if he was already halfway to the shore, he climbed in and revved the motor. His phone paired with Bluetooth more quickly than my Wi-Fi ever could, and all of a sudden Morgan Wallen began singing about highways and heartbreak. Jake in his classic form. I remained behind, taking it all in. This wasn't shocking. The golden boy was Jake. The hero of the hometown. He would get a Jeep, of course. Dad gave me a shoulder slap as if to warn me of bad news. I was given a little white envelope by Mom. No keys. No big bow, paper only. There was silence in the room. Awkward silence. Trying to convince myself it would be something cool, I opened it. A check for college? Perhaps? Cubs tickets? Perhaps. Within, a $25 gift card to Best Buy, a lotto ticket too. Now for the uncomfortable giggles. The king of terrible timing and my best friend since 3rd grade, Sam, poked me and muttered, "Hey, at least now you can finally buy the Xbox controller you've been complaining about." I made myself laugh. When life gives you a slap in the face disguised as a gift, what else do you do? Jake's pals hardly paid any attention. They were already fighting about who should be shotgun and were too busy cramming themselves into the Jeep. Mom gave me a deep hug while murmuring about the big things that lay ahead, but Jake's shouting that they were going to Dairy Queen and the sound of the Jeep's engine overpowered her words. Dad nodded at me. "You're aware of it." They nod like a chin-up youngster. I sneaked out the back door after shoving the envelope into my pocket. I felt protected on the porch. The sound of lawnmowers in the distance. The subtle aroma of hamburgers from a neighbor's grill. And me, using a coin I discovered in my trousers to scratch a losing lotto ticket. Numbers. I gazed at the gift card as though it had answers. Jake gained liberty, excitement, and limitless opportunities. My target salary was worth more than the plastic I received. The worst part though? Everyone seemed to have anticipated this. As if I were the one who didn't require the large items. Sam probably grabbed 2 Cokes from our cooler and spotted me outside with them. With his trademark sneer, he opened his can and sat next to me. Tough break, man. But hey, no one's going to ask you for rides now. I chuckled. This time it was a real one. As Jake's Jeep vanished into the darkness, we sat there drinking Coke. For the remainder of the celebration, I grinned. Played along. Even, like a nice brother, congratulated Jake. But that night, something broke inside of me. And I was unaware of it at the time. But that little crack? Everything was about to change. I felt as though I had just been benched during the championship game when I got home. Jake was likely planning weekend getaways to Lake Michigan with his pals while driving his brand new Jeep and listening to country music. Me? I was thinking how my life had devolved as I stood in front of the freezer and took out a frozen DiGiorno pizza. As I leaned against the counter and idly browsed Instagram, the microwave hummed. Graduation photos flooded my Facebook, including corny group pictures and caps thrown in the air. Naturally, Jake's Jeep has previously been seen. His caption, "New wheels. New adventures. Lake Michigan. We comin'." Jeep life, nigger blessed. I let out a sigh, enjoying the post only by default, despite the fact that it tightened my chest. I was startled out of my doom scroll by the timer's buzzer. After grabbing my pizza, I balanced the plate on my lap and collapsed onto our old plaid couch. The scent of disappointment and pepperoni filled the living room. I browsed Netflix till I came upon The Office. It was my first choice? The awkwardness of Michael Scott somehow lessened the tragedy of my own life. Jim's tricks on Dwight were hilarious. Let's be honest, I might be able to handle being Jake's twin if Pam could handle a relationship with Roy. Memories intruded like unexpected visitors as I chewed on it. On that particular Christmas morning, Jake opened a brand new PlayStation 5, and I received a $50 gift card to Amazon. He dismissed Madden right away. I came to the realization that $50 would not even buy a new controller. Or when our parents took Jake to Disney World to celebrate his outstanding football season the summer after his freshman year. Grandma Doris and her infinite collection of ceramic cats were left behind. What does she consider to be fun? Pointing out my posture and teaching me how to knit. The little things hurt too. On more occasions than I can remember, Jake was given the last piece of pizza. Football practice was a good reason, so he never had to mow the yard. Not to mention each time someone said, "You're Jake's brother, I see." As if that were my whole self. I grabbed another piece. I discovered I was down to 2. Fantastic. I was reminded that I always ended up with less, even by my pizza. It buzzed on my phone. Sam was there. He had the timing of a joke from a sitcom. "Dude, have you checked that lottery ticket yet?" I gave an eye roll. "Yeah, I'm sure I won millions while microwaving a DiGiorno." His reply was, "Come on, man," by text. "Do it for the meme." I took the crumpled ticket out of my jeans and moaned. It seemed like a mean joke. But whatever. All right, I thought, let's get this over with. I had no idea that moment would completely upend my world. I half expected the crumpled lottery ticket in my hand to disappear or catch fire like some nasty practical joke as I glanced at it. I launched my phone's lottery app with trembling fingers. My heart was racing like I had just finished a marathon, and the screen loaded more slowly than dial-up internet. "Scan your ticket," the application asked. I positioned my phone over the barcode while holding my breath. Processing. Then it appeared, $150,000. I blinked. I rubbed my eyes. Blinked once more. I must have been hallucinating after drinking too much Mountain Dew and DiGiorno. However, the figures remained unchanged. 5 millions. Money. I probably frightened the neighbor's dog with a noise I made. It sounds like a combination of a giggle, a gasp, and the sound you make when you stub your toe at 2 in the morning. Once more, Sam's SMS message appeared. "Have you looked it over yet?" My phone nearly flew across the room. $5 million wasn't used to buy a new Xbox. The money was for quit your job and move to a beach house. I went into overdrive with my thoughts. When you win the lotto, what exactly do you do? Google. Of course. What to do in the event that you win the lottery? First rule, keep it a secret. Yes. I'm not joking. For gas money, Jake would most likely sell my secret. Mom would become Oprah. A new kitchen is yours. You get a brand new vehicle. What about Dad? To put it mildly, I wasn't prepared for a 3-hour tax bracket lecture. I paced my room as if I were attempting to scuff the carpet. My mind was racing with a million ideas. Purchase a vehicle. Purchase a home. Purchase all of The Office's seasons on Blu-ray. I scrolled through several articles while I sat on my bed. Appoint a lawyer. Remain anonymous. Avoid spending too much too soon. Most winners disappear within a few years. Fantastic. There is no better way to destroy a mood than to be afraid about going bankrupt. I heard Jake's Jeep thunder into the driveway outside. As he spoke about the Dairy Queen girl who gave him her number, his laughing came through my window. Jake in his classic form. I took a quick look outside. He was there, flinging fries into his mouth while leaning against his brand new Jeep as if nothing were wrong. In the meantime, I was hiding a $5 million secret in my sock drawer. I considered informing Sam. But then I recalled how he unintentionally revealed it when I was infatuated with our math tutor during my sophomore year. I required a strategy. A good one. However, I had to conceal the ticket more well than a cliché. I jammed it into a worn-out book that nobody would ever open. Second advanced algebra. Even a burglar would probably leave that one alone. Once more, my phone buzzed. Sam. Hey, how are you? I smiled. Me? Yes. Remain relaxed, I'm doing fine. But within? My next step was already planned. I had no doubt that they would all want a share of this pie. I wasn't sharing though. I woke up the morning following my $5 million discovery feeling both excited and suspicious. Suppose I misplaced the ticket. What if someone discovered it? What if I were still working late nights at Target when I woke up, haggling with customers over expired coupons? I required a strategy. First step. Take this money to a secure location. I headed directly to the bank after telling my parents I had a morning shift. I Googled this as I was parked in my 2008 Honda Civic, which shook whenever I applied the brakes. How to deposit lottery winnings into a bank account without your family knowing. No useful Reddit posts. Lots of tell your mom right away suggestions. Which wasn't. It's happening. I had the impression that a neon sign was flashing over my head inside. Millionaire. I flinched every time the teller looked at me. However, an hour later, I left with a temporary card, a new account, and an appointment with my new financial advisor, Brian. Brian had the ideal appearance for a financial advisor. Polo shirt. Khakis. And the smile that undoubtedly indicated, I promise you I won't lose all of your money. When I told him about my victory, he didn't even blink. Recently started a TED Talk on diversified investments. I gave a nod as though I understood. I'm curious if anyone has ever simply purchased a mansion and moved on. In the end, I bought investments in Amazon and Tesla because, well, 2-day shipping and Elon Musk. Operation New Zach will come next. Like a man on a mission, I struck them all. Skipped Walmart, headed straight for Nike, and in only 1 hour, I spent more than I had in the 2 years prior. Hoodies. Air Jordans. Ray-Bans. The necessities. I wasn't counting pennies at the clearance rack for the first time. Jake noticed right away as I walked into the house. New sneakers? He threw a football into the air and asked. I said, Uber, as if that clarified everything. It seems like driving random people around could get you $200 in sneakers in Jake's universe. I exchanged my Civic for a Tesla Model 3 a week later. Jake almost spat out his Mountain Dew when I pulled up for the first time. Nope, he chuckled. Isn't this comparable to renting a car from Uber? Yes, I shrugged. Testing it out. Nobody questioned it. My folks began making insinuations about bills. I was always getting made fun of by Jake for being the fancy Uber driver. In the meantime, I was creating a life that nobody was aware of. I felt liberated for the first time. Jake had his fan club and his Jeep. I had a new beginning and my secret money. However, secrets like mine? They never remain undetected for very long. After the Post Malone concert, with my ears still ringing from the bass and Sam's off-key singing, I drove back down Interstate 90 as the Tesla's autopilot hummed softly. With front row tickets, expensive merchandise, and enough adrenaline to last me a week, the night had been ideal. I was ecstatic, picturing myself driving my Tesla to late-night Taco Bell runs and never having to justify my inability to take spring break vacations. However, when I arrived into our driveway and saw that all of the lights were still on, my excitement began to fade. It was nearly midnight. Strange. I entered with the half expectation that everyone was asleep. Perhaps Jake had fallen asleep while holding his Xbox controller. Rather, like a horrible TV drama intervention scene, Mom, Dad, and Jake were waiting in the living room. Jake was sitting there with my black jacket, which I had inadvertently left behind. Too nonchalantly, he said, "Nice jacket." You know what I discovered in the pocket? During finals week, my stomach fell more quickly than my grade point average. You looked through my belongings? I shot back, trying to sound angry rather than scared. Jake smirked as if he had just scored a game-winning touchdown and shrugged. I felt chilly. I assumed you wouldn't mind. I didn't have to look very far though. There it was, this tiny jewel. He waved the Tesla financial report, which included my $100,000 investment. Mom's voice was hardly audible as her eyes grew wide. Zach, where did you obtain money like this? Dad leaned forward, wearing his trademark serious expression. Take a seat, right now, no way out. My heart was racing. Even if I claimed to have discovered it on the sidewalk, that wouldn't be acceptable. With a sigh, I combed through my hair. I confessed, the words tasting like defeat, I won the lottery. $150,000. Mom blinked quickly, as if she were updating her system. You didn't tell us that it was $150,000? Why? Dad massaged his chin, already in calculator mode. Teaching. Auto insurance. Debt from credit cards. Many family expenses might be covered by this. With that grin that made me want to hurl a pillow at his face, Jake, being Jake, leaned back. I suppose you may now get an actual car instead of renting a Tesla. Like a Toyota, I suppose? I tried not to chuckle, but I knew I wasn't prepared for the storm that was about to erupt. The living room had the atmosphere of a courthouse. And the defendant was unquestionably me. Mom paced. As if counting every dime they had ever spent, Dad scratched his temples. What about Jake? As if this were background noise, Jake simply browsed through his phone. Normal. Mom responded in a voice that was a mixture of sadness and incredulity. I can't believe you hid this from us. Zach, you have always had our support. Always. I tightened my jaw. Help me? You mean how I received a $25 gift card and you used all of your savings on Jake's Jeep? Jake laughed quietly to himself. Well, you did use it to get those lovely Air Jordans, correct? That was it. I lost my temper. You know what? Number, I firmly stated, I'm not giving you any money. Not for the mortgage. Not for auto loans. And most certainly not for Jake's upcoming Lake Michigan weekend getaway. Mom let out a gasp as if I had just announced my move to Mars. Your family is us. Families support one another. Funny, I retorted. When I was working double shifts at Target to pay for college, I don't recall much assistance. Dad made an effort to maintain harmony. We considered Jake's Jeep to be an investment in his future son. He required it for what purpose? I cut you off. Posts on Instagram? Driving by Starbucks? At last, Jake raised his head. Calm down, man. You're behaving as though I made them purchase it. I sounded sarcastic on the inside. All right, because it's not at all coercive to declare, I need a Jeep. The guilt trips were Mom's first. Zach, we tried our best. Perhaps you could lend a hand a bit. We have several bills that are past due. The water heaters have exploded. New brakes are needed for your dad's vehicle. I reached for my coat. I'm finished. Done, she said in a pejorative tone. Yeah, I said with a nod. Done being the backup plan. Done being the afterthought. I spent the night packing my laptop, chargers, and a stack of foil-wrapped leftover pizza pieces into a duffel bag along with my clothes. Jake didn't even make an effort to bid farewell. He was too preoccupied in FaceTiming his pals about a party. I went to Starbucks the following morning and ordered a venti caramel macchiato. I mean, I could finally afford one without having to check my bank account first. After that, I agreed to a lease for a little flat in the heart of the city that overlooked the Chicago River. It was a little space, as small as your bed and couch. However, it included bare brick walls, a refrigerator that didn't sound like it was dying, and nobody is requesting that I pay the Wi-Fi fee. While sipping my coffee on the balcony, I observed boats gliding down the river. And became aware of something: I was free for the first time in my life. A year went by. Additionally, life has a humorous way of keeping things in balance. Is that Jake's gleaming Jeep Wrangler? Totaled. After he strayed in a Walmart parking lot in an attempt to win over a girl. Yes, since nearly striking a cart return station is the epitome of romanticism. My folks, trying to keep up with Jake's never-ending expenses has left me drowning in credit card debt. Miami spring break vacations, the newest iPhone he simply had to have, and the emergency AirPods that he inexplicably misplaced 3 times. In the meantime, I prospered. No more eyebrows were raised by my Tesla. People simply thought I was another well-paid computer person. My investments yielded significant returns. And I invested in a tech startup that showed promise. Things detonated more quickly than a microwave popcorn bag. All of a sudden, I was more than just the quiet twin who worked target shifts. For weekend trips, I was the one who arranged last-minute flights to Los Angeles. The man sharing photos of the Grand Canyon sunrise. Disney World? Twice, cross that off my bucket list. I even managed to get a picture of me holding a churro with Mickey Mouse. For what reason? It was like watching a montage of one of those motivational TikToks. The background music is low fidelity. The call, which was inevitable, then arrived. Zach, we need help. Over the phone, Mom's voice wavered. We're behind on everything. The house. The cars. Even groceries. Jake added, sounding less arrogant than normal. Look, man, I screwed up. But we're family, right? I swirled my expensive Starbucks iced coffee and grinned bitterly. Maybe you should have invested in me instead of a Jeep. I ended the call. I'm half anticipating a callback. They didn't. However, fate had not yet finished with me. My phone rang one day. Grandpa was there. Hey kiddo, just checking in. I bet that lottery ticket changed everything, huh? I gasped. Wait, you knew? Of course, he said, laughing. I bought that ticket. Give it to your folks for your graduation. Always knew you were meant for something big. Tears came. Shame too. The only person who thought of me as more than a backup player was Grandpa. My sister banned my kids from her wedding. After 2 years of silence, she showed up with gifts because she couldn't have children herself. Due to the possibility that my children may create discomfort, my sister did not invite me to her wedding. After being infertile for 2 years, she unexpectedly arrived at my door with gifts. My 11-year-old twin boys, who are on the autism spectrum, are my 38 Fahrenheit. To provide a stable atmosphere for children, my spouse and I have put in a ton of effort. They are wonderful children who simply require a little more help and tolerance than most. We've faced our fair share of difficulties, including grocery store meltdowns, that one awful school play, don't ask, and the ongoing struggle to obtain appropriate accommodations from the school district. But, for the most part, we worked it out. When I was little, my sister and I were finishing each other's sentences. We exchanged secrets, clothes, and everything else. When I discovered I was pregnant, I phoned her first. I supported her at every breakup, career problem, and other situation. When my boys were diagnosed, she was present. Or she seemed to me to be. She sat with me as I sobbed and brought over lasagna. About 5 years ago, she met her now husband, and things began to change. He is from an important family of some sort. They are merely wealthy and well-connected. They are not very significant. They act as like they are royalty because his dad served on the local council years ago or something. Over time, my sister began spending more time with his friends and family, which caused us to postpone our plans, the typical drift. Then it became every weekend. Initially, it was just, oh, Josh's mom invited us for dinner, or Josh's friends are having a thing. Then, they became the subject of every call. The boys took note. They would inquire as to why their aunt had stopped visiting. I didn't want them to feel rejected, so I fabricated excuses. I informed them that she was either traveling or working. I detest lying to my children, but what could I have said? Your new boyfriend thinks you're weird, so your aunt doesn't want to deal with you. Because that's how it seemed. I was pleased for her when they became engaged. I really was. I sent a card, flowers, and other things. She gave me a strange look and said, "I'll think about it," but she never mentioned it again when I asked if she wanted me to assist with wedding plans. I assumed she was occupied or something. I still purchased a dress because I thought I would somehow attend the wedding. I still have the tags on it and it hangs in my closet. Then one day, while browsing Facebook, yes, I still use it, don't judge me, I came upon a ton of photos from her wedding. I was not invited to a wedding. Not only was she not invited as a guest, but she was not even in the wedding party. My parents were present. There were our cousins. There were even a few high school acquaintances she hardly ever speaks to anymore. Not me, though, not my spouse. And certainly not my children. I called her right away, and to my astonishment, she did respond. She hesitated for a moment before responding that her in-laws didn't want any disruptions at the wedding and that my children would cause discomfort when I questioned her about what the hell happened. She claimed that although she fought really hard to include us, she ultimately gave in because she didn't want any controversy, and it was her special day. It's like my children are living drama machines. I was standing in my kitchen, looking at the dumb refrigerator magnet she had gotten me from her trip the previous year, and I can still clearly recall where I was when she said it. "Sisters Forever" was inscribed on it. While we were still on the phone, I removed it and tossed it in the garbage. I assumed my parents would be as indignant as I was, so I contacted them next. Not at all. In fact, they stood up for her. Stated that I should make an effort to comprehend her viewpoint and that sometimes difficult decisions must be taken. Perhaps it was for the best because my dad even dared to comment that such activities can be too stressful for my boys anyhow. As though they are more knowledgeable than I am about what's best for my children. As though we hadn't been organizing activities and excursions for years. I realized then that this was nothing new. My cousin's children were always treated differently than my boys. Less excitement and fewer birthday gifts. They brought my kids educational toys to help with their development. They would take my niece to the zoo, but they said my boys might not enjoy that kind of thing. They also bought my nephew a drum set, a 4-year-old drum set. And then I blocked them all. I modified my phone number, went across town. This sped up the process, but we had already planned to relocate since we needed a house with a better layout for the boys. My husband was totally on board. If it's possible, he was even more enraged than I was. In any case, he never really got along with my family. Because he works with his hands, they always treated him as though he wasn't good enough. God forbid someone chooses to work as a carpenter rather than spend their days in an office. We created a brand new existence, with pals who genuinely care about our family. We discovered a parent support group for children with autism. As a result, we became acquainted with other families. Our neighbors invite us to their barbecues, and they don't care if one of my children has to take a quiet period or wear noise-canceling headphones. Just regular folks that treat my children like children, you know. It was more than 2 years prior. Sincerely, I believed that chapter of my life was over. Occasionally, mutual friends would post about them, but I would simply scroll past them. Immediately following the wedding, I learned through rumors that my sister was attempting to conceive. Immediately starting a family, or whatever. Well done, I thought. She can have the ideal neurotypical small family that she has always desired. Then, unexpectedly, my dad, mom, and sister arrived at our front door yesterday. Included gift bags. These phony smiles, too. I inquired as to how they discovered our address. That question, which is really unsettling, was disregarded. Really, none of our mutual acquaintances would have given it to them without first asking me, and we weren't on the list. They probably hired someone or something, which further adds to the strangeness of the situation. Immediately, my sister broke down in tears, which is often her first reaction, and expressed how much she missed the boys and me. My mother said that they had given it a lot of thought and had come to their error. My dad was about to say no to something, and he just stood there looking uneasy, shifting his weight from foot to foot like he used to do when we were kids. Then my sister reveals the shocking news that she and her husband have been unsuccessfully trying for a child for the past 2 years. After a series of unsuccessful fertility procedures, she is now reevaluating the true meaning of family. As if reading from a Hallmark card, she said that same line. She discussed how her husband's family is pressuring them to continue the family name, despite the fact that they have seen 3 doctors and undergone IVF twice. For a minute, I just stared at them, trying to take it all in. My mother was nodding in agreement. As if it were the most intriguing thing he had ever seen, my dad was studying our porch light. My sister continued to ramble endlessly about how she had a revelation about what is really important in life. Then I told them exactly what I had assumed, that they are settling for my relationship since they are unable to have their ideal small family and only want a relationship right now. When they kicked my boys out of a family gathering because they were, what? They showed no concern for them. Feeling embarrassed? But my children are suddenly good enough now that my sister dearest is unable to have her own? My father attempted to interrupt me by saying something like, "That's not fair," but I had already finished. My children aren't emotional support animals that they can ignore and then pick up whenever it's convenient, I informed them. They were treated as though they were flawed, which damaged them as human beings. I reminded them that we used to get together every Sunday for dinner, but that invitation abruptly stopped when my sister began seeing her husband. At that point, my mother broke down in tears, accusing me of being unkind and claiming that they had learnt their lesson. My sister simply looked at me as if I had smacked her, which, to be honest, I had almost done. She persisted in reaching for this present bag as though it would make everything better. Out of the top, I could see a nice toy of some sort, just the kind of item that would overstimulate one of my guys and make them lose it. They couldn't even recall their basic characteristics. They should take their guilt gifts with them, I advised them. I closed the door after that. I could hardly turn the latch since my hands were shaking so much. However, the presents were left outside my door. Afterward, I tossed them in the garage. I informed my husband what had happened when he arrived downstairs after hearing the commotion. Even though he indicated I made the proper decision, I'm now questioning it. The problem is that over the years, my boys have inquired about their aunt and grandfather on a few occasions. I know they remember them, even though it's not often. I sometimes question whether I'm denying my children's family ties out of animosity. However, I also believe that allowing these individuals to return to our lives will only prepare my children for future rejection. What happens if my sister does, in fact, become pregnant? Will she abandon us once more? Will my parents once again treat my children as inferior? I haven't mentioned the visit to the guys. Thank God, it happened while they were visiting a friend's house. At the last minute, I switched shifts with a coworker. I was only at home because of that when they arrived. Here, am I the a-hole? For the sake of my children, should I have at least listened to them? Update. Holy shit, I had no idea this would go so out of control. I appreciate all of the support and comments, I will miss my inbox. However, a number of you misinterpreted certain points, so allow me to clarify. First, none of my boys are severely autistic. They occasionally struggle with social cues and have certain sensory difficulties, but with the right planning, they can definitely handle a wedding. They've attended past events without any problems. That was merely a pretext. Actually, one of them is really quiet and spends most of his time sitting and playing his games. The other one is more active, but if you explicitly explain the regulations, it complies quite nicely. Unless you consider any youngster who isn't completely silent to be disruptive, they aren't. 2. You weren't there for those who said, well, maybe they really have changed. My sister's expression when discussing her infertility problems was not visible to you. Re-establishing contact with family wasn't the goal. She wanted what she was unable to have. When I gave her a toy she desired as a child, she used to receive the same expression. 3. And no, they didn't offer an apology. Nobody said, "I'm sorry," once in their little address. Now, it was all about their feelings and desires. How difficult things were for them. How it would be good for them to reconnect, nothing about the harm they had caused or how my children were impacted by their behavior. 4. My husband's family lives on the opposite side of the nation, so someone inquired about them. Although we video chat on vacations and they send birthday cards, they aren't really involved on a daily basis. That's significant though, because they've never been strange about the boy's autism. 5. And please go fuck yourself to the individual who sent me a private message accusing me of exploiting my children's disabilities as a justification for my anger. You don't know what we've endured. Anyway, since my post, a lot has transpired. Since the incident, my sister has been constantly messaging me. There was more sobbing and guilt-tripping at first. She's acting rudely now, accusing me of being immature and punishing her for one mistake. One error? They ignored my family for 2 years after excluding us all from a significant life event. That is a sequence of intentional decisions rather than a single error. At around 2 in the morning, she also sent this strange SMS, expressing her desire to be an aunt, and her envy of my motherhood journey. Who speaks in such a manner? It seems so staged and manufactured. When she would come over, this same person would ask me to make the boys wait in a different room because she found their stimming to be bothersome. I didn't answer when my parents called either, since I assumed it was them. In their voicemail, they stated that they would like to meet in a neutral setting and talk things over like adults. To avoid having their previous numbers blocked, they apparently changed their numbers or something. My husband believes they are also full of shit, and I did wind up telling him everything they stated. He brought to mind how, rather than genuinely offering assistance or making an effort to understand, my parents continued sending us papers about cures, and recommending that we try various diets or other things when our boys were first diagnosed. I had nearly forgotten about it. Or when, in a loud whisper, my mother explained to a waitress that my kid wasn't being impolite when he didn't respond to her inquiry. He's just autistic, as if it were some embarrassing secret. Especially after the diagnosis, my sister would use this phony sympathetic voice to comment on how so hard having twins must be. Will they ever be able to live independently, she would wonder? When they were 4 years old. About a 4-year-old, who asks? At 4, even neurotypical children are unable to live on their own. I'm still unsure about how to inform my children. I assumed I had received all of them, but one of them discovered a gift bag they had left behind and inquired as to its origin. I simply put it away after saying it was from an old buddy. Lying to children makes me uncomfortable, but I also don't want to raise their expectations about people who might vanish in the future. Lately, they have been doing incredibly well. A few of you asked if I would think about doing family therapy with them. Perhaps I will. But I'm just trying to take it all in right now. In order to escape all of this drama, my husband proposed that we go on a family vacation the following month, which sounds like a wonderful idea at the moment. A few hours away is a location with cabins beside a lake. On one school excursion, the boys went there and had a great time. Oh, and strangely, yesterday I received a friend request on Facebook from one of my mom's acquaintances, with whom I haven't spoken in years. They're probably attempting to obtain information now via other means. Of course, I ignored it. I may provide another post if something noteworthy occurs, but for the time being I'm attempting to concentrate on my real family, the individuals who have been here continuously. Second update. Alright, so a week or so has passed after everything happened, and certain things have happened. I didn't intend to post again so quickly, but I need to vent because things keep happening. To begin with, I would like to express my gratitude to everyone who left a comment offering practical guidance rather than simply labeling me resentful, which, well, okay. No, Sig. I'm resentful. Would you not be? To answer your question, I haven't examined the gifts they brought. However, before publishing this update, I did investigate them. They remain seated in the garage for the time being. Thus, on Tuesday, my sister arrived at my place of employment. She just happened to walk in as I was working my part-time job at this little office. It's still really creepy where I work, and I don't know how she found out. I didn't want to make a scene in front of my coworkers, so I escorted her outside. We were in the parking lot and anyone might see us, so even though I was angry, I attempted to keep my voice down. She began her address by saying that she has been doing a lot of soul searching, and that learning that she is unable to have children has put things in perspective for her. Then, using the same strange whisper as if it were a secret, she began discussing how her husband had evolved in his thinking on special needs children. None of it sounded real, so I just stood there wondering if she was reading from a script. As she normally does when she is lying, she continues to check her phone during her conversation. She would make up reasons why she couldn't do anything with me, something she used to do when we were teenagers. She then went straight to the point. She wants to show them what real family looks like, by taking the boys and me to her husband's family's major reunion in a few months. She genuinely expressed her desire to demonstrate to them the extraordinary potential of exceptional children. As if my kids are some sort of pornographic inspiration for her in-laws. Then something clicked. This has nothing to do with getting back in touch with us. She is doing this to brag to her in-laws about having a relationship of any sort with her nephews. As if we were accessories in her life narrative. For example, my children are a backup plan or consolation reward because she is unable to have her own. I walked away after telling her I had to return to work. I need to stop living in the past, she called after me. It is rich coming from someone who, after her initial goal failed, now just wants a relationship. For the remainder of my shift, I was trembling. It was kind of my boss to notice and let me leave early. The problem is that if they had demonstrated any awareness of their mistakes, I might have thought about allowing them to re-enter gradually. However, people continue to treat my children as though they are unique, special, or something. Not only children, who should be accorded the bare minimum of deference. They continue to focus on themselves and their requirements. After that, I ended up answering my mom's phone yesterday from a new number I didn't recognize. She said that I'm being too harsh on my sister, who is inconsolable. Did you think it was wrong to exclude us from the wedding? I asked her directly. She merely mentioned complicated situations, and doing what seems best at the time, without providing a precise response. She eventually acknowledged that she felt the wedding wasn't an appropriate setting for children with issues, after I pressed her on the matter. She said exactly that. She referred to them as children with issues, without even mentioning their names or recognizing them as her grandchildren. I ended the call. I have had enough excuses and non-apologies. The suggestion that my children are inferior to other youngsters has been dropped. I'm tired of the way they skirt the true problem, which is that they're ashamed of my children and that they only want a relationship now that their situation has changed. After school today, my husband took the boys out for ice cream, and I finally got around to looking into those gift bags. It was just what I had anticipated. Generic items that demonstrated a complete lack of familiarity with my children. Things that are completely out of their age range or completely unrelated to their hobbies. One of the bags had a card and a check for a sizable sum of money. Just the check, no note. They seem to be attempting to re-enter our lives through financial means. I tore it to shreds. Their money is not necessary for us. For 2 years, we've been getting by just fine without it. Regarding my boys, I finally had a conversation with them last night and gave them the straightforward explanation that they haven't seen their grandparents or aunt in a long time since family members don't always treat one another properly. I didn't try to sway them or go into specifics. If they would meet them again, one of them inquired. Maybe someday, but not right now, I replied. I believe they don't remember as much about my family as I believe they did because they seem to take it really readily. When you're 11, 2 years is a long time. One of them said he recalled how delicious Grandma's cookies were. The other claimed he didn't enjoy the stench coming from Grandpa's house. It did smell like mothballs. They then inquired about their ability to play video games, and that was that. I believe that was the best course of action. It appeared to be acceptable to them. On social media today, my sister shared a cryptic tweet about forgiving people who don't know how to accept love, or something similar. Many family members used heart emojis in their comments. In their view of events, I suppose I am the antagonist. I'm good with that. So, yes. That is the current situation. Is the asshole still me? Perhaps. However, I would much rather be a jerk than allow my children to be used as emotional band-aid solutions to cover up someone else's sadness. Third update. I didn't intend to provide another update so quickly, but circumstances have become worse, and I'm still dealing with the fallout. Do you recall how I said my sister shared that ambiguous post on social media? Evidently, though, she has been posting far more frequently than that. I received screenshots of things my sister has been saying about me online from a common acquaintance, who is one of the only people who hasn't taken sides. In essence, she is portraying herself as a grieving aunt who merely wants to get back in touch with her nephews. And me, this vengeful bitch, using my children as weapons. In addition, she uses the hashtag number anti-love or something similar to it. She is disclosing details about my children, including their ages, the fact that they have autism, and even some old pictures of them, which greatly aggravates me. All for her naive supporters' compassion points. I'm thinking about filing a lawsuit since I feel that my privacy has been violated. My children didn't request to join her on social media. But hold on, things will improve. Or worse. In fact, the school called me yesterday to report that my parents had arrived in an attempt to visit the boys. They wanted to surprise them at lunch, so they told the office they were the grandparents. Fortunately, the school phoned me right away because they weren't on the authorized pickup list. I've never been more appreciative of school security measures. I immediately lost my shit and called my parents. I threatened to obtain a restraining order if they attempted something similar in the future. In fact, my dad attempted to excuse it by claiming that they didn't think it was a big issue and that they only wanted to see the boys. Is it not a huge problem to arrive at an elementary school without warning? How could that be considered normal behavior? My mother called and began sobbing once more, stating that they were in a difficult situation and had run out of options. I advised them to accept my boundaries for the first time in their life as an alternative. Just in case, I hung up and gave my friend a call to ask for guidance regarding restraining orders. I had to leave work early once more in order to speak with the principal of the school and ensure that they were aware of the circumstances. In fact, she was very encouraging and promised to add a note about unapproved visitors to the boys' files. I had the impression that I was involved in some strange custody dispute, only this time, the parties involved had no legitimate claim to my children. Then, at about 8 p.m. last night, the doorbell rang. My sister's spouse was standing there when I peered through the peephole. Not my sister, not my folks. Her spouse. The same man who believed my children were unworthy of attending his priceless wedding. I yelled at him to go or I would call the police, but I didn't open the door. Without a word, he pushed an envelope under the door and walked out. It had a formal letter from him in which he apologized for any misunderstandings, and described how his marriage had changed him as a person. Another check, larger than the previous one, was also there. For the boy's future, he added in the memo line. As if we were in need of his kindness. It seems as though a public relations team wrote the entire thing. Nothing concrete about what he did wrong or why it hurt us is mentioned. It's all generalizations about family bonds and second chances. My husband simply laughed when I showed him it and remarked, "This guy still doesn't get it, does he?" All this is wearing me out. They seem to be deliberately wearing me down, as if they believe that if they persist, I will ultimately give in. The lads have also noticed how stressed I am. I sat them both down and assured them that we would not be leaving. That they were secure. That they didn't have to be concerned. I clarified that adult arguments can occasionally take some time to resolve. I was straightforward and comforting. After that, they appeared to be fine. However, I detest that they are even being impacted by this. In the event that we do require legal protection, my spouse recommended that we keep a record of everything that occurs. I've started recording all of the attempts to get in touch, saving voicemails and texts, capturing screenshots of my sister's posts, and other similar activities. It seems excessive. However, so is turning up at someone's place of employment or their children's school. My current strategy is to keep avoiding them as much as I can while still keeping my family safe. I've changed my email password just in case, blocked and locked my sister's new social media accounts, and updated all of our emergency contacts with people we truly trust. I still don't know if I'm doing this correctly. I suppose my current query is, how can I shield my children from all of this drama without having them feel as though a significant secret is being withheld from them? And regardless of how much soul-searching the other person professes to have done, am I mistaken in believing that some relationships are simply too broken to be repaired? Update 4. Well, my last update was a couple weeks ago. I haven't felt the need to update because things have finally settled down a bit, but I thought I should wrap this up for those who have been following along and given support. First of all, we appreciate all of your notes asking how we are doing. Even if they have never met me or my children, it means a lot to know that there are individuals who can relate to my situation. I had my friend's attorney assist me in writing a formal cease and desist letter to my sister and parents following the school incident. Although it doesn't have the same legal force as a restraining order, it does provide documentation in case the situation worsens. In essence, the letter threatened legal action for any more unexpected visits to our house, my place of employment, or the children's school. Interestingly, it appears to have been successful. To the best of my knowledge, my sister has ceased sharing information about us on social media, and there have been no more unexpected visits. In a brief email, my parents acknowledged receiving the letter and stated that they needed time to process everything. I'm good with that. In the end, my husband and I decided to go to the lake. For a long weekend, we rented a cabin and simply unplugged from the outside world. It was adored by the lads. They observed wildlife, gathered rocks, and learned how to skip stones on the lake from my husband. It was just what each of us needed. I've been thinking a lot about family and its true meaning. As a child, I always believed that family was something that could not be compromised. For better or worse, you are trapped with your family. However, as I've grown older, I've come to understand that family is actually about who supports you regularly, who embraces you for who you are, who makes an attempt to comprehend and assist you. I'm not sure if my parents, sister, and I will ever get along again. Perhaps one day, if they can show that they've really changed and are prepared to accept my children for who they are. I'm not holding my breath though. And I'm not waiting for it to happen by putting my life on hold. Something that truly resonated with me was mentioned by someone in the comments section of my last post. You owe nothing to the family you were born into, only to the family you have chosen. I think that's correct. We're just going about our lives for the time being. If nothing significant changes, I doubt I'll update again. Once again, I appreciate your support and listening. You have no idea how much it helped. I flew halfway across the world to meet my online girlfriend after a year of daily chats, but she panicked and left me alone most of the trip. After a year of daily phone chats, I took a plane overseas to see my internet girlfriend. However, she suffered from panic episodes when we first met, forcing me to spend hours every day by myself in my hotel, until I was forced to leave. Since I honestly don't know what to think anymore, I, 29 male, need to get this off my chest. For backstory, I met this girl, 29 female, a few years ago in a Discord server where we both played a game thanks to some online pals. We immediately clicked since we had similar hobbies and senses of humor, and I was astonished by her professional ambition. She is quite passionate about her work, which is tech-related, I don't want to be too specific, and she is constantly discussing projects and other relevant topics. We increased the frequency of our conversations, and eventually we were chatting for hours every day. We occasionally had phone chats with other people, but once everyone else left, we would continue to talk until around 3 in the morning. To be honest, it didn't feel like the previous internet connections I had. One evening, when discussing films we enjoyed, we discovered that our tastes were nearly the same. We began using one of those sync services to watch content together. When she informed me she had feelings for me early last year, everything changed. She kind of blurted it out when we were on a video conversation, saying she had been feeling that way for some time but was afraid to speak because of the distance. We had been flirting a little, so I wasn't entirely shocked when I informed her that I was also intrigued. Our internet time together increased even further. Sometimes she would even hold her phone up so we could communicate digitally while she was cooking or doing anything else. Before deeming us official, I ought to have been more explicit about what I required, but I was in the heat of the moment. Even through a screen, there seemed to be a very unique vibe between us that is difficult to describe. To be honest, I hadn't connected with someone like that in a long time. Where I live, I've had a very blank dating life. It wasn't long before she began calling me her boyfriend in conversations with others close to her. She would tell me stories about how her mother would inquire about me, or how she would bring me up to her coworkers. Examples such as, "My boyfriend said the funniest thing today," or, "My boyfriend and I are going to see this movie this weekend." These statements were flattering, but I always believed that we needed to meet in person before formally committing to a relationship. However, it was definitely a mistake on my part that I never really corrected her. I suppose I assumed we would meet soon enough, and didn't want to offend her. We discussed getting together several times. She takes medication for a chronic health condition, and has rather severe anxiety difficulties. Although it makes traveling difficult, it doesn't truly affect her day-to-day existence. We decided that seeing her in Canada would be more sensible for me than having her visit the United States. Additionally, it's not exactly stress-free to cross the border with all the political outgrass going on right now. I won't get into politics here, but it's true that crossing borders is more difficult these days. I made the bold decision to plan a trip to see her around Christmas. Flights and a hotel cost far more than I should have, but I thought it would be worth it. Due to the short notice, the flights alone cost over $700, and the accommodation for 3 nights cost an additional $600. To be honest, I could hardly afford it. However, I had been saving for some time and felt that this was crucial. After all this time of communicating, I was rather eager to finally see her in person. In the days before the trip, we discussed it virtually daily. She also appeared excited, however she admitted to being anxious about her nervousness getting the better of her. When we first met, she informed me she had been discussing anxiety management techniques with her therapist. That gave me hope that she was making preparations to ensure the visit would be successful. She even compiled a list of the locations in her city that she wished to show me. I had every reason to believe she was as excited about this as I was, as we discussed visiting a museum she loves, and a few places she thought I might enjoy. I just got back from that trip this past weekend, and I'm still getting used to it. Actually, I've spent the majority of my frigging time here in my hotel room, where I'm composing this. I flew all this way to see the city, but I have hardly seen it yet. The trip got off to a rough start. After landing, I took a 40-minute Uber to my hotel, which cost about $60 because, of course, everything in this place is pricey. I was anxious as well. I've only visited Canada a few times. I've never been to this city, and I was going to meet someone I'd only ever seen on a screen. The entire Uber ride made me feel nauseous. She was replying to my constant texts with updates on my whereabouts, but they came out as hurried and tense. Since I was also anxious, I assumed she must be experiencing even more worry, so I made an effort to be understanding. I assumed she would be prepared to meet when I arrived at the hotel. She lives about 5 minutes away from my lodging. Even though that hotel was more expensive than others, that was one of the reasons I chose it. She had said that staying nearby would make things easier for her. I messaged her to let her know I was ready anytime she was, checked in, and showered a little. I waited after that. She texted me instead of coming over, stating she needed more time since her anxiety was so bad. I made an effort to be sympathetic. I was aware of the seriousness of her concern. However, it took her an additional 2 hours to summon the bravery to visit me. I was sitting in my hotel room, checking the window every now and again, wondering if this whole trip had been a mistake. I attempted to watch TV, but I was unable to concentrate. At one point, my flight had been so early that I nearly fell asleep. She was actually trembling and crying, like sobbing, when she eventually arrived. It felt weird at first when I went down to the lobby to meet her. I sensed her trembling as we hugged. The fact that everyone in the foyer was staring at us added to the unease. She nodded when I proposed that we head up to my room so she could relax in peace. She sobbed for about 10 minutes straight while sitting on the edge of the bed in my room. Other than sitting next to her and giving her the occasional pat back, I had no idea what to do. She nodded when I asked if she wanted any water, so I retrieved some from the bathroom sink. She apologized perhaps 20 times after appearing to cool down a little. She insisted that she had been all right until she really had to come meet me, and that she had no idea why she was feeling so nervous. After a while, she appeared to be well enough for us to speak. At first it was awkward, not at all like our casual online chats, but after a half hour or so, she proposed that we visit her. There, she claimed, I would be able to meet her brother and she would feel more at ease. She and her brother reside in a modest home approximately 5 minutes' drive from my hotel. Her brother appeared to be a cool, amiable, gaming kind of guy. They also have a very adorable black cat who insisted on attempting to sit on my lap. As I had anticipated from our video talks, their apartment was tidy, yet lived in. Even though we spent some time hanging out at their apartment, she remained really nervous the entire time. Sometimes she would get silent, and I would catch her staring at nothing, as if she were deep in meditation. Her brother made an effort to assist by carrying on the discussion and inquiring about my flight, job, and other matters. Although it was kind of him, I became aware that I was speaking to him more than to her. She stated she was too anxious to drive, but she did say she wanted to take me around and show me parts of the city. She stated she was feeling too overwhelmed, and that perhaps tomorrow would be a better time. But I did suggest that perhaps we should all go, with her brother driving. She simply phoned me by Uber to return to my hotel at the end. Total time spent together on the first day, no more than 3 or 4 hours. She spent the majority of that time there with her brother as well. Around 9 o'clock, I returned to my hotel room and just collapsed. I was worn out after the day's emotional roller coaster and the journey. In addition, I had been awake since around 4 a.m. for my journey. She replied, "Sleep well. Sorry today was rough. Tomorrow will be better, I promise." I tried to concentrate on that promise as I drifted off to sleep after sending her a good night text. I got up really early the following day. I don't know, jet lag or whatever. I had nothing to do at around 7 in the morning. She normally sleeps in because she works nights, but I was just waiting to hear from her while I sat in my hotel. Despite my hunger, I didn't want to go too far for fear of receiving a message from her. In the end, I ate a terrible and expensive breakfast at the hotel restaurant. I just waited and waited after that. I took a shower, watched TV, browsed social media, and made a quick call to my mother. She eventually messages me 4 hours later to let me know that she's awake but not quite ready to see me, because she's still feeling nervous. She said that she simply needed some time when I asked if there was anything I could do to help. I thought there might be less pressure if we met in a public place rather than her coming to the hotel. "Maybe," she responded, "but I'm not sure yet." Said she would notify me shortly. I tried not to show my frustration at this point, but I was becoming rather annoyed. In order to have something to do, I decided to pick up some items from the drugstore that was within walking distance. I bought some Tylenol because I was about to have a headache, some food, and a portable toothbrush because I had forgotten mine. I was mostly simply passing the time. I discovered a small lunch area close by after spending far more time than was required exploring the pharmacy. Perhaps bringing her something to eat would be a kind gesture, so I thought I could get lunch for the two of us. After getting sandwiches for the two of us, I returned to the hotel to leave my belongings before visiting her. I messaged her to let her know that I had gone to get lunch and to ask if I could come over right now. After 15 minutes or so, she responded, "Sure, I could come over." I took the food to her apartment after calling an Uber. We were about halfway through day 2 when I eventually arrived at her apartment, which was approximately 2 hours later, and she hadn't even eaten the food I had brought. She thanked me for thinking of her, but claimed she wasn't hungry. I made an effort to hide my dismay. At least it wasn't wasted because her brother took the second sandwich. We spent some time sitting in their living room chit-chatting. She appeared slightly less nervous than she had been the day before, but not entirely at ease. She tells me that she, her brother and I, are going to a get-together with a number of their friends, just as I was beginning to believe that perhaps we could actually do something together. I came all this way to spend time with her, so I was a little taken aback, but I reasoned that maybe having other people there might make her feel more at ease. She replied that we would only be there for a few hours when I questioned how long. She replied that it was at her friend's house, which is a bit outside of the city, when I inquired where it was. I was disappointed, even though I attempted to appear excited about it. I had not anticipated our first actual day together looking like this. The drive there took roughly an hour in the end. I sat in the rear and she sat in the passenger seat while her brother drove. For most of the ride they discussed people I didn't know and inside jokes that I wasn't involved in. She would sometimes attempt to explain things to me, but it was never the same. I primarily just took in the vista outside the window, which was rather pleasant. There were about 10 people at her friend's house when we arrived. In fact, all of her friends were incredibly kind and hospitable. They were all aware of me. She had apparently been discussing this visit for weeks. She introduced me to everyone as her boyfriend, and it felt perfectly acceptable. It was a good celebration. Good food, a few beverages, and people playing board and video games. Everyone was polite and constantly approached me to chat. After hearing so much about me, a number of individuals expressed their happiness at finally meeting me. According to one female, "She never shuts up about you." Which, considering how little time we'd really spent together since I came, was both flattering and perplexing. Although we didn't really converse much, we stayed there for the majority of the night. She was off playing games with someone else or dragging me into discussions with her pals all the time. It was strange. We were usually in different areas of the room, despite my repeated attempts to stand close to her or get her attention. At 10 o'clock at night, we finally began to return. Given that she typically stays up until 3 or 4 in the morning, I assumed we would still have plenty of time to spend together. Perhaps we could just sit and chat like we used to do online, or we could watch one of those movies we were always discussing. She then asks her brother in the car if she can drive me to my hotel before they leave for home. According to her brother, "Sure." I'm sitting there in disbelief. She just met her boyfriend in person, who went across the country to see her, but she's too exhausted to spend any real time with him. When she glanced back at me for confirmation, I said, "Sure, that's fine," because I had no idea what else to say. Most of the drive back to my motel was quiet. She mentioned her anxiousness had been playing up more than usual lately, and once apologized for being so strange. It wasn't actually okay, but I told her it was. Could I say anything else? I couldn't really make her want to hang out with me. She said goodbye with a short hug and promised to text me in the morning when we arrived at my hotel. I felt completely whack when I went up to my room. After another few hours of hardly communicating on day 2, I began to believe that this entire vacation had been a huge mistake. Thus I find myself back in the hotel room, completely bewildered and alone. Even though my girlfriend is only a few minutes away, I'm alone in a strange country, and haven't really spent any time with her alone. I attempted to watch a movie on my laptop but was unable to concentrate. I ended up aimlessly browsing social media until around 1 in the morning. I was concerned that texting her about it might exacerbate her worry, so I refrained from doing so. However, I was also at a loss about what to do. I felt like I had met everyone in her life except for my real girlfriend by the time I was scheduled to have dinner with her family the following evening. I eventually texted her to let her know how I was feeling. I tried to be straightforward but gentle. I acknowledged that worry was difficult, but I was disappointed that we hadn't been able to spend more time together. I brought up the fact that I had come all this way to visit her, and that it bothered me that she seemed more at ease with me in public than with me alone. I made it clear that I was merely perplexed and a little depressed about the circumstance, not angry with her. When she finally reacted, it was a wall of text and took over 20 minutes. She apologized profusely, stating that she wanted to make the trip worthwhile for me, but was simply too exhausted, and that her anxiety was still through the sky. She made an effort to reassure me that she still had a strong interest in me, but she claimed that she is too anxious, and that nothing would happen if we were by ourselves. It seems that this is difficult for her because she hasn't been in a relationship for a few years. She clarified that when there are other people present, she feels more at ease since she is not under as much pressure to be fascinating or amusing. Claimed that she is constantly concerned that I am evaluating her or contrasting her with her online persona. She added that she fears physical contact after a long period of time and worries that I have unrealistic expectations for her. I informed her that there are several steps between an embrace and anything more serious, and that I wasn't anticipating anything intimate or physical. In fact, I haven't even given her a hug this trip. I simply wanted to talk to you and hang out with you like we do online for some real quality time. I told her that I wasn't traveling this far for sex. I finally got to meet the person I've been corresponding with for months. That appeared to relieve her, and she said that after meeting her mother, we would spend some time together. She mentioned that her mother was very excited to see me and that perhaps we could return to my hotel to watch a movie or something after supper. I accepted the plan since it seemed better than nothing. That night I couldn't sleep. I continued to reflect on the entire circumstance and question whether I had made a grave error in interacting with someone who suffered from such extreme anxiety. That seems harsh, and I don't blame her for having mental health problems. That's not her fault. But I began to question if I could handle the difficulties of a long-distance relationship. My last day here is today. Tomorrow morning I will depart early. This entire trip has seemed like a huge waste of both money and effort. Instead of spending most of my visit sitting by myself in a hotel room, I wanted to spend time with her. Since we don't have much time together, I genuinely assumed she would want to spend every moment with me. We've been discussing this vacation for a while, so I thought it would be rather different. After this, I'm not sure if this relationship can last. Am I going overboard? I understand that anxiety does exist, yet it seems pointless that I've come this far. Update. Several days have passed since my return, and because many people have been inquiring about what transpired, I thought I should provide an update. In the comments, several of you were really critical. Yes, I am aware that anxiety is a real illness. I am not a sex-crazed guy who was merely attempting to hook up. Furthermore, I don't believe she was taking advantage of me or anything similar. You folks come up with some crazy hypotheses. For those who are wondering why I didn't just go explore the city by myself, the answer is that I did some exploring, but it wasn't the main goal. I wasn't a tourist who traveled so far. To spend time with her, I went. In any case, I made the initial post on the last day of the trip after waking up quite early. After that, I anxiously awaited her message. Once more I didn't hear from her for a few hours. When she did text, it was a bit after noon. I had been up since about 8 o'clock, so I spent an additional 4 hours sitting in my hotel room, checking my phone like a teen in love every few minutes. She said I could take an Uber to her apartment at any time, and reminded me that we had supper with her mother later that day. Many of you advised me to simply call off the dinner plans, but I chose to go ahead and see how things worked out. I mean, I might as well meet her mother since I'd already traveled this far. I quickly showered, changed into my clothes, and went to her house. After the previous days, I was a little nervous, but I tried to remain optimistic. It was a pleasant difference that her brother was out when I arrived. Although she still appeared a little anxious, she was unquestionably less anxious than before. In fact, we watched things together for a while. We sat side by side on her couch after she recommended the show she had been eager to see with me. We sat close and it felt more like the quality time I had been hoping for, because she looked to be having a better day in terms of anxiety. It was pleasant that she even leaned slightly against me. We didn't actually engage in any physical activity. After some time, her brother returned home, although it was unquestionably better than the days before. She told me more about her friend's remarks about us at the party, and we discussed some of them. It sounded more like our internet chats. We began preparing to go have dinner with her mother at around 5 o'clock. This caused me some anxiety. It's usually a huge deal to meet the parents, and I wasn't sure what to anticipate considering how the journey had gone so far. I could sense that she was agitated once more as she drove us to the restaurant. I made an effort to divert her attention by keeping the conversation light. It was a charming, tiny Italian restaurant. When we got there, her mother was already there. As soon as she noticed us, she got up and hugged her daughter before turning to grin warmly at me. They have the same eyes, so I could tell right away where my girlfriend acquired her appearance. Her mother's dinner went unexpectedly well. Her mother was approachable and inquired about my work and family without being overbearing. Her mother looked sincere in her excitement about me and her daughter being together, and we clicked immediately. My partner appeared more at ease throughout dinner than I had observed throughout the entire trip. She was grinning, contributing to the discussion, and even putting her hand on my arm to emphasize a point. When we left, her mother hugged me, which was wonderful, and said I could come over at any moment. Even though I wasn't sure whether there would be another time at that moment, it felt good. We returned to her apartment after dinner. Although her brother was present, it felt more private because he tended to stay in his room. It was much the same as before. Hanging out, talking, and watching things. It felt more one-on-one than before, yet it wasn't quite alone time. Was this trip's final day what I had anticipated? Not at all. However, it was unquestionably superior to the initial days. She offered to drive me back herself, which surprised me because I was half expecting her to call me an Uber again as the evening wore on. It seemed like a minor triumph. We discussed the trip on the way back. I made an effort to be understanding when she apologized once more for the way things had gone. She acknowledged that I wished we had more time, like today, and suggested that since the first meeting was over, perhaps next time would be simpler. She accompanied me to my room when we arrived at my hotel. She assisted me in making sure I hadn't left anything in the bathroom or drawers when I was packing for the early departure. Despite its simplicity, it had an intimate feel that most of the tour had not. We kissed goodbye as she was ready to go. Just a good kiss goodbye. Nothing fancy. No makeout. It was short but sweet, and it got me thinking about what the journey may have been like if we had arrived at that moment sooner. After she went, we exchanged a few texts. She stated she wished we'd spent more time together, and I was getting ready for bed because my flight was so early. She said that although she had purchased a frame for a photograph of us, she had come to the realization that we hadn't really taken any quality group photos. The handful we had from the weekend didn't really fit her needs because they were primarily group photos from the party. That really disappointed me, so I suggested that perhaps I should simply take an Uber back, so I could get a decent photo. After 10 minutes or so without hearing back, I assumed she had either fallen asleep or became distracted. Then she texted me out of the blue to tell me to come downstairs. She explained that she had driven all the way back to the hotel, anxiety be damned, she said, just to take a picture and kiss me goodbye. At first I didn't understand. She was indeed in the lobby as I rushed downstairs. In addition to taking selfies, we also asked the night cashier to take a few group photos. Then we kissed again, more deeply this time. She gave me a tight hug, and said in a whisper that she was happy I came, but that the weekend wasn't what we had expected. Of the entire visit, that particular moment at the conclusion felt the most genuine and connected. I got up really early the following morning in preparation for my journey. Shortly after returning home, she must have texted me to wish me a safe journey. The return trip went well, giving us plenty of time to reflect about what had transpired, and what it meant for us moving forward. Overall, I'm going to maintain my optimism, even though it wasn't the ideal weekend I had hoped for. I believe that the decision to shorten the vacation was probably a mistake. Given her anxiety problems, 3 days isn't really enough time to get to know someone. Perhaps the last several days could have resembled that last night more if we had had a week. Since I returned, we've texted daily, and it's been nice to get back to our casual discussions. I've tried to be encouraging without being pushy, and she's been more forthcoming about her anxiety and the things that make it worse. In their upcoming appointments, she stated that her therapist wants to focus exclusively on her relationship anxiety, which seems like a good start. When she has to choose whether or not to travel down here for an event that is taking place sometime this summer, we'll see how things work out. I believe that will be the true test. I'm going to have to reevaluate if this can work in the long run, if she can't bring herself to come see me. However, there may be hope for us if she manages to make the trip, and things turn out better than they did this time. To address a few points raised in the comments, she does take medication and see a therapist, albeit a very new one. She has struggled with anxiety for many years, and it won't go away on its own. I wouldn't often be interested in a long-distance relationship, but our personalities and hobbies complement each other in ways that I don't often find with others in my area. And to everyone who thinks I'm being foolish or naive, well, maybe I am. I think that people should be given second chances, particularly when it comes to mental health. She wasn't attempting to ruin the weekend, really. She was obviously dealing with a serious and challenging issue. Whether we can discover a path forward that benefits us both is the question. I appreciate all of the feedback and suggestions on the first post. The next trip is in approximately 2 to 4 months, so I'm not sure whether I'll update again, but then I'll know for sure whether this can work or not. Thanks for watching and diving into this wild family drama with me. If you love Reddit family drama, don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss the next one. Unemployed, and seen as a burden. I moved back home until my mom threw my bags at me and kicked me out. That moment changed everything. Logan is my name. I'm 28 years old, and I didn't choose to live in my parents' guest room until about a month ago. To be honest, I would have been anywhere else if I could. However, plans don't always work out. I got a good job at a mid-size software company after earning my degree in computer technology. The epidemic then struck. I was among the first people laid off when the company downsized. I applied to hundreds of jobs over the course of the following year and a half. There were interviews, but none of them lasted. My finances eventually ran out, and returning home was my only remaining choice. I assumed it would be short-term. Neither did my parents. It wasn't terrible at first. Mark, my father, was always more of a don't ask, don't tell type of person. But it was my mother, Diane, who made sure I felt the impact of every food I consumed and the light switch I turned. At least once a week she would comment, "This isn't a hotel." If I were to leave a cup in the sink, she would sigh loudly enough for the neighbors to hear. I initially attributed it to stress. However, the passive-aggressive remarks quickly evolved into outright criticism. As she wiped the already spotless kitchen counter for the 6th time that morning, she would remark, "You know your cousin Rachel just bought a house, and she's 2 years younger than you." Or, "You're still here at your age, which is really sad. By the time we were 28, your father and I were raising you." I made an effort to assist. I volunteered to mow the grass, cook, clean, and fix the router when it malfunctioned. Where I could, I worked as a freelancer, creating websites for nearby companies, and assisting a family friend with the launch of an online store. I wasn't just watching TV while sprawled out on the couch, but it didn't matter to her. I remained the leech. The fact that my younger brother Jordan was their heir apparent didn't help either. He's 24 years old, lives in a downtown high-rise, works in finance, and makes sure everyone knows it. Except on holidays or when mom implores him to join her for supper, he seldom ever comes. However, it's like Moses separating the Red Sea when he enters. All of a sudden, my mom feels happier. Her voice becomes pleasant and upbeat. "My baby is there. You look really toned. Are you exercising?" In the meantime, I'm trying to blend in by hiding in the corner with a trash bag full of recyclables. I sensed it building when Jordan stopped by for supper one evening. They always treat me like I don't belong, so I was setting the table, putting mismatched plates down with the same carelessness I've become used to. Jordan hardly gave me a look. He mentioned the expense of gas and how fortunate some people are to not have to commute. I didn't fall for it. However, once he said something, Mom gave him a drink and burst out laughing. "Have you even tried applying for real jobs lately?" she questioned, turning to face me. My chest constricted. She didn't care that I had already told her about my 2 interviews that week. Jordan added his voice. He didn't even look at me when he continued, "You know, at some point it stops being bad luck and starts being bad choices." That was the night that everything broke. I didn't shout. Nothing was thrown at me. Just like I was 12 again, I picked up my plate, went back to the kitchen, and ate while standing at the counter. In the dining room I could hear them giggling. I heard some of the phrases, but they were hazy. "Can't cuddle forever, needs to grow up," and "embarrassing at this point." The following day, Mom entered the room as I was working on a freelancing project that involved revamping the website of a nearby bakery while sitting in the den with my laptop open. She didn't knock. She didn't knock. I sensed something was coming when she crossed her arms and stood at the doorway. "You must begin making rent payments," she stated bluntly. I gave a nod. I have previously heard this. "I promise to assist once I finish this site." They're making payments. Maybe someday is not what I mean. Now I'm speaking. Today? I looked at her perplexed. "You want me to use money I don't have to write you a check?" "No, Logan. I'd like you to mature. We've had enough of this. We've gone above and above. You are merely a leech that feeds on us." I was surprised by how hard the word hit me. Leech. As if I were something stuck to the bottom of her shoe, she stated it with a disgusted expression. She turned and began hauling a duffel bag out of the closet before I could even respond. She rushed back into the room, tossed the bag at my feet and yelled, "Go leech somewhere else," before I could even react. I refrained from arguing. I refrained from crying. After packing my laptop, charger and toothbrush, I zipped up my bag and headed off. Not a word. I could hear the word, leech, echoing after me down the driveway. I spent some time couch surfing, first with my friend Lucas, and then for a few days with my ex, who graciously allowed me to remain with him while I worked things out. But despite how frightening it was, that time alone motivated me to give it my all. I started working as a freelancer more, and even assisted a local artist in creating an online store to sell her prints. Suddenly one evening, I received a message on LinkedIn from a recruiter who had viewed my freelance portfolio. I was interviewing for a remote job with a tech startup within a week, and I was hired. It was a good wage. Enough to begin taking back my life, but not Silicon Valley money. The finest aspect? Complete benefits and the ability to work remotely were included. Thus I took a step that even startled me. I purchased a small studio apartment with the money I had been saving from freelancing. But mine. I couldn't be separated from it by anyone. I couldn't be considered a burden. I moved in about 3 weeks later. I saw that my dad had called while I was doing a project. I let it go to voicemail because I hadn't heard from him since I left. Not even a, "How are you?" Then there was another call. Then a text. "What caused our account to be frozen by the bank?" I blinked. What? Then I recalled something that had been on my mind for weeks. Dad had requested me to assist him in changing their joint banking arrangement back when I was unemployed. He wanted me to set up their internet access, mobile banking, and, most importantly, connect their account with their tax software since he was sick of driving to the bank, and I was skilled with technology. I had guided them at every turn. My phone number and email were listed as recovery contacts. On their joint account, I even served as a secondary administrator, not to make any purchases but to troubleshoot in case something went wrong. Yes, that access was still available. I took a while to respond. I just sat there and gazed at the message. My dad was fumbling with the bank app, and my mom was pacing as they sat at the dining room table. Perhaps even contacting the hotline, only to be informed that they would require access from a secondary contact to restore control due to a verification lockout. I typed up a response at that point. Ask the leech. Not a single emoji. No justification. Only those 3 words. And everything detonated less than an hour later. My phone began vibrating once more before I had a chance to prepare lunch. My mother missed 3 calls in less than 5 minutes this time. Then the texts began. Mom texted, "Logan, this isn't funny. Call your dad back. We can't pay the credit card bill. Are you really doing this to us after everything we've done for you? Fix this." I didn't respond. I had leverage for the first time in years. And I had no intention of wasting it. Retaliation for the sake of cruelty didn't interest me. However, I desired responsibility. They never cared to acknowledge the version of me that I wanted them to see. The person who kept their household together in the background, did things like pay their bills online, update their antivirus software, remind them to file their taxes on time, troubleshoot their Wi-Fi, and even flag fraud charges on their card before they noticed, was not the lazy burden they had imagined. To them, however, I was merely a resentful freeloader. I received a call that night from an unknown number. I gave an instinctive response. "Logan." My dad was attempting to sound composed, but his voice seemed strained to me. We must access our bank account, you see. They said, it's locked. You are classified as the secondary administrator, they said. I have no idea what you did, but I did nothing, I stated calmly. After several unsuccessful attempts to log in, the security system automatically locked it. All right. It's okay. Simply assist us in unlocking it. A pause occurred. I didn't answer. He paused. Please. Like a foreign language he hadn't spoken in years, the word came out clumsily. Yes, I said. But first, I would like to discuss something. Keep quiet. For example, why did your wife call me a leech, hurl my belongings, and yell at me in front of Jordan? One more pause. Logan, let's not. No. We will. Do you want me to tidy up your mess once more? After that you will pay attention. Not speak. Not an excuse. Simply pay attention. The person on the other end sighed quietly. He didn't hang up though. I didn't request to relocate. I had no desire to return to that house. But I tried my best to assist. I prepared food. I did some cleaning. I made things right. I earned money. Just enough to cover my personal expenses and give you gas money in case the car broke down. I was treated like a stray dog at your dinner table in spite of all of that. Logan, I'm not finished. A slight crack came to my voice. Years of annoyance were rising to the surface of my throat. I had swallowed everything back. She called me a leech every time they phoned me. I was booted out like trash by her. You simply stood there. You permitted her. He didn't answer. She treated me like a helpless loser and humiliated me in front of Jordan. The fact is, though, your bank account? Because I've been the one maintaining it that way, everything has been going nicely. Without me, you had no idea how to change your password. All right, he confirmed. Your point has been made. Number I haven't. I got out of my chair and began to walk about my tiny flat. While I was already on the ground, you two pretended that I was a failure who needed to be kicked. You need me now. Long pause again. Yes, he acknowledges at last. We do. Those 3 words' simplicity struck me more strongly than I had anticipated, and not in a positive manner. It's more akin to an unexpected windstorm that leaves you gasping for air. Because I knew at that moment that they didn't give a damn about my difficulties. Only when I was helpful did they notice me. I wasn't cruel though. I wouldn't be spiteful enough to ignore invoices. However, I also wasn't going to ignore this as I always did. I proposed terms. I'd get the account unlocked. But first, I wanted each of them to apologize. An actual one in person. Furthermore, it goes beyond simply murmuring sorry, as Mom pretended nothing had happened, and Dad fidgeted. I desired recognition. I also desired space. For at least 6 months no favor requests will be accepted. Don't feel guilty? No unexpected visits. Additionally, I would permanently remove myself from all of their financial tools as an administrator. I said, from now on, you can handle your own banking. Or ask Jordan for assistance. My father sighed once more. This won't sit well with her. I didn't enjoy being kicked out of my childhood home. A brief hush fell. I'll speak with her. The call was cut off. My hands were shaking. Part rage. A little adrenaline. I'm a little depressed. I had never communicated with my father in such a manner, not once. I didn't feel horrible though. Not now. It took me 2 days to receive a response. This time it was a brief, strangely formal email from my mother. There was no signature, and it began with, I realized I said things I shouldn't have. It concluded with, we hope you're doing well. Mom. No love. However, I received what I requested. I quickly deleted myself from the account after unlocking it. Then, for a week, I blocked their number. Just to breathe. Not to punish them. To reflect. Then the actual fallout began. The problem is that everyone realizes how much they depended on them when the leech leaves, and the person performing all the invisible labor is removed. I learned what transpired next from my cousin Lily's Instagram story. Not from a phone call, or a knock on my door. While at Grandma's place for Sunday breakfast, she had captured a brief boomerang film. Mom was seated rigidly at the far end of the table, her lips pursed like she had just bitten into a lemon, her wine glass unopened. My father, who appeared to have recently learned how to use the internet, and failed, was by her side, massaging his temples. Jordan meanwhile sat across from them, a troubled face replacing his arrogant smile. That was novel. The headline read, "When the group project lost the only person who knew how to do anything. Family drama." I sent her a direct message asking, "What happened?" "Your mom has been trying to figure out how to log into her online banking for a week," she said quickly. "This morning, she locked the account once more. Jordan somehow made it worse when he came over to mend it. You intentionally sabotaged it," she says now. I was genuinely astounded by how quickly the responsibility had come back to me as I gazed at the computer. However, I was unable to feel even anger, simply exhausted. The kind of fatigue that is more profound than sleep. Because it was back there. Regardless of how much I contributed. Regardless of how silently I labored in the background. I became the antagonist in their tale the instant things went wrong. But it didn't end there. My dad apparently discovered he hadn't saved the login information for the new system I had put up for them last year, after I had removed myself from their tax filing access. Customer service requested him to confirm his most recent return, which I had, of course, sent to him via email with a password stored in a private Google Drive that he no longer had access to. If Jordan hadn't made the wise decision to start fresh, and attempted to open a new account using my dad's social security number, it might have been recoverable on its own. The system locked everything, including his HSA portal, online statements, and tax software, after identifying it as possible identity fraud. They were unable to obtain a dime. With the excitement of someone watching a soap opera unfold in real life, Lily told me this. "Your mom told Grandma that she thinks you hacked them out of revenge." I simply replied to their text. I forewarned them. I had to. I gave them a clear, hard, and boundary-defeating warning. Not dangers. Not games. Limitations. They also acted as though I was bluffing. My apartment door was knocked on a week later. Before I even peered through the peephole, I knew it was them. When someone stood in the hallway of my building, there was a particular type of echo. Heavy, slow, and unhurried footsteps. Slowly, I opened the door. My parents were standing there. My dad wore a slightly crooked tie, as if he had dressed quickly, and my mom held her pocketbook like a shield. They didn't say anything. I moved out of the way. "Save it if you're here to shout." They entered. Before my mother cleared her voice, there was a complete minute of stillness. "We need your assistance. She told me to go leech somewhere else and tossed out my bags 3 weeks ago." Now she was standing in my small flat, glancing at the simple IKEA furnishings and half-eaten takeaway on the counter, while pleading for assistance. It seemed unreal. I already knew what had happened, even if my dad tried to explain it. Jordan was probably too ashamed to acknowledge that he didn't know how to fix something that wasn't in Excel, so he tried to fix it, failed badly, and then abandoned them. My mother muttered, "We are unable to even access our joint savings. Our mortgage payment was late. Late costs are being assessed to us." "That sounds terrible," I answered. "You must feel very trapped." When she raised her head, the outrage had vanished. Her voice wavered a little. "I apologize," she said. I blinked. Not aggressively passive, not with any restrictions. "I apologize. We didn't realize how much you were doing," my dad continued. "We believed we were being kind by allowing you to stay with us, but we failed to observe it. The dam cracked then, not for them, but for me. It all came out, all the burden I had been carrying, all the hurt, guilt, and hidden resentment. Not when shouting, not crying, just the facts." I described to them what it was like to be compared to Jordan all the time. To be viewed as a failure, despite my best efforts to survive. How their approbation never seemed to be based on effort, but rather on performance. And how I realized how disposable I was to them after being expelled. Which was more than just embarrassing. My mother sat motionless, taking in every word as if it were painful. She complained, "I had no idea. I think she's real. In a way. She probably didn't want to know. There is a distinction. I was invited to return. To assist. To restart everything. Claimed to compensate me for my time. Claimed that things would change." I shook my head though. I'll show you how to fix everything. I'll compose the guidelines. However, I will not be returning. I work. I'm under a lease. I am at peace. They appeared taken aback, as though this little studio apartment was a kind of defiance. But it was a haven for me. I sat them down after grabbing my laptop. Fixing everything, including resetting access, confirming identification, and contacting tech support, took 2 hours. Most of the time, my mother was quiet. Every time he had to respond to a new security question, my dad would mumble to himself, "This is ridiculous." After we were finished, I shut down the laptop and got up. I said, "I'll forward that instruction document. But I'm done after that. Administrator access is no longer available. Being the silent tech support is over. You are grown-ups. You will discover the solution." They also stood. My father gave a nod that was nearly courteous. My mother didn't say anything more, but it seemed like she wanted to. And I experienced freedom, something I hadn't felt in a long time as they left. I would like to say that was the end of it. That they were mindful of my boundaries. That we all went on with renewed respect when they learned their lesson. But it takes time for families, like mine, to transform. They didn't suddenly become self-aware or humble by flipping a switch. The full story starts with what actually transpired next. I began receiving strange messages 2 weeks after they moved out of my place. No, not from my folks. To my amazement, they actually left me alone for a bit. It came from others in their vicinity. On Facebook, my Aunt Cheryl sent me a message. "Hey sweetie, heard you moved out on your own, that's so great. Diane said you've been distant lately. Just wanted to check in. Everything okay?" Then I received a screenshot from my cousin Trevor, showing my mom going off in a group chat. "I think Logan's being manipulated by his new job. He's different, cold, distant. I don't even recognize him anymore. All I did was ask for help and he acted like I'd kidnapped him." Jordan came next. He wrote me a lengthy, conceited email. "Hey man, I understand that there has been conflict, but I believe you two need to accept some responsibility. Even though mom and dad aren't flawless, they are still our parents, so perhaps you should be more understanding rather than placing the blame on them. We all go through difficult times. It doesn't mean that everything is against you. Let's talk soon, perhaps over coffee." I didn't respond and erased it. You see, this wasn't about one argument, one insult, or one terrible day. And that's what none of them understood. What still didn't click. Years passed. Been the default assistant for years. Despite being extremely tech-savvy, the person was never welcome to the adult table. While Jordan's every modest victory was lauded as though he had cured cancer, I spent years watching my triumphs be dismissed. Jordan received pricey watches and family dinners, but the birthday card said, "Perhaps next year will be better." Death by 1,000 small wounds. I didn't seek retribution though. Not the dramatic, trivial sort where you hack into someone's social media accounts or damage their credit. I desired something far more permanent. Separation, self-respect, and the fulfillment that comes from creating a life without them at its core. That chance arrived sooner than anticipated. My company revealed that they were creating a satellite office in Toronto and growing its remote division approximately a month after our previous conversation. A few of us were given relocation bonuses, and I took advantage of it. A new beginning. A brand new city. No family visitors. I leased a modest one-bedroom apartment in the heart of the city, with a view of the skyline and a desk in the corner. It was mine, although it wasn't particularly showy. Not a dime of assistance from those who referred to me as a leech, paid for by a job I earned. Before I went, I sent my folks one last email. I wanted to be transparent, not because I owed them anything. Subject: revised hello. Parents, I wanted to inform you of my impending relocation to Toronto for work. Going forward, I won't be available to assist with any problems, technical matters, account access, or anything else. I promise you have complete control because I have disassociated myself from everything. I hope we may all find some serenity in this new chapter. Be careful, Logan. No answer, no thumbs up at all. And it may have hurt in the past, but not now. Toronto fulfilled all of my expectations. I rapidly made friends, joined a local coding group, and began volunteering at a nonprofit that promotes computer literacy among senior citizens. Whenever I sat down to instruct a grandmother on how to configure two-factor authentication, I thought, This is what patience looks like. This is what respect feels like. At home, the fissures continued to widen. My unofficial family reporter, Lily, informed me that my mom had begun attempting to persuade Jordan to perform some of the duties I had previously performed. He claimed to be overly occupied. She continued to try to guilt him in spite of it. She once remarked to Logan, "Logan used to handle all this without complaining." "Then maybe you shouldn't have treated him like garbage," he retorted. It seems that their golden boy had his limitations as well. Then the worst part arrived. On their taxes, my dad made a mistake. A large one. An audit was initiated when he inadvertently entered their mortgage interest in the incorrect part of the form. Just enough of a red flag to need them to go back and refile and speak with the IRS regarding years' worth of inconsistencies, but not enough to warrant a frightening federal probe. They attempted to contact the tax software provider, but to their astonishment, they were unable to access the recovery email. Since I had shuttered it after severing links, it was now permanently disabled. They needed an accountant. An actual one. Who didn't answer texts at midnight and charged $150 per hour. However, the money wasn't the true source of the anguish. The control was the issue. They were accustomed to always having someone nearby. Someone who, out of fear, shame, or a great need for acceptance, would make things right instantly. That individual is no longer with us. They didn't even inform me about the audit. It was Lily, of course, who told me. "Your mom's been in a bad mood for days. Dad messed up the taxes." She argued something like, "If the leech was still around, this wouldn't have happened." LOL. It dawned on me then. She continued to refer to me as the leech despite everything. Of course, not in front of me, but behind closed doors, in the security of those she believed would support her. And that ought to have been painful. It ought to have caused the wound to reopen. However, it didn't. Because I had evidence by then. Evidence that her perception of me was false. I had a fulfilling job. Friends who held me in high regard. A landlord who had faith in me. A group that depended on me. A name on a lease. A bank account. A life in digital form that was entirely independent. And on a cold Toronto evening, in the solitude of my apartment, I went down at my desk, accessed my old Google Drive, and erased the final shared folder I had ever made for my parents. The title of it was, "Do Not Delete, Banking for Parents." With a single click, I removed it. Then I grinned. Since leeches don't create life, individuals do. And I at last recognized myself. Thanks for watching and being part of the drama. Don't forget to subscribe and hit the bell so you never miss a wild news story. I paid for my parents and sister to attend my wedding, but they never came. I exposed the truth and watched their lives fall apart. It said, "Your wedding day is supposed to be the happiest day of your life, a beautiful whirlwind of flowers and laughter and love." When I began to plan mine, that's what I had in mind. I reserved the space in advance. I discovered a little but lovely establishment that wasn't very costly. Fairy lights hanging in a rooftop garden. I made sure there were vegetarian selections for my sister and champagne for my mother when I carefully chose the menu. To make it simpler for my family to attend, I even rescheduled the wedding to be closer to my hometown. I trusted them when they stated they couldn't afford it. I did, of course. I volunteered to assist. I went over everything with them when they were still hesitant. Hotel rooms, flights, and clothes. I covered everything, including my sister's husband's, so she wouldn't have to go alone. I convinced myself that it was worthwhile. When it counts, that family is there. I was still unaware that for them, simply showing there meant something much different than it did for me. I got up early the morning of the wedding. My best friend with whom I grew up texted me to let me know that he and his partner had landed safely. We used to trade Pokemon cards on the sidewalk. They had paid for the motel and purchased their own tickets. Just glad to be there, no drama. For my parents' flight, I kept refreshing the airline app in the interim. Arrived on schedule. Well, I thought, they will arrive soon. As a nervous adolescent waiting for a date, I waited in the dressing room, looking out the window every few minutes. When the officiant arrived at 3 o'clock, she smiled softly and asked if we were ready. I said, "We might need a few more minutes. They may have encountered traffic. Their phones may have died." I made a call, directly to voicemail, called once more, no response. My hair was completed by the makeup artist. My bouquet was laying by the window when the photographer took these gentle pictures. I gave the camera a smile. I looked at my phone once more. Nothing has changed. My best friend leaned inside and knocked softly around 3:30. "They're asking if you want to start." My throat constricted as I gazed at him. I was to be escorted down the aisle by my father. He pledged. I forced a painfully wide smile and replied, "Let's just give it 5 more minutes." He pretended not to see my trembling hands, nodded, and waited with me. I gave another call. Voicemail. At 3:37, my phone finally rang. Mom's phone number. I nearly dropped it since I grabbed it so quickly. "Oh, hi, sweetie," said my mother. "Sorry, we couldn't make it." I blinked, unable to comprehend. What? What took place?" She chuckled as if I were being foolish. "Your sister's brother-in-law had a poetry reading. It was important to him and she didn't want to go alone. We had to support her. You know how family is." I remained silent. She brightened the stillness. "You understand, right?" My father's laughing voice could be heard in the background. "Maybe next time." I was trying to comprehend that my parents had selected a poetry reading for my wedding, as I stood there in my wedding gown, makeup applied, flowers in hand. Not even her reading of poetry. Her brothers of her husband. Nor had they bothered to inform me. They simply let me wait. Let me get into a panic. Just until the music should have started, let me imagine that they were lost, injured, or en route. They allowed me to cover all costs. To make things easy for them, I'll move the entire wedding, but it won't be significant enough. I put my phone away at 3:45 and took a deep breath. There was still my best friend, there silently, ready to grab me if I fell. "Would you," I said, my voice breaking, "walk me down?" He grinned, without hesitation. "Of course." So I walked hand in hand with the lad, who used to construct tree forts with me in the backyard, and who, when my sister laughed too much to assist, once sewed a Barbie dress with me. The ceremony continued. Vows were exchanged. The rings were switched. People cheered and applauded. There was a cry. Through it all, I grinned. I grinned till my cheeks hurt. I smiled till I lost all sense of reality. Jokes at the reception made me laugh. The cake was cut by me. Under the string lights I had strung myself, I danced with my new husband. Something cold and hard settled deep into my chest. I went to the little desk by the window later that evening, after everyone had gone home, and the hotel room door had softly clicked shut behind us. I opened my laptop and sat down. Still wearing his suit jacket, my husband walked carefully across the room. He questioned, "Are you sure you want to do this?" With my fingers already tapping the computer, I nodded without turning to face him. "Yes." After a moment of hesitation, he remarked quietly, "You know, once you send it, there's no undo button." At that moment, I glanced up, gave him my full attention, and smiled for the first time that day. Everything is different tomorrow. I didn't turn around after hitting submit. It said that on your wedding night, you shouldn't reflect on the past. It is expected of you to look forward. Hope, new beginnings, and fresh beginnings. I made an effort. However, I couldn't help but think of my sister even as I cuddled up on my husband's side under the thick hotel blankets. As well as the years that preceded this. I was 3 planets away from my sister, who was 3 years older. In high school, she was the type of person who everyone wanted to be around. The one with the name-brand clothes, the glossy hair, and the easy chuckle that made you feel like you should be thankful for the opportunity to be beside her. She wasn't nice. Not to those who weren't a good fit. Not to those like me. I used to witness it in the corridors of the school. Here's a small smirk. There was a whisper behind his hand. At times, it was clear. When a person wearing shoes from a thrift store passed by, there was a loud false cough. At times, it was so informal and well-practiced that you hardly noticed. However, I took note. When she laughed at me, I also noticed it. Her parents referred to her as selective. They said she had standards. My mother once said, "You can't expect her to be friends with just anybody," as I sobbed after being excluded once more. My father went on to say, "You need to toughen up. Not everyone's cut out to be popular." As if I were to blame for not being as brilliant as she was. She wasn't like me. It was sufficient that I have a few close buddies. I didn't require attention. Growing up, my best friend lived next door. We built Lego towns and made up stories about superheroes who baked cookies instead of saving the world on more afternoons than I could remember. He excitedly brought over a doll he had won at a carnival when we were 8 years old, and we gave it the name Captain Sprinkles. It was the funniest thing ever, in my opinion. My folks didn't. My dad once said, "Boys like that usually turn out funny." Loud enough for me to hear. "It's no surprise that he prefers dolls to football," my mother joked during supper. It seemed nonchalant and dismissive, as if they were making a weather-related remark, rather than angry. Their sadness was not concealed. Not when I choose my quiet, eccentric pals. Not when I liked reading more than wearing cosmetics. Not when my sister left for another glitzy party and I stayed at home making posters for the science fair. I believe they suddenly stopped having high expectations of me and began having high expectations of her. My sister became their prize when we were teenagers. Queen of homecoming. Most likely to be successful. Every accomplishment she made was hailed as a badge of honor. Every act of brutality she committed was dismissed as a natural part of maturing. My parents hardly batted an eye when they discovered that she had been so severely bullying another daughter that she had changed schools. Saying, "Teenage drama. Girls are mean sometimes. It's normal." They hardly acknowledged my academic scholarship to a nearby college. No notification to the neighbors. No brunch. My mother remarked, "Well, you always were the quiet one," with a hazy smile that seemed to explain everything. I was already learning something significant at the time, but I was unaware of it. Love in our household was conditional. For her it was loud, but for me, it was silent. Performances, not perseverance, were the reason it appeared. And they stopped paying any attention to me when I quit entertaining them. The divide only grew wider as we grew older. Life seemed to be a stage that was made just for my sister. Internships she was not compensated for. Jobs she left behind. But the net was always there, regardless of how many times she fell. My parents are congratulating her, supporting her, and offering their apologies. I worked in the interim. I worked nights. I packed orders for my small internet business. Conveniently forgetting that I paid half of the mortgage. I paid the rent when they said I was fortunate to live at home. After that, I met my husband one summer. He was grounded, a couple of years older, and the first person I hadn't seen through my sister in a long time. He inquired about my work rather than hers. He didn't interrupt me. Instead, he listened when I spoke. He gave me hope that I might be sufficient. Just like me. I went down hard. I saw that when my sister first met him. The flash of curiosity, as fast as a flash on a camera. Her smile widened. When she laughed, she leaned a bit too near. She used to twirl her hair when she was attracted to someone. She later attempted to run into him without my presence. Still later, she sent him a message. A casual, well-practiced offer to hang together without the younger sister accompanying. Nothing particularly scandalous. That should have been the end of it once he declined courteously. However, it wasn't. She sobbed as she went to our parents a few weeks later, claiming to have been wronged. Her words, "I saw him first. It's not fair." She was already seeing someone else, but it didn't matter. It didn't matter that he had never been hers in the first place. In our family, performance was more important than reality. Since she was upset, I was the bad guy. "Maybe you should think about your sister's feelings for once," she suggested to me. "Family is more important than some boy." My father concurred. Nobody inquired about my feelings. Nobody gave a damn. Her marriage was her fallback option. He was well off, reliable, and extremely giving. Ideal if the correct last name on wedding invitations was more important to you than true love. But she never stopped talking behind closed doors. I settled. He's boring but rich. He thinks he won the lottery. Poor guy. I listened to everything. The banter and the casual brutality. She had extramarital affairs. Sometimes after a few beers she boasted about it. My parents dismissed it with a laugh. My mother once said, "Marriage is complicated," while gesturing with her palm. Adding, "Boys are fragile," my father said. "Let her have her fun." I wasn't going to be the quiet one tidying up her mess, though. This time. Someone has to know the truth this time. Someone who wasn't worthy of being silently humiliated in private, like I had been for years. Perhaps it wasn't retaliation. Perhaps it was a show of solidarity. Perhaps I was just picking the side that no one else had ever picked for once. I shut down the laptop and inhaled deeply. I wasn't going to apologize this time, and tomorrow would be different. My phone was buzzing against the nightstand when I woke up, as if it were trying to get out. I was still sleepy when I opened one eye to see the stack of missed calls. 6 from home, 3 from my mother's phone, and 2 from a number I didn't recognize but felt bad about. I didn't respond. Instead, I turned over, covered my head with the blanket, and listened to the quiet hum of the motel air conditioner. The new law of life: they can SMS if it is sufficiently urgent. The text did indeed follow. Call us now. What did you do? Fix this. We need to talk. Without even reading the rest, I placed the phone face down on the nightstand. My spouse was stirring across the room, shirtless, hair disheveled, his wedding ring gleaming in the morning light. He muttered, "Everything okay?" "Family's in crisis," I admitted while dozing off. "It must be Tuesday." With a snort, he covered his head with the blanket. The first concrete hint of what was going on came to me around mid-morning. My relative, who was as socially conscious as a wet sponge, texted me. "Yo, heard your sister's husband dipped." Crazy. Family's freaking out. Dipped. To put it that way was one way. Over the course of the following few days, pieces gradually came in, resembling a jigsaw puzzle that is disorganized and has half of its pieces missing. It appears that my sister's husband had viewed the message I sent, or rather, the compilation of screenshots, recordings, and evidence, after the poetry reading. Evidence that his wife, whom he had helped through her resignations from employment, her breaking of leases, and her unfulfilled goals, had never appreciated him, had made fun of him, and had cheated on him. I had heard that there had not been an immediate screaming match. Nothing but quiet. A prolonged, perilous stillness. The kind where the actual harm was not yet apparent. The fallout became apparent in a matter of days. There was no big show when my sister's spouse moved out. By the end of the week, the divorce documents were filed. The invisible safety net my parents had never acknowledged they needed vanished along with him. He ceased making payments to my parents' company. Stopped making payments on their mortgage when unforeseen costs arose. Ceased offering courteous justifications for their inability to pay their bills in full on schedule. It was as if someone shut off a faucet from which they had been drinking without even realizing it. I took my own discreet actions. Canceled the temporary automatic payments that I had put in place 2 years prior. The ones that covered their emergency dental care, a portion of their utilities, and the cosign I created for their vehicle lease. Disconnected my accounts. My name was taken off the joint emergency fund. Moved my own funds to a more secure location where I wouldn't feel bad about utilizing them. I kept it a secret. No major altercations, just a silent disappearance. Financial ruin is a phenomenon that doesn't happen all at once. It seeps. Initially, credit card minimums are overlooked. The business invoices are then paid after the fact. Then, rather of sending courteous reminder emails, suppliers begin calling. The bank then regretfully notifies you that your request for a second line of credit was denied. Just as they had allowed their treatment of me to fester over the years, it was a gradual and agonizing process. Little betrayals, insults, and neglects added up until the foundation as a whole collapsed. I would often sit with it in the nights. The quiet, the lack, the odd pain of releasing oneself from something you've been pursuing your entire life. I had always imagined that it would be like falling off a cliff if I ever truly let go of my parents. It didn't. My ankle felt as though a weight had been unclipped. I wasn't going to fall. I was adrift. However, that did not negate the pain. There were quiet times when the grief struck more forcefully than I had anticipated. For example, when I was writing thank you notes to visitors, I thought of sending one to my parents out of habit before realizing they hadn't been present. Or when I saw a small Mother of the Bride frame in a store, and my hand grabbed out instinctively, foolishly, as if it still thought the appropriate people had given a damn. Another instance was when a stranger grinned at my spouse and me and remarked, "You must have such supportive families." And I had to chuckle because my family only had their own egos to uphold. When you survive individuals like that, you develop a certain kind of humor that becomes ingrained in your bones. Not the kind that makes you laugh aloud. Drained, exhausted, of course they did type. It's the kind of coffee you drink in a crummy diner at 2 in the morning, just relieved to be somewhere else. Other adjustments also occurred. Quiet ones. I became pregnant about 2 weeks after the wedding. In the little hotel bathroom, with my back against the wall, and my heart pounding somewhere close to my ears, I gazed at the test. There was no plan. Just earlier than we anticipated. But not exactly unanticipated either. The world skewed slightly around me as I sat there for a long time, palms flat against the chilly tile. The only thing my husband did when I told him was grin, pull me in and say, "We're ready, you're ready." And I believed him for the first time in a long time. I kept my folks in the dark. Not even when the emails and texts began to come in. Certain news isn't the property of those who wouldn't be pleased for you. Some achievements are too valuable to give to others who merely want to use them as leverage. Their circumstances deteriorated in the meanwhile. I wasn't deaf, but I also didn't seek out updates. Cousins engaged in gossip. Curious texts were delivered by old neighbors. The long-muted family group chat was alive with secondhand anxiety. Revenue for businesses fell. A few sellers withdrew from sales. Bills were piling up. Smaller payments were first missed, followed by larger ones. It was not yet dramatic. There had been no court dates or foreclosure notices, but the strain was mounting like a little break in glass. They never arrived at my door. Not quite yet. Later, when situations worsened to the point that panic overcame pride, that would happen. But occasionally, I questioned whether they were taken aback. The calm one didn't fold, which surprised me. They had never realized how much they had depended on the phantom daughter. On the evenings when I sat at the kitchen table, I considered that. In front of me was the paperwork for the new house. With our feet intertwined beneath the chair, my spouse was looking through listings. On some nights, my dearest friend from childhood would phone. We chuckled at the time we unintentionally flooded his garage while attempting to construct a water slide, and chatted about the old neighborhood. After the baby was delivered, half-serious arrangements were made to travel. Neither did he inquire about my parents. He didn't have to. The problem with true family was that they were aware of when survival depended on silence. It became evident that things were getting out of my parents' hands by the end of the 3rd month following the wedding. For some reason, their company's temporary shutdown for renovations never ended. Under the guise of downsizing for retirement, their house was discreetly put up for preliminary offers. People began to take notice. The invitations ceased. The pitying glances began. Just a quiet, steady unraveling. No big confrontations, no screaming bouts. Similar to how they had eroded my trust in them over a lifetime. And I drifted farther and farther away each day. Not tumbling, flying. It was raining the day they arrived. Not a romantic, sweet drizzle. The kind of rain that makes you question whether you should prepare an ark in case it happens, and slam sideways on windows. Really, it fits. The doorbell rang just as I was folding little onesies with soft gray, mint green, and tiny yellow stars. Not once. 5 times quickly, as if someone's entire palm was holding the button down. The sound made my husband freeze. The two of us exchanged glances across the kitchen. We were aware already. Through the peephole I took a quick look. They were there. At their feet were stacks of suitcases, jackets that are soaked, tight, angry grins. My sister and my parents. Like a threat, 3 faces I hadn't seen in months pressed themselves against the doorway. I took a while to open it, simply stood inhaling deeply while pressing his forehead against the soft wood. My spouse approached me from behind and placed a supporting hand on my back. Silently, "We can call now," he said. "Not yet," I said in a whisper. "Some things you have to see for yourself before you set them on fire." Without even saying hello, they shoved me when I eventually opened the door. Water from the rain trickled down the hardwood floor. In the center of the living room, my sister dropped her duffel bag. As if he owned the TV, my dad positioned himself next to it. My mother nodded tightly, as if she were anticipating tea service. My dad said, "We're not leaving," in a firm voice. My mother also said, "Not until you fix this." With an oddly quiet heartbeat, I carefully closed the door behind them. They jumped right in. A full-scale assault. They wanted me to give my sister's husband a call, tell him that I had lied, and explain that it was all jealousy, miscommunication, and a spiteful, nasty hoax. "You ruined our lives," my mother yelled aggressively. My father went on to say, "You embarrassed this family," my sister yelled. "If it's the last thing you do, you're going to fix this." In a tangle of fear, despair, and rage, their voices surged above one another. I let it pass over me as I stood there. At the time, I wasn't their daughter. I was a transaction, a duty. They kicked a broken vending machine in the hopes that the candy would still fall out. My dad made it official at one time. "If you won't help, we're staying here until you do." Daring me to dispute, he crossed his arms. My mother began discussing room division while he sat heavily on the couch. As if this had already been determined, my sister walked off toward the guest bedroom while pulling her luggage. Quietly, I laughed. It was ridiculous, not because it was humorous. Because they hadn't been listening if they believed that I was still the girl who would allow them to enter and take control. Simply, "You're trespassing," I said. As if I had uttered a foreign language, they blinked at me. My mother remarked, "You invited us," in an overly high voice. Calmly, "I didn't even tell you where I lived," I said. Behind me, my husband had already started dialing. I caught him talking to someone in that courteous, businesslike voice he reserved for important matters. My father moved forward, menacing. "You don't call the police on your family." "Funny," I responded with a flimsy smile. "I thought the family didn't abandon you on your wedding day." Heavy and unsightly silence. I saw my mother's face flash with genuine dread for the first time. It took very little time. After 15 minutes, someone knocked on the door. 2 cops who are courteous and professional. I just pointed, gave my ID, and displayed the lease agreement with just my husband's and my names on it. I didn't have to say much. My sister and parents were asked to leave by the cops, allowed them time to quietly pack up. Naturally, my sister yelled at me, accusing me of being callous and ruining the little family I still had. My mother sobbed. Threats were whispered beneath his breath by my father. However, they eventually departed, carrying their drenched bags back into the rain, while being watched calmly by 2 extremely patient police officers. I collapsed onto the couch, suddenly worn out, as the door closed behind them. My spouse sat next to me, warm and quiet. Like a reminder, the baby gave a little kick. Now, this, not them, is family. We moved again later. Discovered a home further away, nearer to the lifestyle we truly want. We did not send out a change of address. Few people were aware of our location. Occasionally, my best friend and his partner would come over with amusing presents and tales of their travels and late-night dining in other locations. The life with my parents that I had dreamed of. Simple, encouraging, and unrestricted. I constructed it somewhere else. I made it better. I heard the fallout from mutual acquaintances and distant cousins. My parents' beloved home, which they had boasted about, sold at a loss. The company has left. Accusing everyone but herself, the sister who was always too good for punishment is now crashing on couches. I didn't make contact. Not after the divorce was declared final. Not at the time of filing for bankruptcy. Not when all the posts on social media vanished like wine poured on a dusty floor. I had believed that cutting them off would be like losing a limb or ripping something out of myself. However, it didn't. It was like the first time you realized you were never broken and got to your feet. All along you were simply seated in the wrong spot. The little mint green onesie is still folded and stashed in a drawer. The first one I purchased. The one about which I was terrified to speak. The one for which I at last understood that I didn't require their approval. My child will never grow up believing that love must be earned by doing good deeds. In his own house, she will never feel inferior. She will understand the true meaning of family. The nicest part is that they won't even be aware of her name. I question whether I went too far at times. If it was truly important to transmit that message, cut them off, and contact the cops. But then I remember who I was as a girl. The one who continued to be tolerant. The person who never gave up. I also understand that I didn't go very far. They simply never imagined that I would go anyplace. However, I would be interested in hearing your thoughts. Did I make the correct decision? Tell me in the comments below. Additionally, remember to hit subscribe if you would like to hear more stories like this one. Thanks for watching and sticking around till the end. If you enjoyed these stories, make sure to subscribe and hit the bell so you don't miss the next drama-filled episode. My husband once let his family humiliate and discard me. 7 years later, I returned under a different name and bought their entire company. My husband's family always considered me unworthy. He consented and pulled away. 7 years later, we met at a corporate gala. I wasn't recognized. I grinned and gave him an unexpected contract. Our corporation bought his family's business. Quiet ensued. Jason's coffee mug fell over when I slammed the folder on our kitchen counter, spilling black liquid on his white shirt. The hell is this? My voice shaking, finger pointing at the proof. My background checks me like a criminal. Jason's face went white when he saw his mother's handwriting on the Eva background manila folder. Private detectives his family hired revealed everything. My parents' low income, school loans, and images of my small childhood home. Each page included Lena's exquisite calligraphy. Unsuitable. Common. Unfined. Let me explain, Claire. Jason grabbed my hand, but I retreated. Betrayal burns like new. Was this known before you proposed? Though tears threatened, I refused to satisfy them. My first look behind the Wright family facade. I didn't realize it was just the start. I met Nick at a charity function where I coordinated events. He was kind and interested in my sustainable business ideas. 6 months later, he proposed, and I thought I'd met my equal. My diamond ring blinded me to the warning flags. His small hesitancy while introducing me to his mother, his father's appraising eyes, and the whisper discussions that halted when I entered the rooms. Jason's mother, Vivian, called me about the engagement party 3 weeks before finding the folder. Nothing spectacular, she promised with a smile that didn't reach her eyes, just family and close friends. Wright Estate included 5 acres of beautiful lawns and gardens. Valets in pristine uniforms parked visitors' fancy automobiles, while wait servants carried champagne and d'oeuvres. For Vivian, this meant nothing fancy. Under crystal chandeliers, 200 Boston elite mingle. Jason left within minutes of our arrival, taken by his father to meet an old governor acquaintance. I was alone with my pocketbook as a protection, when an older server approached. Miss Thompson, Mrs. Wright requested I show you to your dinner seat. He led me through a swinging door from the great dining room, where tables were being set with beautiful china and silver, to a smaller area where staff were preparing trays. There must be some mistake, I replied, peering at the solitary place setting between multiple napkins and water images. The server's eyes showed pity. The main room laughed, humiliating me. Mrs. Wright was very specific. She said you'd be more comfortable here, observing how proper service is conducted. Jason discovered me still immobilized with astonishment 20 minutes later. Claire, why are you back here? Everyone sits. He seemed confused, so I wondered if he didn't realize what his mother had done, or if he was just a better actress. Vivian smiled during his lead to the main table. Unfortunately, the seating chart was misinterpreted. You might like seeing how things work behind the scenes, Claire. You're an event planner. Therefore the emphasis lets everyone understand. Not a guest. I was staff who stumbled into their world. That night I questioned Jason about his mother's actions. In frustration he cried, raking his hair. With me, not his family. Old-fashioned Claire from mom. She just needs time to acclimate. She expected me to marry Elle or Gia. Our lifelong friends. People with the proper lineage? I found the word bitter. His silence was confirmed. The pattern persisted. Mark, Jason's father and Wright Delicacies CEO, called me to his office one afternoon. Gourmet cuisine sold in high-end stores nationwide was made by the family business for generations. A refurbished downtown structure with elegant metal and mahogany housed the headquarters. I arrived in a new suit, hoping for an olive branch. Maybe Thomas finally realized my business degree could help the family business. Claire. He nodded without standing or shaking hands. Jason said you've been job hunting since graduation. I might feel hope. Officer. I focused on marketing and product development. Thomas treated me like a somewhat fascinating specimen under a microscope. A mailroom opening exists. It will teach you the basics of company operations where you belong. We were separated by the deliberate insult. My degree is in business, I whispered. He replied with Westfield State honors, showing his scorn. A privilege, Claire. No matter where they started, most people will jump at the chance to enter here. As I reached our bedroom door that night, I heard Jason on the phone. Dad, you can't really offer her the mailroom. His quiet, defensive voice gave me hope before he continued. Yes, she needs to earn her place. but I held my breath, pressing closer to the door. "You're right," Jason answered after a lengthy silence. "She can improve. She may attend workplace events with guidance. I know my undertaking, treating me like a burden or project." I traced the engagement ring, which now feels like a collar instead of affection. I kept telling myself Jason would stand up to them, and that he loved me for who I was, not what they wanted. The ultimate humiliation arrived in a silver box a week before our wedding. Inside was an Elizabeth Morrison finishing school certificate. The 12-week executive spouse program covers table manners and French conversation. Vivian wrote, "Maybe this will help you belong. Best wishes, Mother." My hands trembled as I showed Jason, expecting, hoping he would finally be just as furious. But his face brightened. "Mom's trying. Claire, this is considerate. You can traverse our environment with these talents. Your world." The words escaped before I could stop them. "I thought we built our planet together." I was patronized by his forehead kiss. "Yes, we are. You must acknowledge you weren't taught some things as a child." Filling in gaps. As we stood in our kitchen with the gifts, I should have left. It should have been obvious that Nick would never choose me above his family. He basically agreed with their evaluation of my worth. Instead, I walked down the aisle 3 days later with my father's arm around me, and my mother wiping proud tears in the front row. The right side of the church was crowded with politicians, cos, and old-money Boston families who watched me with courteous smiles and calculating looks. "Your marriage is announced." Vivian looked over Jason's shoulder as he placed the wedding band next to my engagement ring. She won with her smile. The message was plain. The struggle had only begun, but she thought she was winning. Who knew that behind my tearful bridal smile lurked a hardened heart? Their brutality will plant the seed of strength to leave and take what they value. First, I'll discover my opponent. The Wright family made marriage like slow-motion drowning. Each day, another inch of water rose around me, but no one noticed or cared. First Thanksgiving as a married couple should have been fun. The ritual of exclusion repeated at every family gathering afterward. We met at the Wright estate, where Thomas ceremonially sliced the turkey and Vivian commanded the staff. I stood behind Jason adjusting my carefully chosen dress for family photos. Vivian agreed grudgingly. "Claire, why not take the picture?" Her voice tastes poisonous. Vivian said, "You see these things well." A camera was forced into my hands before I could answer. I saw the Wright family via the viewfinder. Now my family is meant to be an ideal formation. Jason sat between his parents without looking back. "Smile." My empty voice obsesses me. Jason shrugged when I mentioned it later. "Mom just wants lovely family photos. We'll join you next time." Next time never comes. At Christmas, I was sent to the kitchen to check on dessert as the photographer arrived. My Easter assignment was to entertain distant cousins' children for the family portrait. Jason gets stronger and practices his excuses. Like a ghost haunting their immaculate tableau, I am there but unrepresented in the Wright family history. After 6 months of marriage, Jason started placing fashion magazines on our coffee table with articles about subtle beauty changes. "Darling," he remarked one evening as I browsed another magazine he'd left out, "imagine doing something with your nose. A little tweak." I reflexively touched my nose. "Problems with my nose?" Jason sat next to me, holding my hand. "Nothing wrong with it. Just Mom mentioned." He resisted, but too late. "Your mother discussed my nose." A smack hurt instantly. "She only wants what's best for us," Jason added in that pompous tone I'd come to hate. "The annual shareholders meeting is coming up. You'll be photographed for the company newsletter." She suggested presenting the best family brand image. "You mean?" My voice froze. "Indeed, it's vital. You now reflect me, and I reflect the organization." The recommendations increased in frequency and specificity. My hair was boring. Adding highlights may add class. My jawline needs shaping. My casual walk lacked proper posture. I became a project that never met specs as each criticism eroded my identity. The confidence that helped Jason recognize me at that charity event evaporated like a sun-damaged photo. An annual Wright Foundation charity gala commemorated our 1-year milestone. I spent weeks planning, examining guest lists, remembering Boston's affluent families' ties, and rehearsing small talk about relevant themes. Jason persuaded me to have Vivian's exquisite updo, which made me look more like her. I wore a black dress that cost more than my first car to watch Jason dazzle investors and business associates that night. Vivian approached a silver-haired man in a suit. "Charles, I'd like you to meet Jennifer, Jason's wife," she added, touching my arm. Charles looked between me, detecting tension. "Oh, of course, Claire." Vivian's giggle tinkled like shattered glass. "I was thinking of Jennifer Lopez. Doesn't she look like her, Charles? Something about the features." Jason watched with a tight smile, saying nothing. Later, Vivian introduced me as Jessica to a judge and Kathy to a congressman's wife. Each time Jason's defense weakened until he stopped correcting her. "It's just a slip of the tongue," he said on the way home. "Mom meets hundreds at these events. You're being oversensitive. It's been a long night." He turned away, ending the conversation. That night, while Jason slept beside me, I stared at the ceiling and wondered when I had become invisible in my marriage. On an ordinary Tuesday, Jason left his briefcase in the hall when he rushed out for an early meeting. I noticed it while going to coffee with a friend, my increasingly rare attempt to live outside the right orbit. I grabbed the briefcase and planned to drop it off at his office. My car tipped over, spilling some contents onto the passenger seat. As I gathered the papers, my hand froze over a small pharmacy paper bag with 2 pregnancy test kits and a yellow sticky note. "Vanessa, potential mother of a true right heir. Pick up champagne if positive." The handwriting was Vivian's, and the implication was devastating. Who is Vanessa? My mind races through every conversation, event, and introduction. Then I remembered Tina, Senator Hall's daughter, who had attended several rite functions. Tall, blonde, meticulously bred, with Mayflower ancestry. Everything I wasn't. I replaced everything exactly as I'd found it, and gave the briefcase to Jason's assistant without seeing him. That night, I waited for him to explain or lie to me, but he said he'd be working late all week on the annual company retreat in the Berkshires this weekend. I inquired calmly, "All CEOs and their spouses?" My eyes were ignored. "You shouldn't come this year. Mom advises keeping it professional. Negotiating with foreign partners under pressure." Family retreats were always held. The spouse was always included. Another no-go. Another erase. "I understood more than he thought," I said. I decided Friday morning when Jason left for the retreat. I traveled to the Wright's magnificent Berkshire Lodge, where they entertained key clients. I parked down the road and took the customary woods trail to the back of the home. All of them were visible from the main lodge's floor-to-ceiling windows. Thomas addressing executives, Vivian overseeing personnel, company officials mingling, and Jason sitting closely with a blonde woman on a quiet couch near the fireplace. She held his arm as they chuckled about something private. I stood still while Vivian smiled at them. I couldn't hear her toast as she handed them champagne glasses. It wasn't necessary. Celebration was obvious. Every smile, touch, and furtive gaze revealed their future without me. I saw my reflection in the darkened glass as I left, numb with the final affirmation of my disposability. A ghost at the limits of their universe viewing a life that was never mine. I realized the gradual disintegration of my confidence, identity, and family place that night alone in Jason and my purportedly shared house. Everything led up to this. I wasn't married. I was a placeholder till someone better arrived. I have nothing to do with them. While drying my tears and packing, I made a silent pledge to myself. I shall be everything someday. I signed the divorce papers steadily despite my broken heart. Wright family attorney looked at me with a hint of contempt. A man who had spent a month bullying me into accepting nothing while leaving. "You know that, by waiving alimony, you're just entitled to what you contributed into the marriage," he added condescendingly. I looked at him and said, "I know what I'm leaving." He didn't realize I'd taken something more important than money. I worked late for 3 weeks, methodically copying information from Jason's home office as Jason worked late with Vanessa. Supplier agreements, production schedules, contract details. Jason, certain of my insignificance, never hid his work files. He'd soon forget our wedding date, his password. Documents revealed Wright Delicacies' entire supply network. They rely on 3 suppliers for their distinctive ingredients. Exclusivity contracts expiring in 2 years, and their startling markup on artisanal products mass-produced in low-quality facilities. A folder on international expansion was most beneficial. A 5-year strategy by Mark to sell watered-down luxury items in Asia. Profits would soar and quality suffer. Solid business practices. I left the attorney's office with only my clothes, business degree, and the appropriate family's vulnerabilities. They believed I left empty-handed. It was clear I was leaving with everything. First stop. Not a new apartment or friend's sofa. A bus station with a one-way ticket to Portland, Oregon, was as distant from Boston's crowded social circles as I could get. Distance wasn't just geographical, existential. Claire Wright will die and be reborn as Eva. Portland welcomed me with misty mornings and coffee shop owners. I pre-rented a modest studio above a bookstore for 3 months. My final savings. I felt something unexpected that first night on a bare mattress with rain knocking on the windows. Freedom. The metamorphosis started the next morning. I went to a salon with long Wright-approved brown hair and left with a bright auburn bob that would have made Vivian gasp. A kind-eyed stylist with tattoo sleeves examined my face as I sat in her chair. "This isn't just a haircut, is it?" she questioned as she cut. "It's an exorcism," I said, watching my old existence crumble. The wardrobe followed. The traditional outfits and pearls that never fit me were gone. I like expressive colors and patterns. Every new item was announced, not what they made me. Final touch was unexpected. A voice and speech coach flyer caught my eye outside a theater. After performing on Broadway, Patricia now helps people find their voice. In our first session, she nodded knowingly as I spoke. She noted your training to soften your cadence, to round your vowels and copy others. Boston Brahmin patterns, I think. I didn't realize how much I'd internalized Vivian's speech training and had to eradicate my childhood Midwestern inflections. I told Patricia I want my voice back. I speak, not just sound. Something happened over the next 3 months as I regained my authentic speech patterns. Also, I found my voice in business. The plan developed. Everything changed with the letter. Grandmother Rose died peacefully in her sleep. When I was young, we were close, but the proper years separated us. Yet another relationship lost to my marriage. Along with my mourning came an unexpected legacy from her death. $30,000 and a box of belongings. Money saved the day. But the box was priceless. She possessed 1960s journals from her time as a recipe developer for Heartland Harvest, a tiny specialty foods firm. Her preservation recipes use unusual fruit and herb combinations. Strangely familiar recipes. One September 1967 entry struck my eye. Today, Mr. Wright toured the facility, cared about my blackberry sage preserve, asked several questions about herb-sweet balance, calls it groundbreaking. I'm flattered but suspicious of his interest. 3 months later, H. Heartland abruptly shuttered. Sales to investors. They said, "Today, I saw my blackberry sage preserve in stores with the Wright Delicacies label. No credit, no compensation. Mr. Mark Sr. stole my work and is making a fortune. No one will believe a woman over a powerful man." I sat among my grandmother's things, stunned. The irony was almost too perfect. Wright Delicacies had been built on theft, just as their son had stolen years of my life. Grandmother Rose had given me more than seed money. She'd given me moral clarity. This wasn't about revenge anymore. It was about justice, reclaiming what had been taken from both of us. Mira, Wright's product development director until last year, and I met over coffee. Margaret's bitterness and insider knowledge spilled out. Thomas had me develop this whole line of organic, sustainably sourced products. I created everything. He pulled the plug, saying it wasn't on brand. 2 weeks later I was laid off because my position was redundant. She leaned forward, voice dropping. "But Thomas is wrong. The market is shifting towards sustainability. Delicacies are so focused on tradition that they can't see the future. They're vulnerable." Margaret wasn't the only one. I systematically connected with 6 former Wright employees, each sharing pieces of the puzzle. David from accounting revealed their cash flow weaknesses. Zoe from marketing explained how their brand was failing to connect with younger consumers. Carlos from operations described their outdated production facilities. Each conversation was casual and each relationship was cultivated without revealing my true connection to the Wright family. I was Claire Thompson, a business school graduate interested in specialty foods. My Wright past was buried under my new appearance, voice, and state, invisible but informing every move. At a sustainable business conference, I met Ben, a food industry angel investor with a passion for ethical business practices. Unlike Jason, Liam listened to me, his eyes lighting up as I explained my vision for a different kind of food company. Traditional food corporations exploit workers, consumers, and the environment, I said, thinking of my grandmother. Liam studied my business plan with growing excitement. This isn't just idealistic, it's strategically brilliant. You've identified real market gaps. I didn't tell him that Wright Delicacies had created or ignored those gaps. Every aspect of my Thompson Roots business plan was designed to succeed at their expense. Where Wright Delicacies was hierarchical, we will collaborate. Where they exploit suppliers, we will partner with them. Where they cut corners on quality to increase profits, we will prioritize integrity. After our third meeting, Liam offered to be your silent partner. You have the vision and drive. I have the capital and connections. 1 month later, Thompson Roots includes one employee, me, working out of a small commercial kitchen with my grandmother's journals open beside me as I recreated her recipes. However, I could already see the empire. It would be built to dismantle the house of Wright, brick by brick. They spent years making me invisible, but little did they know, invisibility had become my superpower. Thompson Roots grew organically, steadily, reaching for the light. Wright Delicacies relies on large-scale suppliers who provide lower-quality ingredients at volume discounts, so I built relationships with small Oregon farms to trace every ingredient in our jars. The farm-to-table model was ethical and strategic. I don't understand why you're bothering with these tiny operations, Liam said during our quarterly review. Consolidating suppliers would increase profit margins. Liam's eyes opened as I showed him our projected growth curve intersecting with Wright Delicacies' market share in exactly 3 years. Every jar we sell is one they don't. Every farm we partner with strengthens local agriculture, the opposite of Wright's industrialized approach. I replied that I preferred to think of it as justice with a business plan. Each decision I made served 2 purposes. When I chose eco-friendly packaging, it wasn't just to appeal to environmentally conscious consumers. Wright Delicacies had invested millions in proprietary plastic containers that were becoming unpopular with younger demographics. I prioritized fair wages and profit sharing for employees because Wright's notoriously high turnover caused quality control issues they struggled to address. I prioritized supply chain transparency by highlighting our farmers' names and stories on each label. Because Wright's hidden sourcing was becoming a liability in an age when consumers demanded authenticity. Our modest success in the Pacific Northwest might have continued if not for a chance encounter at a food industry conference in Seattle. I was presenting a session on sustainable business models when I noticed a woman in the back row watching me with unusual intensity. Her sharp gaze reminded me of someone, but I couldn't place who. She extended her hand shortly after. Kate. Impressive presentation. The name hit me like a physical blow. I kept my composure, shaking her hand with a smile that concealed my shock. Claire Thompson, thank you for coming. Your approach to ethical business is refreshing, she said. I've spent 10 years in corporate marketing watching companies pretend to care about sustainability while doing the bare minimum. I'd love to hear more about Thompson Roots. Catherine revealed she was Vanessa's older sister over coffee, though they hadn't spoken in years. My father groomed Vanessa to be the perfect political accessory, pretty, polished, and without principles. I refused to play that game and studied her, weighing risks and opportunities. What happened between you two? Catherine's expression darkened. I exposed my father's last senatorial race's questionable campaign finance practices, and Vanessa was furious. Not because he did anything wrong, but because I threatened the family image, which is all that matters to people like them. She paused, sipping her coffee. I hear she's engaged to a food industry heir. 2 weeks later, Katette became Thompson Roots marketing director. Her insider knowledge of how families like the Holtz and Wrights operated was invaluable. More importantly, she casually mentions Vanessa's activities with her fiancé Jason kept me informed of my ex-husband's life, without having to explain why. Vanessa called me unexpectedly yesterday. Catherine casually mentioned one afternoon as we reviewed packaging designs. Trying to mend fences, says she and Jason are having problems. He's drinking too much. The family business is struggling with new market pressures. I think she's realizing that marrying into money isn't all it seems. With Catherine's help, Thompson Roots launched a documentary series called From Soil to Table that's streamed on our website and social media channels. Each episode covers a different aspect of ethical food production, sustainable farming, fair labor practices, and ingredient transparency. We didn't name Wright Delicacies because the contrast between our methods and theirs was implicit in every frame, every interview with happy farmers and workers, and every close-up of natural ingredients being transformed by traditional methods. The series went viral in food-conscious circles, earning features in culinary magazines and sustainability blogs. Each new follower and customer was another thread in the web I was weaving to entangle Right Delicacies. Since our success requires expansion, I targeted Right's strongest distribution areas: Boston, New York, Chicago. Each Thompson Roots jar on those shelves competes directly with Right products. Out East expansion is cutting deeper into operating capital than we projected. Liam warned during our fourth-year review, "Are you sure the Boston market is worth this level of investment?" I showed him the latest sales figures. Boston consumers are switching to our products at twice the rate of other markets. Trust me. This is exactly where we need to be. What I didn't tell Boston rollout. A blind taste test marketing campaign where consumers compared unlabeled preserves and voted for their favorite. My grandmother's blackberry sage preserve outperformed Right's by a large margin. My most satisfying strategy was also quite personal. I started our executive feedback program under the guise of market research when Thompson Roots expanded to the East Coast. We sent carefully curated gift baskets to influential food industry business leaders, including the Right family, and received glowing feedback. Mark commented, "High quality and flavorful." Vivian commented, "Exquisite packaging and complex flavor characteristics. This would be appropriate for even the most discerning diners." Jason's comments were the most pleasing, superior to anything on the market. Right Delicacies should consider this a serious competitor. I kept those feedback forms in a special folder and read them on hard days when doubts crept in. They hadn't recognized my company name, and they wouldn't recognize me when we met again. Thompson Roots was still small compared to Right ones, but I had something they didn't. Intimate knowledge of their weaknesses, blind spots, and vulnerabilities, and nothing to lose. The spider's web was nearly complete. All that was left was to draw them in for the final confrontation at the National Food Innovation Gala, where industry leaders will network and showcase their latest products. They discarded me, believing I would fade into insignificance. This year, Thompson Roots was nominated for the Rising Star Award, which would put us on the main stage and ensure the Rights were seen when I took the microphone. I was ready for my moment of recognition 2 weeks before the National Food Innovation Gala. I had become their most dangerous opponent, one they didn't see coming until it was too late. Ray, Right Delicacies' largest investor, would speak at a sustainable business panel in Boston, so I made sure Thompson Roots sponsored the coffee break after his session. Lawrence was mid-60s, well-dressed, and had the sharp eyes of someone who made his fortune by seeing opportunities others missed. Mr. Barrett, Claire Thompson, founder of Thompson Roots. Your panel insights were fascinating. His handshake was firm, his smile practiced. Thompson Roots, the preserves company from Oregon, correct? Impressive growth trajectory. You've been following our progress. I follow everything in specialty food, and he studied me with new interests. Your Rising Star nomination is well deserved. We talked about market trends and sustainability. Then I carefully addressed his investment portfolio. I know you invest heavily in Right Delicacies. I said their traditional approach dominates the market for decades. Barrett's expression changed at my use of past tense. Mark has built a remarkable legacy. Legacy is a powerful word. I agree, but I wonder if traditional companies can adapt quickly enough to changing consumer preferences. I shared market analysis data that directly highlights Right Delicacies' vulnerabilities without naming them. Barrett asked increasingly pointed questions. His concern was palpable. He suggested we continue this conversation over dinner next week, which I agreed to do, knowing he would be researching Thompson Roots and questioning his investment. Catherine burst into my office the next day, flushed with excitement. "You won't believe what my sister just told me. She's filing for divorce. Vanessa is leaving Jason because he's impossible to live with. Right Delicacies is in financial trouble. Jason is drinking heavily and Thomas is determined to change strategies despite falling market share." I keep my expression neutral. How unfortunate. Catherine leans forward conspiratorially. "Vanessa is already seeing someone else. Congressman Drew. She told me she needs to secure her future with someone who still does." The ruthless calculation was so Vanessa, so right adjacent, that I almost admired it. Jason had served his purpose in her life, just as I had in mine. The symmetry was poetic. You know what this means for our plan, right? Jason will be vulnerable, distracted. Perfect timing. I agreed. Our plan to acquire the Right Delicacies had just become much easier. The gala night arrived with perfect dramatic timing. A light snow fell over Boston as my car pulled up to the historic hotel venue. I stepped out wearing a blackberry-colored gown and my grandmother's locket with a small photo of her, my silent partner in this 7-year journey. The ballroom sparkled with crystal and ambition as industry leaders worked over champagne and screens displayed the nominated companies. Thompson Roots' promotional video played alongside those of much larger corporations, including Wright Delicacies. I saw them across the room. Thomas, older but still imposing. Vivian, elegant in midnight blue, surveying the crowd like a general. And Jason, handsome as ever, but with new lines around his eyes. Vanessa was absent. I moved carefully to avoid their gaze. Ray nodded meaningfully. Our dinner conversation had clearly had the desired effect. Phase 1 was complete. The Rising Star Award was announced midway through the evening. When they called Thompson Roots, applause erupted. Thompson Roots was founded on the simple idea that food should nourish not only our bodies but also our communities and planet. As I spoke about our journey, Ray approached Mark and whispered something in his ear. After the ceremony, I strategically moved until I met Jason. 7 years had changed us both, but while time had darkened his features, it had given me confidence. "Congratulations on your award," he said, his smile gone. "Impressive for such a new company." "Thank you, Jason," I replied, watching for recognition in his name. "Nothing. I believe business should be built on integrity, not just profits." He nodded absently, clearly not connecting this stranger with his past. I watched him leave satisfied. The real confrontation will come tomorrow in the Wright Delicacies boardroom. The next morning, I arrived on time for Ray's meeting with the Wrights. He told them about a potential investment opportunity. When I entered the boardroom, Mark looked confused. "Miss Thompson, I don't understand." I placed a folder on the table and explained Wright Delicacies' current position, and Thompson Roots' offer to acquire controlling interest. The room was shocked. Jason almost choked on coffee. "How silly. We're not selling to startups. Your company's market value has dropped 30% in 2 years, I said calmly. 3 key suppliers are considering contract breaks. Your core demographic is fading, and newer consumers perceive your brand antiquated and unethical. Thomas's face flushed with anger. "How could you possibly know about our supplier issues?" "The same way I know about your cash flow problems and the loans you've taken against your family estate," I replied. "Due diligence." Jason glared at Barrett. "This is a hostile takeover." "This is business," Barrett replied. Jason picked up the acquisition contract, his hands trembling as he flipped through the pages. "Sign it," Thomas ordered, his voice resigned. "We can't fight this." As Jason's pen hesitated over the signature line, I decided it was time. I removed my grandmother's locket and opened it to reveal her photo. "Know who you're selling to before signing," I added gently. Jason looked up, exasperated, then froze. He dropped the pen, spilling ink across the contract. "Claire." His voice whispered. "Hello, Jason. 7 years." Finally connecting the dots, Vivian gasped. "Impossible. I think your term was unworthy," I answered, my gaze unwavering. "Funny how things change." Jason signed the contract speechless. I moved another document forward as he returned it. A journal post by my grandmother concerning the stolen blackberry sage preserve recipe. I explained that Thompson Roots' success went beyond business strategy. Reclaiming what was stolen, especially my Nora's recipes that made Wright Delicacy famous. Thomas's face became pale as he read the recipe. He grasped his chest, laboring to breathe. Slander. "A documented fact," I corrected as Vivian ran to her husband. "Maybe call a doctor." As paramedics stabilized Thomas for a slight heart attack, I finalized acquisition paperwork. Thompson Roots owned Wright Specialties by midday. My last deed was probably the most personal. On that evening, I drove to the Wright estate, my company's property but where they might stay temporarily. I left a jar of blackberry sage preserve and handwritten delicacies wrapping with a Thompson Roots label on the doorstep. The handwritten note was reclaimed, not stolen, like my worth. 7 years earlier, I left with my name and honor. I returned to take everything else. Not for vengeance, but for justice for myself, my grandma, and everyone denied rights. In the game they started, I did what they never expected. Checkmate. Smash that like button now if this delicious vengeance narrative had you on edge. Thanks for watching and diving into this wild family drama with me. If you love Reddit family drama, Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications so you never miss the next one. My infertile sister raged when I got pregnant, claiming I stole a chance from others. My mother took her side and kicked me out. I, a 30 female, never thought my family would fight over assisting underprivileged youngsters. Everything started 7 years ago, however I must share last week's events. Following college, I became an at-risk youth mentor at a local community center at 22. I teamed with Mary, a 10-year-old kid whose mother, Amanda, 35 female, was working and dealing with personal issues. Mary was smart but behind in school due to family instability. We had tutoring and activities twice weekly. Amanda called me late one night after 6 months of coaching. She sounded exhausted and desperate. After her landlord evicted them, she couldn't find cheap housing. Amanda asked me to keep Mary for a few weeks while she recovered. Due to space in my 2-bedroom apartment, I accepted. 2 weeks became 2 months, then 3. Amanda visited occasionally but struggled to find work and housing. To authorize and help Mary, the mentoring program coordinator encouraged me to become a foster parent. Mary moved in 6 months after I finished home studies and fostered her. Amanda seeks stability. Right now, we get along. Almost daily, Mary was visited and called. Never tried to replace Amanda. I told Mary her mother wanted her home. Amanda and I had a long conversation 5 years ago when Mary was 12 and I was 24. She had a steady income but her home was unstable, and she worried about removing Mary from the school where she had finally found success. We decided I should defend Mary's legal rights. Amanda battled this decision. Through tears I watched her sign the paperwork. Because she thought her daughter would benefit. A new normal emerged. Mary debated, gained friends, and did well in school. Amanda visits her weekends and calls often. I safeguarded their relationship. Amanda contacted me 2 years later. She struggled to care for her kid Ethan while working full-time. She wanted me to foster him so the siblings could be together. After considering it, I took 2-year-old Ethan home. Using accountant savings, I moved us to a 3-bedroom property with a yard. Work introduced me to 31-male Kevin last year. After months he got a job in another state, and we split up. We broke up without my knowing I was pregnant. I'm 25 weeks pregnant with my first. My older sister Emily, 35 female, has been trying to conceive with her husband for 9 years without success. After several fertility treatments, each failure is awful. Emily always envisioned parenthood. She dreamed of it since infancy. She helped Mary move in with me by bringing clothes and toys and taking her on weekend outings. She welcomed Ethan into our family, but her visits decreased. She cited her job schedule, but I think the kids showed her what she needed. I told my family 3 weeks ago I was pregnant. My parents loved their new grandson. Emily offered a generic congratulations before switching topics. Emily stopped returning my calls and texts after that call. Last week my mother hosted Sunday supper for us. I went alone because a friend watched Mary and Ethan. The meal was filled with pregnancy queries from my folks. Did I feel good? Did I consider names? Was the nursery ready? Emily stared at me coldly when the baby was mentioned before leaving. After supper, Emily questioned me why I took 2 foster kids when I could have real kids. Table silence. Amanda got therapy. I became a foster parent to stabilize Mary. We decided permanent guardianship was best, and Ethan moved in with me to keep the siblings together. I hardened Emily's face with every word. She said I forced my instant family on her after years of trying. She argued that I had 2 children without trying to be a mother, and now I was carelessly having a biological child. The worst part was when she said it was cruel, that I took 2 foster children who could have gone to parents who deserved them more since they couldn't have children. Her comments physically shook me. My foster kids weren't astonished to be sent to the best couple, but I felt her pain. Their mother asked me to help her house the kids safely. I apologized for her issues, but I wouldn't apologize for taking in poor children. Mom asked me to go after quietly watching this encounter. I took my stuff without saying anything. Mom called the next day. She said my hostility to Emily was unnecessary given her situation. My sister was wounded and suggested I apologize. Emily received a text apologizing for my harsh comments but not the content. I respected her journey and suffering, but I wouldn't take responsibility or let her imply my relationship with Mary and Ethan snatched children from better parents. Emily ignored my text. My mother called again to say I was exacerbating things by doubling down instead of apologizing. I'm in my kitchen watching Mary and Ethan build a block tower, wondering if I did something wrong. Mary is constantly asking when we'll visit Grandma and Grandpa again, and I'm stumped. I've always tried to do what's best for these kids, but I worry if my family would accept our unique parenting style. Was my effort excessive? Should I have cared for Emily more? Is my opinion correct? Update 1. My family's issues have grown 2 weeks after the dinner catastrophe. First, thanks to everyone who replied to my initial post. Your support confirmed my right to defend my children and family. Many of you had relatives who viewed foster care selfishly, which helped me feel less alone. After that text, Emily blocked my number and erased me from all her social media accounts without responding. Though expected, it's startling. My mother was supposed to visit 2 days before my 28th week anatomy scan last week. She canceled via phone. She stated Emily was too upset to hear my name and my mother didn't want to help me at the scan. She recommended that I reschedule after things calmed down. No rescheduling. Instead, I took Ethan to the appointment. The clinic nurses loved him, and he read picture books while the ultrasound technician conducted it. Watching him joyfully point at the TV when the baby moved made my mother and sister's absence less noticeable. After the visit, Mom texted to ask how it went and if I learned the baby's sex. Got the message but didn't respond. Say what? That a child may replace her at the clinic? That a stranger cared more about my pregnancy than my family? Dad called 4 days ago. His call surprised me because he's impartial on family issues. After my mother told him about skipping the anatomy scan, he checked on me. He occasionally asked questions but mostly let me tell about what happened since supper. After I finished, he said something shocking. Emily and my mother were wrong, he thought. He added, providing a home for children who needed one was never something to apologize for. And while he understood Emily's pain, she had no right to make me feel guilty for my choices or my pregnancy. He volunteered to stay with me after the baby was delivered with his new wife, Susan. He proposed they help with Mary and Ethan for 2 weeks while I healed, even though they lived 3 hours away. I needed postpartum assistance after my mother volunteered for this position. I heard from Emily's husband Tom yesterday. After our fight and therapy, he reported Emily was inconsolable. No apology was requested. He admitted Emily's dinner remarks were unacceptable. He wanted me to know she was getting help and hoped we could reconcile. He was appreciated and I was delighted Emily was getting therapy. Reconciliation must value my 3 children and acknowledge that Mary and Ethan are youngsters who require safety and stability, not consolation trinkets for infertile parents. After sending that communication, I sat down with Mary to explain her aunt and grandmother's predicament in age-appropriate terms. To digest disagreements, grown-ups need time apart, I told her. I assure her it had nothing to do with her or Ethan, and that I prioritized our family, including the new baby. Mary thoughtfully asked her aunt why the baby bothered her. I stressed that seeing others get what they want can make individuals angry. She agreed, adding she felt the same when her friend brought her the sneakers she wanted for her birthday, but her mom, Amanda, couldn't afford them. I occasionally admire 14-year-old wisdom. I accepted my father's postpartum aid via SMS this morning. Next, I updated Amanda by phone. She calls Mary twice a week and visits monthly. Her health is good. She was promoted at work and moved into her apartment over a year ago. She worried about the family tension and volunteered to keep both kids for a weekend before the baby arrived so I could prepare. My mother's loyalty to Emily over a milestone and my pregnancy still affects me. I focus on people who've supported me and my kids instead of her. The child is male. All scan tests were normal. Mary is pleased to have another brother. First gift I gave her when she moved in, she gave him a plush elephant. Ethan doesn't comprehend, but he pats my belly and says, "Baby," smiling. I haven't named the baby. Due to my busy schedule, it keeps sliding off. I have 12 weeks to decide, so suggestions are welcome. Thank you again for helping. It means more than you realize. Update 2. 3 months have gone since my last update, and the baby is 3 weeks old. Baby life comes first, but much has happened and I want to update. Birth first. Alex, 7 pounds 2 ounces, was born 2 weeks early. Work was easy, but tiresome. 14-hour runtime. My father and Susan arrived almost presciently the day before I gave birth. While I was in the hospital, they brought Mary and Ethan to visit Alex and me. Mary's reaction to her new sibling was beautiful. Her thorough treatment of him showed her wonder and pride. Ethan liked the hospital bed controls better than the baby, but he named Alex Tiny and caressed his head. Amanda took handmade baby blankets to the hospital. She sat with me when Mary showed her the baby and later said she was proud of Mary's youth. This time together via our unique family bonds is precious. My sister and mother's health. My mother asked which hospital after hearing I was in labor. After Alex was born, I replied with his birth stats and a photo. When could she visit? I told her I wasn't ready for guests beyond immediate support after talking to my father. I received many texts about my harshness and separating her from her grandson. She stated I was punishing her for supporting Emily and that a baby should unite the family. I needed time to recover without stress, so my father told her to depart. Alex received a large present a week after hospitalization. A costly bassinet and baby clothing were inside. Tom and Emily signed the card. Only names, no messages. So I called Tom to thank them for the gifts. He was astonished by my message and said Emily suggested the bassinet. He hesitated before saying she wasn't ready to talk. I said I appreciated the offer and the door was open for her to discuss. Mom unexpectedly visited my house 2 days later. Ethan was at playgroup, Mary was at school, and my father and Susan went grocery shopping while I was alone with a newborn. She kept ringing the doorbell, waking Alex, who had fallen asleep after eating. She pushed by me into the house and went to the living room bassinet when I opened the door. She grabbed Alex before I could stop her, raving about meeting her grandson. I felt violated by her intervention and didn't want to upset the baby. I told her to sit down and that while I was glad she wanted to meet Alex, entering unannounced was wrong. I asked her to follow my boundaries if she wanted to join us. Should I not have hidden the infant from the family, she wouldn't need such measures. Mother's mood changed once father and Susan returned. Her planned visit included giving me the baby. After witnessing my face, my father advised my mother to leave. After crying, she called to say I was turning everyone against her. Emily sent me a long email the next day. Her therapist advised her to write, but not communicate her feelings. She sent it anyway. She apologized and accused me, saying her dinner words were hurtful and that my ease at having children was a personal attack on her suffering. The final paragraph stated that she and Tom were authorized as foster parents and anticipated their first placement next month. She claimed that her therapist helped her realize her resentment at me was unwarranted and that foster care will heal her. She said she wasn't ready to see me or the baby, but wished to reconcile. Good luck with her first placement and congrats on foster parent permission. I gave her some guidance from my early fostering days and offered to talk when she was ready. No reply. My dad and Susan stayed 3 weeks longer than intended. Their help was crucial. They maintained Mary and Ethan's schedules, kept the house running well, and gave me quiet time between feedings. I was prepared for their departure. Amanda comes twice a month. She offered to care for Mary and Ethan for a week in the summer so I could focus on the baby. Mary is excited about this plan since Amanda moved to a poolside apartment complex. Getting used to 3 kids. Watching Mary read to her boys while they listen intently makes night feedings worthwhile. Ethan calls himself mommy's helper and brings me diapers. While my mother and sister's issue remains unresolved, I've found peace in focusing on our family in this house. My motherhood journey wasn't what I expected, but I wouldn't alter it for my 3 kids. Update 3. Alex, now a healthy, smart 9-month-old, has started crawling and getting into everything since my previous report 6 months ago. Though busy, my 3 kids and I have family routines. Emily and I are carefully repairing our relationship, which is the biggest news. I was texted 3 months ago to meet for coffee alone. I had Amanda watch the kids. She's my rock and met Emily at a cafe between our homes. Weather and haircut conversation dominated the first 10 minutes, making them awkward. She then showed me her phone photo of Marcus, her first foster child. Discussing Marcus affected Emily's face. She described his dinosaur fascination, reading difficulties and nightly monster check under the bed. She detailed his nightmares, initial mistrust, social worker and biological family meetings, and other issues. Something she said showed her progress. Missed it. Fostering was supposed to fill my void. It's not about me. Marcus assists his mother till she can. I nodded, grateful for her way of understanding. She said Marcus's mother was sober and working to reconcile in a year. Emily shakily replied she would miss Marcus when he went home but supported reunion. She apologized. She denied that I stole children from deserving parents, or that fostering gave her comfort. She said her immune system had consumed her, preventing her from looking beyond her loss. Fostering Marcus showed her that systemic children don't solve adult issues. While their families heal, they need safe temporary lodging. I accepted her apology and apologized for my harsh statements during our fight. We spent the next hour talking about nighttime anxieties, reaching a child with walls, and building biological family relationships. We became sisters after years of hatred. Emily wanted to see Alex, Mary, and Ethan before leaving. Marcus played in the park with us the following weekend. The kids clicked instantly. Mary directed the smaller boys, and Ethan appreciated Marcus's dinosaur knowledge. After seeing only one baby photo, Emily hugged Alex, amazed with his progress. Our family meets monthly. Relationship repair continues. When old hurts return, tension rises, but we continue. My mother-daughter bond is tougher to repair. After her unexpected visit, I wrote her a letter setting clear boundaries. No surprise visits, no criticizing my parenting or family structure. I made it clear she had to respect these boundaries to be with us. No response after 2 months. Card with a little letter arrived in the mail. I miss my grandchild. Willing to listen. Try brief supervised visits. She hesitated, but she relaxed when she saw I wasn't punishing her, just setting boundaries. Mary's school play last month featured my mother. She hugged and told Mary she was proud later. Later that night she pulled me aside and apologized for favoring her daughters. Her revelation of what mattered came from seeing all 3 children prosper under my care. Our relationship isn't ideal but improving. Amanda stays with us. She brought her new beau to dinner at our house last month. Seeing her introduce him to Mary and Ethan was powerful. She encouraged my involvement in their lives and was confident in motherhood. This adventure showed me that family is about cooperation, not competition. Mary turned 16 last week. She requested calm conversation while we prepared her birthday supper. After thinking, she wanted to adopt us. We considered this over the years, knowing she could decide when she was ready. To hear her say she was ready made me cry. The legal process starts next month. Ethan, 4, loves his big sister and entertains Alex. Alex makes Ethan laugh most. Emily and Tom are willing to foster their second child, whose mother needs time to recover. Emily called me for nursery advice and we spent hours discussing the emotional and practical aspects of fostering a newborn. Marcus thrives under their care and will return next spring. Our journey has been surprising. When I started mentoring 7 years ago, I never imagined 3 motherhoods, an irreversible family breakup, and a deeper knowledge of family. Though hard, watching my children grow up with a biological and chosen family is worth it. Go to the next story. Story 2. My parents claim my sister's marriage was damaged by my advice. Months later, a horrible secret affects everything. I'm 34F and have endured months of family issues causing insomnia. Focusing on my younger sister Ella, 29F, her arranged husband Richard, 31M, and their 2 children, Jill, 7F, and Jack, 4MM. Ella met Richard in college. Opposites attract. Although Ella was organized, Richard was more casual. Their balance made things seem fine for a time. They married after college and had Jill a year later. Richard was overjoyed with Jill's birth. He talked of teaching her while watching her sleep for hours. Richard was overjoyed when Jack was born 3 years later. He'd always wanted a son and was delighted to take Jack fishing and camping. However, changes occurred. Richard was often absent, because his new job required more travel. Ella left with 2 young children and a full-time job. This stresses their connection. Ella lloró llamándome el año pasado. She found affair hints on Richard's phone. He denied it, but admitted to feeling a connection with a co-worker when challenged. He maintained nothing happened but trust suffered. After months of counseling, nothing worked. Richard was defensive and tough, Ella said. 8 months ago, they parted. They let Richard watch the kids every other weekend and review after 6 months. Early on, things went well. Richard will pick up and drop off the kids Friday and Sunday nights. Finally, he apologized. He worked late on a weekend. Next, he was unwell. He took the kids once a month max. I have 8-year-old twins Emma and Olivia, and 9-year-old Noah. Jill and Jack got along with their relatives, so I took them when Richard canceled. I chose relatives above father disappointment for kids. Richard took advantage. He called me immediately to ask if I could take the kids on his weekend, saying, "Your place is usually better." Furious, but I didn't want to disappoint the kids. I told Richard repeatedly. I suggested he help his kids. His excuses were common. Work, illness, or unavoidable plans stopped him from canceling. Spending time with his kids seemed optional. I have many terrible memories of this. My ex-husband Brian got worse after our divorce. He'd cancel at the last minute, leaving me scrambling for childcare. It took me a while to realize his actions hurt our kids and me. It finished last month. Even on his weekend, Richard asked me to take the kids on Friday afternoon. His explanation now: forgot his concert tickets. I took the kids despite my fury. Ella looked exhausted when she picked them up Sunday. She complained about Richard's dependability. She couldn't plan weekends since she didn't know if he'd take the kids. My Brian experience made me sympathize with her. I changed our custody arrangement so Brian could only get the kids when he asked. I mentioned how easier it was not to rely on him following a schedule and how my kids were happier not being disappointed. Ella took it seriously. She thanked me for listening and left with the kids. I thought that was it, but she notified Richard about changing their agreement. Richard raged at me the next day. He said I was trying to turn Ella against him and kidnap his kids. Shocked. None told Ella what to do. Shared experience. Richard didn't listen when I explained. Yelled at me for being a rotten sister and to mind my own business. I was fed up and snapped at him. If he wasn't inconsistent, Ella wouldn't change. My family's divided. My family agrees with Richard that I shouldn't have interfered. Richard has always been special because he helped Dad renovate their kitchen a few years ago. My brother likes my performance. He never liked Richard after he missed his birthday 2 years in a row. Our parents are urging Ella to stay still after I opened her eyes. They say Richard is struggling and needs help, not criticism. I worry about overstepping. Should I have kept silent about my experience? Am I responsible for accidentally provoking family strife? All this reminds me of Jill and Jack. Jill is old enough to know her dad cancels, and I've seen her disappointment. Jack is too little to comprehend. He inquired why they saw their dad less. Part of me wants Ella and Richard to resolve it. But I also want to fight for those kids so they don't think their dad doesn't want to spend time with them. I keep thinking about how much happier my kids are after I change Brian. His commitment to the time makes him rarely cancel when they meet. It altered their life. Maybe every situation is different. Maybe Richard is just having a tough moment and will recover. I may project my issues upon Ella. No idea what to do. Should I apologize to Richard and my parents? Should I continue? Should I totally avoid it? I always worry that someone may dislike me. A month has gone since my last post, and much has happened. I appreciate everyone's advice and assistance. So I was right to inform Ella about my experience. Post-fight tensions were high in our family. Ella was pressured by our parents to go since Richard needed time to adjust to single dadhood. Ella separated. She didn't want to offend Richard, but she was fed up with his inconsistency. I avoided it whenever possible. I invited Jill and Jack to play with my kids, but Ella, not Richard. He wouldn't get more ammunition against me. One weekend while the kids were there, Jill asked me why her dad didn't want to see them. The heart broke. I tried to imply she loved her dad, but adults have trouble. She seemed happier after our chat, but I'm not sure she understood. The culmination was 2 weeks ago. Weekend with the kids was Richard's plan. Ella dropped them off Friday night, but Richard called at 9 p.m. to say he had to work out of town and suggested she bring them up. Ella raged. She planned her childless weekend. Ella phoned me. She sobbed and requested me to watch the kids overnight. Sure, I agreed. Jill cried when she dropped them off, asking why her dad didn't want to see them. Why they moved late at night puzzled and annoyed Jack. Ella came early the next day. She was ready to confront Richard and modify their deal. As requested, I watched the kids while she talked to him. Ella was out, so I distracted the kids. They were afraid while we baked cookies, played board games, and built a pillow fort in the living room. Jill kept asking when her mother would arrive and Jack clung. Miss Ella vanished for hours. She looked fatigued, but relieved when she returned. She said she and Richard had a long, difficult conversation. To defend himself, Richard said work was crazy. But Ella persevered. Richard was advised he would no longer have set weekends with the kids. He had to ask her a week ahead to take them for a weekend. Last-minute cancellations cost him his next shot. Ella continued despite Richard's disapproval. She told him his behaviors affected the kids, and this was his last chance to prove himself trustworthy. Parents were upset when they learned. I was accused of poisoning Ella against Richard at my house that night. It was Richard's behavior, not my advice to Ella, I said. A fierce argument ensued. Our dad kept saying Richard was trying, and our mom accused me of jealousy since Richard was a better father than my ex. That hurts. Despite his flaws, My ex was punctual. Every time Richard canceled on the kids, I reminded them how upset Jill and Jack were. I asked if Richard could treat his kids like options. That made them pause, but they granted Richard more time. After the argument, parents left to think. Not talking to them is hard. Our family has always been close, so this rift hurts. Ella was helpful. Our conversation inspired her to protect herself and her children. She claims she neglected Jill and Jack to maintain peace. Peace is uneasy for now. Richard's accepted the change but is upset. Ella seems more in charge. The change is confusing, but kids are adapting. Recently, Jill wondered why things changed. I said her parents were trying to find ways to spend time with her and Jack. She agreed, but she seemed nervous. It may not solve everything, but it's a start. Without last-minute cancellations, Ella relaxes. This should inspire Richard to spend more time with the kids. I'm supporting Ella and the kids. Ella knows I'm always willing to help Jill and Jack. I'm also giving our parents space to help them change. While it's difficult and will take time for everyone to adjust, I think Jill and Jack will benefit. This new setup should provide them with reliable parents. Update 2. Again, things changed abruptly this month. New agreement with Richard appeared fine at first. He scheduled a visit to the kids and arrived on time. Ella was cautiously optimistic. Ella cried on the phone 2 weeks ago. She learned Richard lost his job 3 months previously without notifying anyone. He was preoccupied with job interviews or trying to make ends meet when he said he was busy or had to go out of town for business. This news saddens Ella. She and Richard were always upfront about money. They made all major decisions collectively. Richard lost her trust after keeping this secret for so long. Ella was confused. She was outraged that Richard lied to her and the kids. She regretted being hard on him when he struggled. She asked my counsel. I advised her to quietly talk to Richard and get all the information before making a decision. Ella agreed and met Richard the next day. Their conversation revealed much. Richard said he was too embarrassed to tell anyone he lost his job. Getting a new one before anyone discovered it took longer than expected. He couldn't afford to eat or take the kids out, so he canceled. Much is made clear by this. Though not justified, Richard's actions make sense. It reminded me that pride and embarrassment can cause unwise decisions. Ella se arrepintió de la traición de Richard, pero entendió por qué. The solution was discussed for hours. Another deal was made. Ella is more flexible, but Richard must request the kids in advance. She offered to help with the kids financially while Richard looked for work. Ella told me this, and I was amazed but proud of her understanding. I told her to be cautious. She should check Richard's employment search to make sure he wasn't taking advantage of her kindness. Our parents altered their thoughts after learning. They criticized Ella for softening after scolding her for being tough on Richard. Ella shouldn't trust Richard's excuses, they warned. Another family conflict. Instead of making Ella stricter with Richard, our parents say I manipulated her again. Ella was an autonomous adult, I said. Parents indicated they were done after the fight. No further advice or help till we revealed our feelings. This entire episode has shown me how quickly we judge others without understanding the complete story. I think Richard should have been honest from the start, but I can appreciate how painful it was to lose his career. Ella and Richard are adjusting to their new agreement. More time with Dad makes the kids happier. Richard seems more interested with them, probably because he's less worried about them uncovering his secret. Supporting Ella as best I can. I've offered to help with the kids when needed, and am monitoring the situation to avoid Richard from taking advantage. My guess is that Ella and Richard's honesty and cooperation will help everyone, especially the youngsters. Update 3. Over 2 months since my last update, I'm still processing. The outcome was surprising. Richard worried and called Ella 3 weeks ago. He had a great job interview, but it was the weekend he was supposed to have the kids. He advised Ella to switch weekends. Ella offered to help Richard find work. I watched Jill and Jack so Ella could rest on interview day. Nothing was wrong until Ella called me furiously at 3 p.m. Police contacted her recently. His car wrecked on the interview route. Without knowing what to expect, we went to the hospital. Despite Richard's broken leg and bruises, we were relieved to find him alive. Here, things get tough. The accident responding officer visited us while Richard was hospitalized. He said Richard's automobile had open alcohol containers and his blood alcohol level was high. Ella was devastated. That moment dashed her hopes for Richard's future. She cried in the hospital waiting. My anger prevented me from comforting her. Richard risked death. He missed a great job that may have supported his kids. A few days after Richard left the hospital, Ella approached him. He cried and admitted to drinking for years before splitting. He said it helped him cope with unemployment and shame over not supporting his family. Our uncle's lengthy alcoholism sprang to mind with this news. It broke up our extended family and took a long time to heal. We might do the same with Richard, I thought. Ella separated. Her rage at Richard for jeopardizing everyone. She knew he needed help. After heated debate, the conclusion was reached. Richard accepted rehab. He can't visit the kids alone throughout treatment. Ella will update him twice a week via video chat on Jill and Jack. Explaining this to kids was hard. Due to her age, Jill had many difficult questions. Thank goodness Jack was too young to understand. Ella explicó a ellos que su padre necesitaba hospitalización especial. The news shocked our parents. They apologized to Ella and me for missing signs. They've helped with kids and Richard's treatment. Even though it took a major event to unify us, having them back has been comforting. My mind is still processing. I'm furious with Richard for jeopardizing so many, but I hope he gets help. Helping Ella and the kids through this difficult time is my top priority. Ella is strong. She informed the kids in an age-appropriate manner that their dad is ill and seeking therapy. She attends Ellen and meetings for self-help. I've been trying to normalize Jill and Jack's time with me, including baking and watching movies, despite their confusion and sadness. Jack is clingy, and Jill suffers nightmares. Despite the emotional roller coaster and lengthy road ahead, I'm cautiously hopeful that this could be a turning point for Richard and his relationship with his kids. Time will tell. Today, we're taking it day by day. Ella puts her kids and rehabilitation first. As Richard recovers, I'm attempting to be my family's supportive sister and aunt. I learned about communication, not jumping to conclusions, and family dynamics intricacy from this occurrence. Though difficult, I think we'll all be stronger. Thanks for watching and sticking around till the end. If you enjoyed these stories, make sure to subscribe and hit the bell so you don't miss the next drama-filled episode.